Chapter 47-23. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Du Wenshuan, the Demon King Mo Wentian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River sector looked at each other. Bitter smiles appeared on their faces, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, Mingjiu said in a muffled voice, "Although little friend Yi hasn't shown up, the bloodline ancestor of our Dark Turtle Tribe has entrusted the Master of the Magic Hall to help. We can't rule out the possibility that he's behind this. After all, the ancestor of the Giant Turtle Tribe was severely injured in the great battle that caused chaos in the Untainted Land and was trapped in a dangerous place. The reason he was able to return to the ancestral land of the Dark Turtle Tribe in the second universe was because little friend Yi helped him. So that's what happened. It seems that this matter is most likely related to little friend Yi. In that case, we don't have to worry too much about him. Little friend Yi is not a reckless person. Even in this fragment of the Untainted Land, he should be able to move like a fish in water. As for little friend Yi's whereabouts, it's almost time for the Master of the Magic Hall to summon the higher-ups of the various forces. Our Sky River sector owes him a favor this time, so we should naturally go and thank him. Take this opportunity to ask the Master of the Magic Hall about the whereabouts of the ancestor of the Dark Turtle Tribe. It shouldn't be too difficult to follow this lead to find out where little friend Lin is." Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the other higher-ups of the Sky River sector all looked enlightened and nodded one after another. On the side, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru heard this, and the indignant look on their faces eased slightly. They had been so dissatisfied just now because they thought that Yi Xian didn't care about the Sky River sector at all. Now that they heard that the patriarch of the Dark Turtle clan, the Void Beast Turtle, was related to Yi Xian, and that it was extremely likely that he was behind the appearance of the Void Beast Turtle. At the very least, this was one of the reasons why the Void Beast Turtle had appeared. Only then did the three girls feel much more at ease. Furthermore, they would be able to find out about Yi Xian's whereabouts through the Master of the Magic Hall when they were heading to the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, so they naturally didn't feel dissatisfied anymore. After pursing their lips, they simply expressed that they would be allowed to tag along when the time came. On the other side, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Du Wenshuan, the Devil King Mo Wenian, the Imperial Uncle of the Demon Dweller, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other high-level leaders of the various forces in the Sky River sector immediately discussed the matter of setting off for the Rising Sun Forbidden Land soon. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already returned to the Magic Hall in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. Swish! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian turned into a ray of light and passed through the atmosphere of the cavern star. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the Magic Hall. With a flip of his hand, a crimson bead appeared in his palm. It was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it exuded a terrifying aura. This was clearly the aura of a primordial supreme being. This was a blood essence, a mighty figure's blood essence. It was refined from the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the blood cicada's physical body that he had just killed. After Yi Xian ended that battle, he immediately turned around and returned. Along the way, he had already completed the refinement of this blood essence. At this point, he had already accumulated a total of 11 almighty blood essences that were used to refine the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. With Yi Xian's current attainments in the Tao of Alchemy, according to his calculations, he would be able to refine 7 to 8 Desolate Supreme Pellets. Previously, he only had 10 almighty blood essences in his hands. The number of Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills that he could refine was only 6 to 7. The reason why he had not started refining was because he was not satisfied with this number. After all, this was a Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. It required almighty blood essences as the main raw material to refine it. Once the furnace was opened, at least 5 almighty blood essences would be needed. With every almighty blood essence, he could basically refine one more Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. In other words, there were 4 almighty blood essences that were used as a foundation. If it was not urgent, he would not want to refine it too early. The more almighty blood essences he had, the more cost-effective it would be. Although he had obtained another almighty blood essence, the number of Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills that could be refined did not change much. It had only increased by 1. This was still far from Yi Xian's expectations. The bottom line in his heart was to refine 10 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills. Forget it, it's only 7 or 8. In the end, it's still a bit too little. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian finally shook his head. A wry smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, there are still 6 small stages of breakthrough before the Desolate Supreme Treasure Stage 9 perfection. It's not like there's no time. I'll go back and collect some almighty blood essences. At least 14 of them, then I'll think about it. After saying that, he threw this matter to the back of his mind and stopped thinking about it for the time being. At this moment, a familiar throbbing came from within his body. It was the movement of the Yen Luo. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his hand, he directly took out the Yen Luo. Swish! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Bao Luo whistled out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth that was 100 feet in size. It slowly rose and fell in the air in front of Yi Xian, revealing an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. The moment Bao Luo was taken out, corpse ancestor Ho Qing's voice sounded. A voice came out, revealing a strong sense of joy. Master, the sisters have finished their seclusion. This time the harvest is not small. The sisters have finally recovered to the peak of their previous lives. The pinnacle of their previous lives? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up in shock. In an instant, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. Previously, when they entered this deep slumber, the strength of the 7 beauties had already returned to the level of half supreme, which was equivalent to the level of a universe master at the 9th stage. Just one more step and they would be able to enter the true level of universe supreme. However, before they entered this deep slumber, the cultivation resources that Yi Xian provided them were no longer the 9-colored godly medicine. Instead, it was the chaos medicine, which was obviously much more effective than the 9-colored godly medicine. It could even be said that there was no comparison at all. They were not on the same level. At that time, Yi Xian was certain that after this deep slumber, the 7 girls would definitely enter the level of universe supreme. However, Yi Xian was not very sure if they would be able to return to the pinnacle of their previous lives in one fell swoop. He did not expect the final result to be so shocking. It was simply an unexpected surprise. Not only did the 7 girls end this deep slumber in a short period of time, but they also made breakthroughs in their cultivation and entered the pinnacle of their previous lives, which was the pinnacle of their previous lives. Based on this speed and momentum of development, after being reborn in this life, the current level of the powerful primordial was definitely far from their final destination. If there were no accidents, the 7 girls' own cultivation and strength would definitely break through to the level of supreme primordial in the future. However, from the level of supreme primordial to the level of supreme primordial, it was not a recovery of cultivation. It was a normal breakthrough. After all, the pinnacle of their previous lives was only the level of supreme primordial. Chapter 47:24. Since it was a normal cultivation breakthrough, then in order to break through, one would need to consume a level 29 desolate supreme pill. One for each of the 7 girls, that was 7 pills. This was also the reason why Yi Xian waited until he had at least 14 blood essences before he was willing to start refining. 10 4 supreme expert blood essences could basically only refine 10 desolate sovereign pellets. Each of the 7 girls had one, and including Yi Xian himself, there were only 2 left. If one were to really talk about it, this amount was truly too little. The 7 beautiful cultivators in the Yen Luo were Corpse Ancestor Hamba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolate Electra Lady, 9 Heavens Fairy, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Zixia Fairy. In the distant Desolate Era, they were once known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Desolate Era, and were famous for a time. Later, a battle broke out in the Desolate Era and all 7 of them fell. But each of them had a wisp of consciousness sealed in the Desolate Era treasure, the Yen Luo. After countless years, this treasure was obtained by Yi Xian, and they had experienced all kinds of dangers. Until now, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Desolate Era, who were once famous in the Desolate Era, had finally stepped into the peak of the Desolate Era after reuniting. With the top-notch cultivation resources like the primal chaos medicine that Yi Xian had provided them, in addition to the speed at which they had been recovering all this time, perhaps after another deep sleep, the cultivation of the 7 girls would be able to break through again. They would reach the desolate supreme realm, which had never been reached in the peak of the previous life. At that time, Yi Xian would have 7 powerful desolate supreme realm masters by his side. Including himself, when the 8 desolate supreme realm masters moved out, even in the Hongmeng void where the masters gathered, they would be invincible. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly became excited and his chest rose and fell. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! While his heart was surging, a series of faint sounds of breaking through the air continued to ring out. From the void in front of him fluttering in the wind, 7 figures rushed out. In the space in front of Yi Xian, there was a row of 7 beautiful cultivators, including Ancestor Corpse and Ho Qing, who were in seclusion in the Bao Luo. All of them were existences whose names shook the primordial era. Every single one of them was a peerless beauty and figure. "Greetings, Master." After their figures suddenly appeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial world smiled and bowed to Yi Xian at the same time. They softly called him Master and laughed. It was obvious that they were in a good mood. "Congratulations, the 7 of you have finally come to an end after going through so many trials and tribulations, from your previous life to this one." Looking at the 7 girls in front of him, Yi Xian revealed a gratified expression. He smiled faintly and nodded slowly. The peak cultivation of the 7 girls in their previous lives was at the peak of the 9th step of the Desolation era. But now they were only at the 7th step of the Desolation era. From this point of view, strictly speaking, they had not recovered to the peak of their previous lives. However, it was only a difference of 2 small realms. It wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. "All of this is because of you, Master." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the smiles on the faces of the 7 girls immediately disappeared. They became serious and bowed to Yi Xian. "Master's kindness to us is like giving us a new life. More importantly, you have never asked for anything. In this life we will definitely repay you." "Alright, let's not talk about this." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really did not care about this. He waved his hand and changed the topic. "Now, your cultivation has recovered to the 7th step of the primordial world. You are only 2 small realms away from the peak of your previous lives. Soon you will break through. However, it was not easy to be reborn in this life. I'm sure you are not satisfied with just recovering to the peak of your previous lives. What's more, your previous life's enemy, Xing Bo, was at least a half-step heavenly Tao of the supreme primordial world. There is even an 80% chance that he was a true heavenly Tao expert like the primeval Heaven's Eye. If you want to take revenge for your previous lives, your previous life's peak cultivation is obviously far from enough. Going 1 step further and stepping into the supreme primordial world is the minimum requirement. However, to step into the supreme primordial world to you, it is not as simple as a smooth recovery. It is a true cultivation and breakthrough. Fortunately, I already have 11 primordial blood essences. If I gather a few more, I will open the furnace and refine the level 29 supreme primordial pill. At that time, I will give each of you one. As for the primordial medicine, I still have a lot. I will distribute it first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh." After that, Yi Xian directly waved his hand. Instantly, 7 gray balls of light shot out from his body and suspended in the void in front of him. They were the primordial medicine. Each of the 7 balls of light had a radius of 10,000 feet. Their auras were restrained, and they emitted an ancient aura that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. At that moment, seeing Yi Xian send out the 7 primordial medicine with a wave of his hand, Shizu hit origami, and the rest of the 7 girls were first stunned. Then excitement appeared on their faces. They bowed to Yi Xian and said, "Thank you, Master." After that, the 7 girls did not stand on ceremony. They continued to wave their hands, and the 7 primordial medicines suspended in the void in front of them instantly turned into 7 gray beams of light and rushed into their bodies. They kept it properly. This time, the 7 of you suddenly came out of seclusion. You have awakened at the right time. After doing all this, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. He grinned and changed the topic. Even though he briefly introduced his current location, his identity as the master of the magic hall, and the general situation of this fragment of the void to the 7 girls, after that, he spread his hands and a helpless expression appeared on his face. "Now is not the time for me to officially reveal my identity. Also, I do want to take this opportunity to let the people of the Sky River sector temper themselves. Therefore, they must not know that I am the master of the magic hall. But soon, the day when the higher-ups of the various forces in this fragment of the void will come to the magic hall to pay their respects will come soon. It is not important whether the higher-ups of the 4 alliances will come or what kind of appearance they will take. But Old Man Mosquito Butcher and the others from the Sky River sector will definitely take this opportunity to come and find out. Moreover, although the identity of the master of the magic hall cannot be revealed, the cultivation resources and elixirs of various levels prepared for Old Man Mosquito Butcher and the others must be handed over to them as soon as possible. Also, this matter cannot be handed over to the master of the magic hall. Otherwise, it will cause even more suspicion. Therefore, I must appear once in my original identity. Even if it is just a glimpse, it will be fine. This way, I can hand over the cultivation resources and elixirs of various levels that I have prepared for Old Man Mosquito Butcher, and also dispel their suspicion of the master of the magic hall. Since the 7 of you are here, you can show up when the time comes. As for me, I will leave a doppelganger in the demonic dragon carriage. When the time comes, I can use my divine sense to prove my identity. Haha! If you do this, master, aren't you afraid that your 3 mistresses will be jealous? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4725. Ha! If you do this, master, aren't you afraid that your 3 little lovers will be jealous? If they know that master has been with us all this time and seems to be living a carefree life, riding the demonic dragon imperial chariot all day with 7 gorgeous cultivators by your side, I'm afraid their noses will be crooked from anger. When the time comes, the one who will feel bad will be master. After listening to Yi Xian's words and understanding his meaning, the 7 girls immediately covered their mouths and giggled. They even teased Yi Xian, making him a little speechless. Xiao. After shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Yi Xian turned his hand, and a palm-sized black Luan imperial chariot appeared in his palm. It was the demonic dragon imperial chariot. He lowered his head and looked at the demonic dragon imperial chariot in his hand, then he suddenly waved his hand. Accompanied by a sharp sound, the demonic dragon imperial chariot in his palm instantly turned into a black-purple light and shot forward. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a Luan imperial chariot that was 1,000 feet in size. The entire Luan imperial chariot was purple gold and had a metallic luster. Every inch of it had a purple-gold halo rising like a dense fog. The surroundings were engraved with dragons and phoenixes, full of mysterious runes, and exuding an incomparably simple aura. In terms of space, the area outside the chariot was divided into 2 parts. The second half had a dome like a secret room. It used space technology and there was a large space inside. The first half had no dome or walls, but it was shrouded by a layer of purple-gold mist. After stepping into the chariot, one could choose to sit in the front half to enjoy the scenery, but even in the front half, there were actually many modes. When necessary, one could adjust to the visible mode, and the mist would instantly become translucent, as if there was a layer of purple gauze in between. One could also make the curtain-like purple mist become dense in an instant, and everything inside could not be seen. 9 black demonic dragons, each 1,000 feet in size, appeared. One circled behind the chariot, and there was another one on the left and right sides. There were 6 black dragons pulling the chariot in front. The 9 black dragons were all solid entities, not energy shadows. The aura emitted from their bodies was at the level of a great being from the primordial era, but they were only at the initial stage of the primordial era. Compared to the 7 gorgeous cultivators, they were much weaker. But after all, they were still great beings of the primordial era, so their combat power should not be underestimated. If necessary, Yi Xian would be able to control the devil dragon to charge into the distance with a thought and launch an attack. With Yeza's power, when he controlled the 9 demonic chariot dragon chariot, he could not reach the level of a great being from the primordial era. Previously, they only had the power of a great being from the primordial era to the primordial era teat being. Isti. Yi? To put it bluntly, it was actually a paper tiger. It could be used to scare people and keep up appearances, but in a real life and death battle, it would be exposed in an instant. But now this situation no longer existed. Now Yi Xian had displayed the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation of demonic ape bloodline. Even if his body was only 10 feet in size, he could still reach the level of a supreme being from the primordial era. He was a supreme being from the primordial era. This was the middle stage of the Desolation Venerable. If it was fully activated, the true combat power of the 9 black dragons would be around the Desolation Venerable rank 3, which was the peak of the early stage of the Desolation Venerable rank. In addition, whether it was the demonic dragon chariot or the 9 demonic dragons, a body size of 1,000 feet was only the lower limit. If necessary, Yi Xian could make them reach a terrifying size that was as large as a giant star with just a thought. This was something he could never do before, but now he could do it without any pressure. Long. Xiao. After making the decision, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With the rumbling sound of thunder, the body of the violent ape collapsed instantly, turning into a pool of blood that spread out. Under the wind, it expanded over 10 billion miles in an instant. Roar. Screech. In an instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. Then, from the shocking boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. These were the 3 demonic bodies of the ancient ape demons. The first one was a body of flesh and blood, which was the star violent ape. The second one was a skeleton without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple gold skeleton that exuded an endless murderous aura. It was extremely ferocious. The last one was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only two purple lights, which was extremely strange. Wallah. The waves of the sea of blood surged, and the sound was earth-shattering. The black fog body of the three blood sea avatars took a step forward, and its body shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was outside the sea of blood, and it had turned into a human powerhouse. It was Yi Xian. "Greetings, master." Seeing this scene, the seven girls covered their mouths and chuckled. Their figures stood in the air as they bowed towards Yi Xian, who was transformed from the black fog avatar, Hua. Wallah. On the other side, the vast sea of blood came again. Among the remaining two avatars, the skeleton avatar collapsed instantly, turning into a rain of blood and merging into the sea of blood under its feet. Then the huge sea of blood quickly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, it flowed into the violent ape's body. The incomparably large violent ape also shrank rapidly at this moment, only stopping when it was about 3 meters tall. In this way, the original body will be in charge of the magic hall, and the black fog avatar will turn into Yi Xian. Not long after, when the upper echelons of the various forces come to meet me, they will appear again. All of this is perfect. At this point, the violent ape turned his head and glanced at the 7 beautiful cultivators, and immediately said, "All right, the 7 of you, let him go." After saying that, he no longer hesitated. With a flash, he directly entered the black magic hall at the peak of the towering mountain and disappeared. When the violent ape's figure disappeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators also turned to look at Yi Xian, who was transformed by the black fog avatar, and bowed with a charming smile. "Master, we should set off. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion. We can take advantage of this opportunity to go out and get some fresh air." Hearing these words, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Without saying anything more, he turned around and stepped into the void. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ray of light and shot into the front yard of the demonic dragon in the distant void. The 7 beautiful cultivators turned their heads and exchanged a look. Without further delay, they all smiled and followed him. After a while, the power of the demonic dragon's domain was activated by Yi Xian, and it disappeared in an instant. It turned into an invisible ray of light and shot out of the forbidden land of rising sun at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 47-26. There was still half a month before the time limit set by the Lord of the Demon Hall. A huge fleet sailed out of the Sky River Star Field. In the center of the fleet were 100,000 superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters. In the Sky River Star Field, the Sky River Legion and the Victorious Return Legion had built more than 1 million superstar fortresses over the years. Now, only 100,000 had been deployed. They were used to command the flagship. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, Demon Uncle Demon, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other senior members of the various powers in Sky River Star Sector, including Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duan Mu, Master Bodhi, and other senior members of small powers and families, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Chanru, and other senior members of the various powers in Sky River Star Sector were all in the 100,000 superstar fortresses in the center. In front of the army, there were 10 million fortresses of various sizes. As for the rear, there was the Demon Army, with a total of 100,000 Demon Spirit battle towers with a diameter of 300,000 meters. On the left, there was an army of Dark Turtles, with millions of them, and every one of them was huge. On the right, there was an army of Blood Mosquitoes with the largest number. However, this wasn't the total military force of Sky River Star Sector, only about 1/10 of it. After all, this trip to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was just a formality, not a conquest. However, the other powers weren't the same. Especially the 4 alliances of Sky River Star Sector, myriad races, ferocious beasts, and survivors. For them, this trip to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun wasn't to pay respects to the Master of Magic Hall, but to join forces and seize the opportunity to suppress, or rather, demonstrate. At the same time as the army of Sky River Star Sector set off, a huge fleet of battleships sailed out of the Star Sector where the various races of the Second Universe lived. This fleet was even more shocking, with 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. It was the joint effort of the various races of the Second Universe that formed the Star Alliance, and this time they were all out. As for the senior members of the Star Alliance, there were more than 30 Universe Masters, close to 200 Universe Knights, and more than 1,000 Undying Emperors. Only 20% of them stayed in the headquarters of the Alliance, and the rest followed the troops. As for Nine-Headed Blood Dragon and Cyan Sky Rock, they didn't show up. They were all extremely powerful primordial supreme beings, so they couldn't follow the regular army and slowly start interstellar travel in space. At the critical moment they could tear the void space and reach the star sector where the forbidden land of rising sun. It wasn't just the Star Alliance. The alliance of 10,000 races of the first universe was mobilized in full force. The four universe supremes such as the Space Rat Race Sector Lord Gold Rat Big Tooth, the Hell Ant Race Sector Lord Blood Ant Sky, and the Giant Ferocious Race Sector Lord whose name even Yi Xian couldn't remember, didn't leave a single one behind. Among them, Big Tooth Golden and the other two were all Sector Lords back then, but now they had become Universe Supremes. This must be the result of the awakening of the first or second generation great ancestors in the ancestral land of their clans. This time, the alliance of myriad races was determined. 4 Universe Supreme Beings, 32 Universe Masters, more than 100 Universe Knights, and a large number of Undying Emperors. More than 80% of them were in 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. At the same time, they sent troops to the forbidden land of rising sun and pointed their swords at the magic hall. Similarly, as the leaders, Bloody Unicorn and 9 Phantom Demon Alligator didn't show up. Their decision was the same as 9-headed Blood Dragon and Cyan Sky Rock. They would tear the void space and arrive at the forbidden land of rising sun at the most critical moment. That star sector. The Starry Sky Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance from the 3 main Starry Sky planes had already taken action. The Ferocious Beasts Alliance and the Survivors Alliance, which had originally lived in the void of this chaos fragment, were naturally unwilling to be left behind. Although the 4 great alliances were originally in a hostile or even hostile relationship, now that the Demon Hall was the dominant force, although the upper echelons of the 4 great alliances still had no contact with each other, they had reached an extremely tacit agreement on this matter. That was to take advantage of the meeting the Devil Hall Master requested to give the Devil Hall in the forbidden land of rising sun a show of strength and dampen the arrogance of the Devil Hall. Obviously, this wasn't something any alliance could do alone. The higher-ups of the 4 alliances all knew that they had to work together. Although the alliance of ferocious beasts didn't have remote antiquity supreme, in order to carry this flag, the higher-ups of one of the top-tier forbidden lands gritted their teeth and paid a certain price to awaken a great being that was hibernating in the forbidden land. Now this great being, whose power had reached level 7, gave an order. Instantly, within the vast star sector where the alliance of ferocious beasts was located, countless great beings roared and rose up. In just one day they formed an army. An army of 200 million ferocious beasts was formed. Each of the ferocious beasts in the army was incomparably huge. Now that they were gathered together, they formed a vast expanse of black, blocking the void space. This time the alliance of ferocious beasts was also mobilized in full force. At the high-end level there were 18 Universe Supremes, over 50 Universe Masters, over 100 Universe Knights, and over 1,000 Undying Emperors. Only 1/10 of them were left to guard the headquarters of the alliance. It could be said that, except for the absence of remote antiquity supreme, the overall power of the alliance of ferocious beasts surpassed that of the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance in all aspects. In fact, although this ancient beast who carried the flag of the alliance of ferocious beasts wasn't remote antiquity supreme, it was rumored that he had some kind of secret technique. Under the premise of paying a certain price, he could temporarily become as terrifying as remote antiquity supreme. Combat power. In addition, the alliance of ferocious beasts, which was composed of over 100 top-tier tribes of the remaining survivors in the void space of the fragment of the universe, also responded to the situation. A powerful army of survivors sailed out from the depths of the star sector. There were more than 500 million battleships of survivors, and the high-end combat power was also extraordinary. There were 20 Universe Supremes, over 60 Universe Masters, over 100 Universe Knights, and over 1,000 Undying Emperors. This time the alliance of ferocious beasts also made up its mind. In terms of high-level combat power, less than 20% of them were left to guard the headquarters, while the rest were left to follow the army. Similarly, there was no remote antiquity supreme in the alliance of ferocious beasts. However, with the example of the alliance of ferocious beasts, in order to carry the flag of the alliance of ferocious beasts, one of the top-tier tribes of the alliance of ferocious beasts gritted his teeth and, after paying a certain price, woke up a powerful being who was sleeping in the ancestral land of the tribe in advance. This powerful ancient being was also at the 7th level of the remote antiquity supreme. Although he wasn't remote antiquity supreme, it was said that he had some kind of secret technique. Under the premise of paying a certain price, he could temporarily become as terrifying as remote antiquity supreme. Combat power. All of a sudden the 4 alliances moved together. including the two powerful beings in the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts and the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts, who could also become as powerful as Remote Antiquity Supreme after using their secret techniques. This time, there were a total of 6 Remote Antiquity Supreme beings who were eyeing the magic hall covetously. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, you can follow Excellent Reading Literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidant. Chapter 47-27. Currently, there were 7 camps and 5 alliances in this vast and boundless Eldritch world fragment. Putting aside the Magic Hall and the Sky River sector, 4 of the 5 alliances that had just been established had already set off in 4 different directions. The sword points to the forbidden land of Rising Dawn. The last alliance left was the Human Alliance. At this time, on the Human Alliance's headquarter planet, in the square of the palace at the peak of the giant mountain, a group of higher-ups of the Human Alliance were gathered for a secret meeting. Because the immortal Emperor had yet to descend into this Eldritch world fragment, the person in charge here was the Imperial Preceptor, D'Air. Unlike the other 4 alliances, the Human Alliance adopted the parliamentary system of the Wanluo Alliance. Originally, there were a total of 11 Primordial Age Almighties in the Alliance, but not long ago Xuechan, who was in charge of the headquarters of the former Wanluo Federation, was killed by the Master of the Magic Hall. Even the thousands of fortresses and the Sinluo fleet that accompanied the army were all killed. Several experts were captured and none of them returned. Therefore, there were only 10 Almighty-level members of the Alliance sitting here for a secret meeting. Beside D'Air sat 3 Imperial Elders. Yi Xian had never seen them before, and they were all Almighty-level existences of the Primordial Age. However, these 3 Imperial Court Elders were accompanying D'Air. Just based on this point alone, D'Air, whose cultivation level could not be seen, was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Whether the cultivation level of a late-stage Almighty on the surface was the real situation remained to be verified. As for the cultivation camp, the person in charge here was an elder of the Tianju Palace. He had long eyebrows and cheeks, and his cultivation level had reached the 6th stage of the Primordial Age, which was the peak of the middle stage of this realm. In addition, there were 2 elders of the Tianju Palace on each side. One was in a white robe and the other was in a black robe. Their cultivation levels were also in the Primordial Age, but they were at the 1st and 2nd stage of this realm, which was the early stage. As for the Almighty-level members of the original Wanluo Federation headquarters, there were originally 4 of them. After Xuechan's death, there were only 3 left. Compared to the 2 camps of the Human Alliance, they were slightly weaker. Although these 3 people were also in human form, in fact, only 2 of them were from the human clan. The other one had the bloodline of a ferocious beast. Among them, the one with the strongest cultivation level was an 8th-stage Almighty of the human clan called Dong Zhaotian. As for the other 2 people, one was a ferocious beast. At this moment, the 3 Almighty Realm members of the Myriad Luo Federation headquarters had gloomy expressions on their faces. This was Luo people of the Human Alliance headquarters of the Human Alliance. That battle had practically caused the Human Federation to lose all face. Such a huge army, yet only one person had managed to escape, and that person was the Supreme Commander of the Sunlan Fleet, Universe Supremacy Long Huai. Within the Federation, although the upper echelons of the 2 human factions did not say much, the 3 Almighties who belonged to the former headquarters of the Wanluo Federation knew very well that they were the ones who had lost face. Because of this, as soon as the bad news came, the 8th-stage Almighty among the 3 had used a secret technique and paid a certain price to send a message to the original Wanluo Federation headquarters on the Undying Star of Universe 3, requesting for reinforcements. It could be said that the reason the Human Alliance had not sent out their troops was because they were waiting for the reinforcements from the original Wanluo Federation headquarters to arrive. I have to say, the Master of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Dong Zhaotian suddenly thought of something, and the gloomy expression on his face softened. He turned to look at the Imperial Advisor, D'Air. Then he continued, even the Blood Qilin, the 9 Hell Demon Alligator, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Blue Sky Rock, the 4 Supreme Masters of the Ancients era, couldn't defeat him when they joined forces. In that case, since it was the Master of the Demon Hall who took action, it was inevitable that fellow Blood Cicada would lose his wings in this battle. The crushing defeat this time could only be said to be an accident. However, it is obvious that the Federation Senate will not give up just like that. This old man has already sent out the message. If nothing unexpected happens, the Senate's reinforcements should be arriving soon. Although it is unlikely that a desolate sovereign-level existence will directly descend, at least there will be one. A half-step desolate supremacy at the ninth stage of the Almighty Realm. If that is the case, we can join forces with the other 4 alliances to deter the Master of the Magic Hall and take the opportunity to take down the E-Bastard and his army in the Sky River sector. Rumble, rip, rip. As soon as Dong Zhaotian finished speaking, the rumbling of thunder came from outside the atmosphere of the stars above them. Following that, there were 2 crisp sounds of ripping silk. This was clearly the rhythm of a starry sky expert tearing through the void. D-Air and the other almighty beings of the primordial era exchanged glances and looked up at almost the same time. Fellow Taoists, sorry for the long wait. This time, this Supreme Lord and Yak Sovereign will descend together. That *T Master of the Magic Hall will definitely be torn into pieces. At the same time, 2 figures passed through the atmosphere of the stars above them and landed on the square of the main hall at the peak of the mountain. Muffled voices were heard at the same time, indicating the origins of these 2 people. They were obviously elders of the Federation Senate. Although both of them were in human form, their bodies exuded a dense aura of ferocious beasts. Clearly they were both in human form. Their bodies were extremely ferocious. One of them had 2 short horns on his head, which should be the so-called Yak Sovereign. The other one had triangular eyes and his face was the same. His aura was sinister. If not mistaken, he was a great being of the Python race. As for their cultivation level, both of them exuded the aura of a primordial era great being at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Without a doubt, these were 2 powerful half-step desolate masters. Python Sovereign. Yak Sovereign. I didn't expect both of you to come together at the same time. At first, Dong Zhaotian thought it was only one person, but now there were 2 of them. Dong Zhaotian was stunned at first, but then his face lit up with surprise. He immediately stood up to welcome them. This way, the number of great beings of the primordial era in the Human Federation had reached 12, and 2 of them were half-step desolate masters. The Federation Senate was now on par with the 2 camps of the human race, or perhaps even stronger. Half a day later, a huge fleet of battleships sailed out of the starfield where the Human Federation was located. The Human Federation had a total of 36 universe sovereigns, over 100 universe masters, over 300 universe knights, and over 2,000 undying emperors. There were also countless battleships and battleships below the level of emperor. This time, 80% of the upper echelons below the level of great being were mobilized, leading 500 million strongholds and fortresses, as well as 1 million superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters, and 1 million gigantic battleships. The size of such an army was comparable to any of the 4 alliances that had been mobilized before. As for the 12 great beings of the primordial era, other than D-Air and the one left behind by Dong Zhaotian, the rest were all mobilized. They led this huge fleet and rumbled toward the rising sun forbidden land. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, you can follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. Chapter 47-28. In addition to the Milky Way star area, the Starry Sky Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, the Fierce Beasts Alliance, the Remnant People Alliance, and the Human Race Federation, there were a large number of smaller and less powerful independent forces in this vast and boundless untainted land fragment. However, no matter how small their scale was, there were bound to be some emperors within them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive in such an environment and would have been wiped out long ago. The order from the Magic Hall Master was very clear. Within this entire space fragment, all the emperors and above had to gather at the rising sun forbidden ground and pay their respects to the Magic Hall. Hence, the upper echelons of the various powers didn't dare to be careless. Almost all of them took action, each bringing their own fleet and battleships, heading towards the forbidden land of rising sun from all directions. Of course, they couldn't just enter the forbidden ground and pay their respects to the Magic Hall Master. After all, with all 5 alliances moving together, this was clearly the start of a war. Whether or not the Magic Hall of the rising sun forbidden ground could survive was another matter altogether. These fellows were all prepared for both sides. When they arrived at the starfield where the rising sun forbidden ground was, they would first wait in the distant space and observe the outcome of the war before making a decision. If the Magic Hall lost, there was naturally nothing much to say. They would just disperse and return to where they came from. However, if the Magic Hall won, they would be able to rush to the rising sun forbidden ground and pay their respects to the infamous Demon Master. For a time, all the forces in the boundless untainted land, big or small, were on the move. A formless pressure engulfed the entire space. Rising sun forbidden ground central region Yixian star atmosphere in the universe space. There were still 3 days before the upper echelons of the various powers at the level of undying emperors and above would arrive. The upper echelons of the Demon Palace were well aware of what was happening in the outside world. Currently, all of the Undying Emperors and above under Yi Xian were gathered here. They were all familiar faces like Green Cow and Yu Ling Long from the Beast Army, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and the other emperors from the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground, a total of over 40 of them. There was also the Sangji tribe from the Survivor Army, Zhao Dong and the other knights from the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground, and over 20 emperors from the survivors. There was also the Three-Clawed Dragon and Long Shan Tang from the Nomadic Army, the representatives from the Council, and over 60 emperors. Finally, the Six-Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Blood Flood Dragon led the captives. The captives were all from the three races, with over 200 Undyings and so on. There were over 400 Undyings in total. They were all gathered here. Over the past 3 months, the upper echelons of the Magic Hall under Yi Xian were all running around, delivering the Demon Lord's orders to the various powers and races. They didn't have time to train at all. Hence, even the six-headed Blood Dragon and Zhao Dong hadn't improved at all. As for Zhao Dong and the others, their cultivation hadn't improved at all. It was roughly the same as it was 3 months ago. With Yi Xian's order, the hundreds of upper echelons of the Demon Palace instantly scattered in all directions and shot towards their respective camps. After a short while, the entire forbidden area of the Rising Sun came to life. The four armies moved together, gathering their armies and gathering in the void outside the forbidden area of the Rising Sun end. Behind and to the left and right of the Rising Star Forbidden Land was a boundless void turbulence, which could be regarded as the end of the void fragment of the untainted land. Therefore, the position of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun was like a terrain surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one side facing the vast universe. Currently, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall rushed out from this side and formed up outside the Forbidden Ground. In the center, there was a huge empty space 1 billion miles away. On the left and right there were 2 armies. It seemed like they had purposely left a path to enter the Forbidden Ground. The 2 armies on the left were the Ferocious Beast Army and the Nomadic Army. The Ferocious Beast Army was made up of the ferocious beasts that originally lived in this space fragment, including the Ferocious Beast Army of the Nomadic Army and the Ferocious Beasts of the Forbidden Ground. Currently, the commanders Green Cow, Yu Ling Long, Long Shao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, along with the other emperors of the Forbidden Ground, a total of over 40 ferocious beasts, were all mobilized. In terms of overall strength, there were about 100 million ferocious beasts of different levels in the army. They occupied a huge space fragment. The Nomad Army was the captive army from before. The army was made up of experts from the 3 main planes of the current universe. There were humans, the second universe, and even some slave races from the first universe, as well as various experts from the former Wanluo Federation. Warriors. The commanders, like the Three-Clawed Flood Dragon and Long Shan Tang, were all members of the Captive Council, a total of over 60 emperors. This time they were all mobilized. In terms of conventional strength, they had the most soldiers, a total of over 1 billion. The battleships were all huge fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, a total of 50 million. The 2 armies on the right were the Survivor Army and the Captive Army. The Survivor Army was made up of the Sangji tribe and the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other 3 Universe Knights led over 20 elders of the Undying Emperors. They commanded over 10 million battleships. The total number of survivors in the battleships exceeded 100 million, and they were all elites. The last captive army was made up of Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion captives. The total number of captives exceeded 20 billion. There were all kinds of battleships and fortresses, as well as a total of 1 billion smaller fortresses. In terms of the upper echelon, the strongest was Blood Dragon, who was already a Universe Supreme. There were also Blood Dragon Elder and Green Rock Elder, 2 Universe Knights, and over 200 Undying Emperors. It was a shocking lineup. Such an army was in formation in the void of the universe outside the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. After everything was in place, they immediately quieted down. Not a single sound could be heard in the void within a radius of billions of miles. They were definitely well trained. Hong long long. 2 days later, the Sky River Army could finally be seen in the distance. They didn't stop. Instead, they headed straight for the center passage formed by the 4 armies of the Magic Hall. Hong. At this moment, all the battleships, fortresses of the 4 armies were activated and fired 3 rounds at the sky. This was etiquette. The Sky River Army was a guest, and the Magic Hall as the host couldn't show any weakness. Countless energy beams of different colors shot into the sky, illuminating the vast universe space within a few billion miles. Amidst the interweaving beams of light, the entire Sky River army slowly entered the rising sun forbidden ground and stopped behind the four armies of the Magic Hall. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, follow Excellent Reading Literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. Chapter 47-29. The huge army from Sky River sector was the first to arrive. They entered the forbidden land of Rising and stationed themselves in the space behind the four great armies of Magic Hall. In the next day, the star field where the forbidden land of Rising was located was bustling with activity. It was a grand occasion like never before. The five great armies, which had just been established not long ago, arrived one after another. They were separated by a distance of about 1 billion miles in space. They formed a semicircle and faced off against the four great armies of Magic Hall, which were stationed at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising. The atmosphere in space was getting more and more tense with the arrival of the five great armies. An invisible force was pressing down on everyone's heart. 1 billion miles away, the army on the left side was from the Star Alliance. The number of battleships in this army was astonishing. There were 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. They were put together by the various races of the Second Universe, and this time they were almost all out. As for the higher-ups, there were more than 30 Universe Masters, close to 200 Universe Knights, and more than 1,000 Undying Emperors. Except for about 20% who stayed behind to guard the headquarters, the rest were all following the army. And at this time, they had all rushed out from their respective flagships and stood in the space in front of the army. Most of them had already shown their bloodline true bodies and were emitting shocking forces. As for the outer region on the left side, there were also 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. This army was from the Myriad Race Alliance. This time, the Myriad Race Alliance was determined. 4 Universe Supremes, 32 Universe Masters, more than 100 Universe Knights, and a large number of Undying Emperors all rushed out from their respective flagships and fortresses. They also lined up in front of the army, eyeing the army covetously. Among them, at the forefront were the 4 Universe Supremes, and 3 of them were old acquaintances of Yi Xian. For example, the former Sector Lord of the Space Rat Clan, Gold Rat Big Tooth, the former Sector Lord of the Hell Ant Clan, Blood Ant Sky, and the former Sector Lord of the Ferocious Clan, whose name even Yi Xian couldn't remember. Now these 3 old fellows had all become Universe Supremes. It was just that they didn't know that if they found out that the Demon Lord overseeing the Demon Hall in front of them, the target of their crusade, was actually Yi Xian. I wonder what they would think in their hearts. As for the right side of the void ahead, there was an army of ferocious beasts. As soon as they arrived, countless ferocious beast experts roared. In the ferocious beast army of 200 million, all the ferocious beasts of the starry sky revealed their bloodline true bodies. Every one of them was extremely huge. Now that they were gathered together, they formed a vast expanse. Even the air was congested. In front of the army were 18 Universe Supremes, over 50 Universe Masters, over 100 Universe Knights, and over 1,000 Undying Emperors. The leader was an ancient ferocious beast of the 7th rank. Its body was wrapped in a green light, and its specific form could not be seen. In the outer region of the right side, there was a powerful army of survivors from the Survivors Alliance. Among them, there were more than 500 million battleships. Now, the higher-ups of this army had walked out of their flagship battleships. There were a total of 20 Universe Supreme Beings, more than 60 Universe Masters, and more than 100 Universe Knights. Other than that, there were more than 100 Universe Knights. There were also over 1,000 Undying Emperors. They all stood in the void in front of the army of survivors. The leader was an elder in a gray robe. This time, in order to carry the flag of the Survivors Alliance, the higher-ups of one of the top-tier tribes had paid a certain price and gritted their teeth to wake up a supreme being who had been sleeping in the ancestral land of the tribe in advance. It was this gray-robed elder. The elder. Although the aura emitted from his body was that of a supreme being of the 7th rank, which was the late stage of this realm, he was not a supreme being of the primordial era. However, it was said that he had some kind of secret technique that could allow him to be as powerful as a supreme being of the primordial era for a short period of time. Hong. Hong. Long. Long. Among the 5 alliances, the armies of the 4 alliances of the starry sky, the myriad races, the survivors, and the beasts had just finished setting up camp in the void when an earth-shattering roar came from the void in front of the forbidden land of the rising star. In the void, in the battleships, countless great beings turned their heads subconsciously at this moment. An enormous battleship army was rumbling toward them. The formation was so huge that it occupied a corner of the void in front of them. This army was obviously from the last of the 5 alliances, the Human Federation. This time, 80% of the higher-ups of the Human Federation were under the command of 500 million strongholds, 1 million superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters, and 1 million giant battleships. The scale of this army was not inferior to any of the 4 alliances that had been dispatched before. After half a day, this enormous fleet finally arrived in the void of the universe a billion miles away from the forbidden land of the rising star. Hundreds of millions of battleships of all types were neatly lined up and stopped abruptly at the same time, hovering and setting up camp in the central region that was specially reserved for the 4 alliances. At this moment, the semicircular encirclement that was a billion miles away from the forbidden land of the rising star was completely formed. The 5 alliances that had just been established not long ago cooperated with each other with great tacit understanding, forming an invisible and worrisome momentum toward the forbidden land of the rising star, Shio, 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 Shio. With a large number of sharp piercing sounds, figures from the enormous battleship army of the Human Federation rushed out from the flagship fortresses and gathered at the 1 million superstar fortresses in front of the army. Finally, they stopped abruptly in the void space in front of the superstar fortress army. They were all higher-ups of the Human Federation army who were above the level of emperors. This time, the Human Federation had dispatched a total of 30 Universe Supremes, close to 100 Universe Masters, 300 Universe Knights, and 1,500 Undying Emperors. Now, these close to 2,000 great beings, regardless of whether they were great beings from the human race or the ferocious beast elders from the Federation Senate, all appeared in human form and lined up in the void space in front of the 1 million superstar fortresses of the Human Federation. 2. The 10 people at the very front were none other than the 10 primordial era mighty figures of the Human Race Federation. Among these 10 great beings, 7 were great beings from the human race, and 3 were ferocious beast great beings. In the center were the 2 old fellows who had just arrived from the Federation Senate. Although they were both in human form, their bodies emitted ferocious beast energies that were so thick that they could not be dispersed. Obviously they were ferocious beasts in human form. Their bodies were extremely ferocious. One of them had 2 short horns on his head and he was Yak Knight. The other one had triangular eyes and his face was the same. His aura was sinister and he was Python Knight. As for their cultivation level, they emitted the aura of a great being from the primordial era. Without a doubt, these 2 were powerful half-step desolate masters, and they were the strongest beings present. At this moment they attracted the attention of countless great beings. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4730. In the forbidden land of the rising sun, inside Yi Xian's cavern star, there were only 3 days left before all the higher-ups of the various forces in the void fragment of the primitive world would come to the magic hall for an audience. Of course, although it was said to be an audience, judging from the current situation, this so-called audience was simply an attempt to force the emperor to abdicate. Yi Xian had already expected this, but he still insisted on it in order to speed up the integration of the various forces. He had a very strong intuition that the arrival of the end of the primitive world was getting closer and closer, and there was not much time left for everyone. Of course, these forces did not have much to do with Yi Xian. Apart from the Sky River sector, he was still somewhat concerned about the human clan. However, once the end of the primitive world arrived, all the various forces would face a huge test of survival. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. With Yi Xian's current strength and foundation, he was not confident that he could contend with the primeval Heaven's Eye. Therefore, if these forces were to grow quickly, they would more or less cause some trouble for the primeval Heaven's Eye in the future. This was obviously beneficial to Yi Xian. As the 6-headed blood dragon, the green ox, and the other higher-ups left with the 4 major armies of the magic hall, Yi Xian fell into deep thought in the void at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun. There were only 3 days left. He decided to continue his closed-door training and break through another level of cultivation. In the past 3 months he had been adjusting his state. The gains from the previous breakthrough had already been completely integrated into his divine soul and physical body. The opportunity for another breakthrough had also arrived. He gritted his teeth and forcibly increased his speed. It should be possible to break through 1 level of cultivation in 3 days. Rumble. After making the decision, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Shinong Cauldron. It floated in midair behind the giant peak where the magic hall was located. Then, his figure flashed and he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, He directly sat cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Whoosh! Swish, swish, swish. Immediately after, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine herb and the chaos great herb. These were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. After completing everything, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed this nascent soul fist-sized round bead into his stomach and quickly dissolved it. Hua! Rumble! It melted in Yi Xian's mouth, and the clanking of chains could be heard from within his body, accompanied by thunderous booms. In less than half a breath of time, all the resources that he had swallowed earlier had turned into a mighty river of energy. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. With rapt attention, Yi Xian activated the river of energy that had formed in his body and continuously circulated it through his meridians until it was completely refined. As the river of energy completely disappeared and merged into his body and soul, he only needed to accumulate energy to launch a single attack before the shackles broke. The anticipated system notification soon rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 4th Order Primordial God. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, 4th Order Primordial God. 4th Order Primordial God was already the mid-stage of this realm. In fact, he had already possessed the battle strength of a mid-stage Supreme Primordial God. In fact, he was not far from the late-stage Supreme Primordial God. Previously, Yi Xian's cultivation base had been at the 3rd Order Primordial God. After activating the ancient demon ape bloodline power in his body, he could instantly climb to the 4th Order Primordial God. After activating the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle strength would immediately soar to the 4th Order Primordial God. If one were to include the addition of his physical body's boundless qi and blood to his cultivation level, his true battle strength would be comparable to a rank 5 desolate supremacy. But now, after he broke through again, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a 5th Order Primordial God after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he activated the bloodline power of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle strength would be comparable to a 5th Order Universe Supreme. If he was in the 60 million miles huge state of his physical body, the majestic strength of his blood would increase his actual battle strength by another level. At that time, the strongest battle strength he could display would be comparable to a 6th Order Desolate Master. 6th Order Desolate Master was already at the peak of the mid-stage Desolate Master. He was only 1 order away from the late-stage Desolate Master. In other words, under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would be invincible under the late-stage Desolate Master. But in fact, Yi Xian still had the Blood Sea Secret technique. Once he activated the power of the Blood Sea Secret technique, he would instantly form 3 Blood Sea bodies, all of which had terrifying battle strength comparable to a 6th Order Desolate Master. Under the situation of 3 against 1, even an 8th Order Desolate Master would not be his opponent. And if he used the Fallen Sky Bow, even the peak Desolate Supremacy of the 9th Stage Great Perfection, which was also a half-step way of the heavens like the Void Giant Tortoise, would be killed by his arrow if it was caught off guard, and die. My strongest battle strength has reached the 6th Order Primordial God, and I can have at most 3 Blood Sea bodies of the same battle strength. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a clear flash of light. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly excited. There are only 5 small breakthroughs to reach the 9th Order of the Primordial God to consume a level 29 Desolate Master Treasure Pill. After calming down a little, he took a deep breath and once again muttered softly, "It seems that the refining of the level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill is becoming more and more urgent. I hope that this time I will be able to obtain a few more Supreme Expert Blood Essences from the Great Battle." Whoosh! After saying that, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and in an instant, a black fog shot out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. This black fog was the black fog avatar of the 3 Blood Sea bodies. Previously, he had already transformed into Yi Xian's appearance and left with the 7 beautiful cultivators and the demonic dragon, hiding in an abandoned star far away from the rising sun forbidden land. But this time Yi Xian was once again in seclusion to break through, so he summoned the black fog avatar to tear through the void and descend. Now that his seclusion had ended and he had successfully broken through, the Black Fog avatar had quietly left. Soon, when he appeared again, he would descend as Yi Xian's original body, and now Yi Xian's original body, who was sitting in the magic hall, had transformed into the appearance of the violent ape in the blink of an eye. He was about 10 feet tall, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he looked towards the distant void outside the star. As if in a dream, he muttered softly, "Just 3 days. Time is up. Those 4 old fellows should also descend, right?" Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4731. As early as a day ago, the huge army of the Great Five Alliance had already arrived. They formed a huge semicircle around the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, surrounding the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. However, for the past day, neither the 4 armies of the demon halls outside the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun nor the armies of the 5 Great Alliances 1 billion kilometers away had made any movements. In front of the Great Five Alliances army, the senior officials of the Great Five Alliances army, who were above the level of emperors, stood in different camps. They were eyeing the battlefield covetously, but none of them made any moves. Now, in this vast universe, the most powerful beings were the 12 great beings of the remote antiquity. In front of the army of ferocious beasts, there was a light cluster, in which there was an ancient ferocious beast of the 7th rank. In front of the army of survivors, there was a figure of an elder in a gray robe. His aura was also at the 7th rank of the remote antiquity. However, although these 2 beings were only at the late stage of the remote antiquity, they each had their own secret techniques. If necessary, they could instantly reach the level of the Supreme Master of the remote antiquity. Of course, they were only at the early stage of the remote antiquity. Most of them were only at the first stage of the desolate venerable realm. In addition to these 2 old monsters, the Human Federation in the center of the Great Five Alliances army was the most eye-catching. In front of the Human Federation's army stood 10 figures, all of whom were great beings of the remote antiquity. Among them, 3 of them emitted a thick aura of ferocious beasts. These 3 old guys were obviously ferocious beasts in human form. Apart from the weakest one, who was only at the 2nd rank of the remote antiquity, the other 2 had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the remote antiquity, which meant that they were half-step desolate venerables. However, even they were extremely quiet in the past day. No matter how angry they were, they didn't act rashly. This was because the mysterious master of the magic hall was so powerful that they were no match for him. Even if the 12 great beings of the remote antiquity joined forces, they wouldn't be able to shake him. They were waiting for the supreme commanders of the Star Alliance and the Alliance of Myriad Races. The highest commanders of the Star Alliance were the 9-headed Blood WRM and the Cyan Rock. The 2 supreme commanders of the Myriad Races Alliance were even stronger. They were both rank 5 Desolate Supremes. They were the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile. Although the 4 of them had previously fought with the Hall Master of the Magic Hall and weren't a match for him even after joining forces, the situation today was clearly different from before. As long as these 4 old fogies arrived, the Master of the Magic Hall would appear. With the 4 of them holding off the Master of the Magic Hall, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun would be nothing. At that time, any of the 12 Primordial Era Almighty figures present would be able to destroy the entire Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. This was something that the Master of the Magic Hall was well aware of. Therefore, the battle today might not even happen. But to them, even if it didn't happen, they would have successfully dampened the Master of the Magic Hall's ferocity. The so-called meeting had turned into a show of force, and the Master of the Magic Hall couldn't do anything about it. This was a huge loss of face. From now on, the Magic Hall would probably have to keep a low profile. In fact, the Great Five Alliance was hoping that the Master of the Magic Hall would explode on the spot and cause a war that might not break out. First, the 4 old fogies would hold off the Master of the Magic Hall. Then, half of the 12 Primordial Era Almighty figures would be sent to destroy the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, while the other half would go to the aid of the Scarlet Unicorn and the others. Even if they couldn't kill the Master of the Magic Hall, they would at least be able to heavily injure him. This was very likely to happen. This was even better. If they could use this opportunity to get rid of the Master of the Magic Hall, they would be able to solve the problem once and for all. In fact, it wasn't just the Great Five Alliance. Many of the higher-ups of the various powers were thinking the same thing. Currently, the Great Five Alliance's army was in a semicircle formation. They had sealed off the path of the 4 armies of the Magic Hall at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and surrounded them. In the surrounding space there were large amounts of ferocious beasts, battleships and all sorts of battleships. There were even some lone figures of the human race. They were the higher-ups of some of the weaker powers. The weakest among them were at the level of emperors. The strongest even emitted the aura of a primordial era almighty figure. There were many such existences, but they didn't dare to get too close. To them, the battle between the Great Five Alliance and the Magic Hall was like a battle between gods. And they were all alone. To the Magic Hall and the Great Five Alliance, they were nothing more than little demons. When the gods fought, the little demons could only watch from afar. If they were to get too close, they would probably be in trouble. Hong. Hong long long, Kacha. Kacha? Just at this moment, in this vast void that had been quiet for an entire day, but the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, suddenly there was an earth-shattering explosion without any warning, followed closely by a few extremely clear sounds of fabric tearing. Subconsciously, countless great beings from various camps looked toward the source of the sound with different expressions on their faces. In their line of sight, there were two huge cracks in the void. They were right above the armies of the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. Immediately afterward, two figures rushed out from each of the two huge void cracks. The figures that emerged from the crack in the void above the Star Alliance were the nine-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock. And the figures that emerged from the crack in the void above the Myriad Races Alliance were the Scarlet Unicorn and the Nine Phantom Demon Alligator. Calculating the time, it was more than 3 months ago that these four old fellows started a great battle with Yi Xian. Now that more than 3 months had passed, even though their injuries had all healed, their cultivation hadn't improved. The nine-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock were still First Order Supreme Primordial Master. As for the Scarlet Unicorn and the Nine Phantom Demon Alligator, their cultivation had only recovered to Fifth Order Supreme Primordial Master. When one reached the Desolate Supremacy Realm, a small breakthrough or recovery would require a long period of time. Sometimes it would even depend on luck. Therefore this scene was expected from the start. At this time the four old guys rushed out of the two cracks in the void. Their figures were originally only about 100 feet tall. However, as their figures appeared and completely descended in this corner of the void, the four old fellows immediately raised their heads and let out shocking roars and howls of rage. Roar, screech, screech. As these furious roars and screeches spread out, the entire vast space of the universe trembled slightly. At the same time their bodies, which were originally only around 300 meters tall, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye they had reached 100 million feet tall. Like four stars, they towered above the armies of the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. Their ferocity was monstrous. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4732. Roar, screech. Screech. An earth-shattering roar rang out, and the entire vast void of the universe trembled slightly. At this moment, four powerful primordial supremes descended. At first they were only about 1,000 feet tall, but in an instant, they grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, reaching 100 million feet tall in the blink of an eye. Like four stars, they stood above the army of the Star Alliance and the alliance of 10,000 races. For a moment, their ferocious aura filled the sky. These were the four real primordial supremes. They were not comparable to the two primordial supremes who were at the peak of 9th stage in the Human Federation army. Even the ferocious beast and the gray-robed ancestor in front of the army of ferocious beasts and the army of remnants were only at the 7th stage of the primordial supremes. They had to pay a certain price and perform some kind of secret technique to raise their cultivation to the primordial supremes in an instant. This kind of desolate supremes who were raised by secret techniques had certain shortcomings no matter how powerful they were. There was absolutely no way they could be compared to the real desolate supremes. Moreover, among the four powerful desolate supremes, the Scarlet Unicorn and the Nine Serenity Demon Alligator were at the 5th stage of the middle stage. Even though the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were only first-level Desolate Supremes, they had already firmly established themselves in this realm. It could be said that these four powerful Desolate Supremes who had just descended were definitely the strongest existences among the countless experts in the Great Five Alliance. Even the 10 primordial great beings of the Human Federation had to admit that this time, when the Great Five Alliance joined forces to force the Demon Palace, he was the strongest. These four were the real backbone of the Alliance. Without them, there would be no need to carry out this act of forcing the Magic Hall to abdicate, because there was no meaning to it at all. Therefore, at this moment, with the arrival of the Scarlet Unicorn, the Nine Serenity Demon Alligator, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, all the experts in the Five Alliance's army focused their attention on them. They were the 10 primordial supremes at the front of the Human Federation army. They did not make a sound. It was obvious that they had tactfully given up the right to speak in this show of forcing the Emperor to abdicate, leaving the 4 members of Scarlet Unicorn in charge. As for the upper echelons of the weaker forces in the void further behind them, they held their breaths too. Their eyes glittered brightly as they fixed their gazes on the bloody Qilin and the other 3. Roar, screech. Screech. The 4 primordial paragons, including the blood Qilin, threw their heads back and let out a ferocious roar that traveled billions of kilometers. Even the void of the primitive era fragment trembled slightly. Before their furious roars had even faded away, the 4 old fellows had already turned their heads and swept their gazes over the army of the 5 Great Alliance below. This time the Great 5 Alliance's upper echelons have all moved out. That's right. There are actually 12 of them? If that's the case, it'll be a piece of cake for them to crush the entire magic hall. Fellow cultivators, when that damned monkey appears later, we'll be in charge of luring him away. At that time, it'll be up to you all to kill the army of the magic hall in front of us. This time, I want to completely erase the name of the magic hall from this fragment of the chaos world. The result was obviously very satisfying. What should come had already come. In the end, the 4 old fellows' gazes swept over the 4 armies of the magic hall at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, which was billions of kilometers away from them. After a burst of laughter, they immediately sent out their godly consciousness to mock them. Bao Yuan, why haven't you shown yourself yet? Didn't you send out an order for all the undying emperors and above in this fragment of the chaos world to come and meet you? Now that we're all gathered here, you so-called master of the magic hall, you arrogant brat who wants to rule the world? Arrogant brat, why don't you dare to show yourself? During the battle that day I said that after I've settled the urgent matters at hand, I'll return very soon to fight with you and take your head. Now that we're gathered here again to force you to abdicate, you sent out these small fries and craps, yet you're not moving. Could it be that you're scared? Come out and accept your death. Today not only you, but all the great beings under the command of the magic hall in the rising sun forbidden land will die. Once I'm angry, the void within billions of kilometers will be barren. Roar. Roar. Screech. After finishing the last sentence, the Crimson Unicorn, 9 Underworld Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, and Cyan Sky Rock raised their heads and roared at the same time. The aura within their bodies was pushed to the extreme. 4 incomparably powerful waves of desolate sovereign pressure spread out in an instant, but they did not target below or behind them. Instead, they swept towards the edge of the rising sun forbidden land that was billions of kilometers away. This was clearly a deliberate provocation. He wanted to use his pressure to crush the 4 great legions of the magic hall outside the rising sun forbidden land, and give the master of the magic hall a show of strength. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Rumble. Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering rumble rang out. In the deepest part of the rising sun forbidden land, the atmosphere violently surged, and then automatically parted to form an incomparably wide path. A black light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived outside the star. This black light expanded with the wind, and in less than a breath of time, it had already turned into an incomparably towering black palace that was tens of thousands of kilometers in size. Its entire body was as black as ink, but it was sparkling and translucent. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it gave people the feeling that it was incomparably high-end and grand, emitting a kind of supreme domineering majesty. The huge palace was tens of thousands of kilometers wide, and it was the main hall of the magic hall. As soon as it appeared, an invisible pressure spread out from the black palace, and easily dissolved the 4 waves of desolate sovereign pressure that were sweeping over from billions of kilometers away. Yi Xian was currently in charge of this palace, so he couldn't be bothered to directly appear. With a thought, he brought the entire demon palace and flew out. At this time, the magic hall was tens of thousands of kilometers tall, towering above the 4 great legions at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land. It looked extremely powerful and eye-catching. Whoosh! Swish, swish, swish. As the demon hall charged out of the forbidden land of the rising sun, figures immediately flew out from the 4 great armies at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun. They gathered in front of the black magic hall. Leading them were 6-headed Blood Dragon and Green Cow, as well as Zhao Dong, Chen Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the other Universe Knights. Behind these 8 were Yu Ling Long, Long Jiang, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and more than 400 undying emperors. Since 2 days ago, when they led the legions into formation at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, they hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. Now that they saw the magic hall flying over, they immediately showed themselves. They clasped their fists in the air and bowed towards the Black Palace. Greetings, Demon Master. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of the book. Chapter 4733. Was a weird scene. As far as everyone knew, the Master of Devil Hall was a powerful and violent starry sky raging ape. He was clearly the original owner of this prehistorical world fragment. Strictly speaking, he should be on the same side as the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts. But in fact, this star-raging ape had set up his own organization, occupied the forbidden land of Rising Sun, built the Magic Hall and called himself the Master of the Magic Hall. But now, among the more than 400 high-level subordinates of the Magic Hall who had rushed out from the 4 legions of the Magic Hall, there was a mix of good and bad people. Those ferocious beasts were one thing, but the Devil Hall Master was a starry sky berserk ape. As a ferocious beast expert, it was normal for them to submit to him. But in fact, among the more than 400 high-level subordinates of the Magic Hall, besides the fierce beasts, there were also great beings from other races and powers. The most eye-catching ones were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi and Li Bei, who were all universe knights. In this fragment of space, the fierce beasts in the Forbidden Land and the people of the Primordial had always been enemies. But now, Zhao Dong and the other 3 led a large number of great beings from the tribes of the Primordial to submit to the star-raging ape, which was a powerful and ruthless fierce beast. The faces of the people of the Primordial. Among the legions of the 5 alliances, at the forefront of the Legion of the Alliance of the Primordial, the high-level members of the Alliance of the Primordial immediately pulled a long face and gritted their teeth, but they didn't do anything for the time being. Apart from the fierce beasts and the Alliance of the Primordial, the more than 400 high-level subordinates of the Magic Hall were all great beings from various races and powers on the 3 main planes of the starry sky. For example, the 3-clawed dragon was from the Senate of the former Wanluo Federation. For example, Long Shantang was one of the elders of the undying dynasty of the human race. For example, the 6-headed blood dragon, the blood dragon ancestor, and the green rock ancestor had betrayed their race not long ago. They were from the blood dragon clan and the green rock clan respectively. Especially the 6-headed blood dragon, who was personally appointed by the 9-headed blood dragon to be the guardian of the Crown Prince Dragon. But now Crown Prince Jiao was gone and he was alive and well. He had become a general under the Magic Hall Master who had killed Crown Prince Jiao. This was simply unbearable. The moment the 9-headed blood dragon saw him, its huge eyes turned red. In the previous battle with the Master of the Magic Hall, only the Master of the Magic Hall appeared. His subordinates did not appear. Therefore, the 9-headed blood dragon did not see the 6-headed blood dragon. Now that he suddenly saw this mixed blood descendant of his, a monstrous rage instantly rushed to his brain. Screech! 6-headed blood dragon, you shameless old bastard. The 9-headed blood dragon raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its eyes instantly locked onto the 6-headed blood dragon that was a billion miles away. The roar was as loud as thunder. Get over here and let me slap you to death with my claws. At least I will have a quick death. Otherwise, when I capture you later, I will definitely burn your soul and torture you for tens of thousands of years. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. All of this happened too suddenly, and it gave the great beings from various camps in the surrounding void space a great shock. After being stunned for a moment, the great beings from all sides subconsciously looked at the 9-headed blood dragon. Then they turned to look at the 6-headed blood dragon opposite them. The expressions on their faces gradually became strange. At the same time, the 6-headed blood dragon who had just bowed to the Black Magic Hall, also turned to look at the 9-headed blood dragon. There was no trace of fear on his face at all. Although his cultivation level was only at the level of a Universe Supreme, he was already at the level of a Universe Supreme. However, the 9-headed blood dragon, who had broken through to the level of a Primordial Supreme, was actually calm and composed. Even when he spoke, he was calm and collected. Now, what right do you have to speak to me like this? I am no longer a member of the Blood Dragon clan. All these years, ask yourself honestly, have you ever really treated me, the 6-headed blood dragon, as a descendant of your bloodline? Even if you sent me to that unfilial son of yours as a guardian, I was just a shield that could be sacrificed at any time. I have had enough of such days. On the contrary, it was only after entering the Magic Hall that I found myself and found the value of my existence. In a short period of time, not only did I break through to the level of a Universe Supreme that I had not broken through for a long time, but I also received high regard and even respect from Lord Demon Master. We are both members of the Blood Dragon clan, but as the clan ancestor, you have always treated me like a cow or a horse. You have never looked me in the eye. Lord Demon Master has nothing to do with me, but he has never ordered me around. If we really talk about cultivation level and strength, are you a match for Lord Demon Master? Not to mention killing you with one finger. At most he just needs to throw a few more punches. He will definitely be able to kill you. You are so powerful, but you do not put on airs at all. Instead, you care for your subordinates. This is something that I have never felt in your Blood Dragon clan. Just based on this, it is only a matter of time before I leave the Blood Dragon clan and enter the Magic Hall. That's right. Just as the six-headed Blood Dragon finished speaking, the three-clawed dragon beside him stepped forward and took over the conversation. As he spoke, he had already turned to look at the camp of the Great Five Alliance, which was 1 billion miles away. There was clearly a hint of persuasion in his tone. Fellow cultivators, Lord Demon Master's momentum of dominating the world is already unstoppable. More importantly, following Lord Demon Master, not only will your cultivation level and strength improve rapidly, but you will also receive the high regard and even respect that you deserve. All the great beings who have entered the Magic Hall are aware of this. I advise all of you not to make a mistake and to return to the Magic Hall as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you persist in going about things the wrong way, you will definitely die. When that time comes, it will be too late to regret. These words were clearly persuasion before the battle, trying to shake the morale of the Great Five Alliance. The higher-ups of the other alliances did not react much. Although they were indignant, they did not react much for the time being. However, the 10 great beings of the primordial era in front of the Human Federation army were different. Among these 10 people, 6 were from the cultivation and technology camps of the Human Clan, while the other 4 were from the former Federation Senate of the 10,000 Luo Federation. It just so happened that the three-clawed Flood Dragon was also a low-level elder of the Federation Senate. At this moment, in front of the 4 of them, he said such words to persuade them to surrender. It was simply a slap in the face, and it was a resounding slap. The other 2 were weaker in terms of cultivation level. They were only at the early stage of the primordial era. Although their faces were extremely gloomy, they did not say anything. However, the other 2 old fellows, Venerable Yak and Venerable Python, who had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the primordial era, or half-step desolate supremacy, did not care so much. Their faces suddenly darkened, and the 2 old fellows roared like thunder. Roar! Screech! Three-clawed dragon, you shameless traitor! How dare you persuade me to surrender? Do you want to die? Come. Since that's the case, come closer if you have the guts. This sovereign can deal with you with one slap. Humph, quite arrogant? Just as the 2 of them finished speaking, a cold snort suddenly sounded from the Black Demon Palace high above the 4 great armies of the Demon Palace. It seems that this king will have to kill one first to show off his might. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4734. Bang! Rumble! Just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion came from the front of the Human Federation army, followed by endless rumbling of thunder. A figure suddenly appeared behind Yak Master and Python Master. It was none other than the Raging Star Ape. Both Yak Master and Python Master had already revealed their bloodline true forms, which were millions of feet tall. Compared to them, the Raging Star Ape, which was only about 3 feet tall, was simply insignificant. Therefore, when the Raging Star Ape appeared, no one noticed it. In fact, Yi Xian had already been there for a long time. He had only appeared when the 2 old fellows made a sound. With his current cultivation base and the perfect use of his spiritual power secret technique, even the Void Tortoise might not be able to detect him. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to hide from the others. There was a reason why he had targeted Yak Master and Python Master from the beginning. On one hand, it was because the 2 old fellows were half-step desolate venerables. They were very powerful, and if he could take care of one desolate venerables, it would be less stressful when Yi Xian, disguised as his Black Fog avatar, arrived. On the other hand, he had another purpose in this battle, which was to collect the blood essence of powerful beings. Both Yak Master and Python Master were complete Stage 9 existences in the primordial antiquity era. The blood essence refined from the blood mist formed by the explosion of their bodies was of the highest quality. One blood essence was equivalent to 2 blood essences, so Yi Xian naturally would not miss it. However, these 2 old fellows were half-step desolate sovereigns after all, so it wasn't that easy to kill them. As for Yi Xian, it was impossible for him to stay here and fight. Therefore, when they were caught off guard and attacked without any warning, Yi Xian could only kill one of them. His target was Yak Master. At this moment, as the violent ape suddenly appeared and punched the back of the head, the Yak Elder didn't even have the chance to react. His entire huge body had already turned into a cloud of blood mist in the midst of a shocking explosion. spreading out at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! At this moment, Bao Yuan also waved his hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Just like that, he began the blood essence condensation. As soon as all of this was done, his figure disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1 billion kilometers away in front of the giant black palace in the sky above the 4 great factions of the Magic Hall. At this point, the number of almighty blood essences that he used to refine the level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill had reached 12. Among them, the one that he had just obtained was of the highest quality. One could almost match two. Previously, he only had 11 almighty blood essences and could only refine 7 to 8 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills. The reason why he hadn't started refining was because he wasn't satisfied with the quantity. After all, this was the Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. It required the blood essence of almighty figures as the main raw material to refine it. Once the cauldron was started, he would need at least 5 almighty blood essences. After that, with every almighty blood essence, he would be able to refine one more Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. At least 4 of them would be used as a foundation. With 12 almighty blood essences in hand, with Yi Xian's current attainment in the Tao of Alchemy, he could probably refine 8 to 9 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills. However, because he had obtained the highest quality almighty blood essence of the Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill, 1 almighty blood essence was equivalent to 2 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills. Therefore, if there were no accidents, once Yi Xian started refining, he could basically guarantee that there would be 9 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills. As for the probability of 10 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills, it was only 30%, but it wasn't completely impossible. All of this happened too quickly. From the moment Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind the Human Race Federation's Yak Honored and blew him up with one punch to the instant he returned to the front of the Magic Hall, only 2 breaths had passed. It happened so quickly that no one could react. By the time they reacted, the Human Race Federation had already lost a powerful half-step Desolate Supreme. At this moment, Python Honored's body trembled. An unprecedented fear suddenly struck his heart, enveloping his entire body. It was only now that he felt a strong sense of lingering fear. Just a moment ago, he had clearly returned from the gates of hell. The master of the Magic Hall had chosen to kill Yak Honored to show his power. It was obviously a random choice. If he had been the one targeted just now, he would have been dead by now. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost at the same time, the Crimson Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock finally regained their senses and let out a shocking roar. What a slap to the face. The 4 of them were still there. Below and behind them, there were 12 powerful ancient beings as well as countless experts, battleships from the Great Five Alliance. However, even under such circumstances, Bao Yuan was still so arrogant, killing without a word. Most importantly, he had succeeded. Before they could react, he had killed a half-step Desolate Supremacy and retreated in an instant. This was simply a blatant disregard. He didn't put them in his eyes at all and didn't treat them as anything. Not only them, but there were also countless powerhouses under and behind the 4 old men. After a brief moment of stunned silence, their expressions changed drastically. They all gasped in shock. In an instant, all kinds of horrified cries sounded like a tide, covering the sky and earth. What? Yak Honored of the Human Race Federation was killed? His body exploded and even his blood mist was taken away. His body and soul were destroyed. He was a powerful pinnacle expert known as a half-step Desolate Supremacy. Although he did not even make a sound, he was directly killed by the master of the Magic Hall? Savage. Violent. This is too arrogant. Hiss. Previously, I had only heard of the master of the Magic Hall. Now that I have seen him in person, I did not expect him to be so terrifying. This is definitely better than seeing him in person. No wonder he dared to lead the Magic Hall alone to provoke the various races and forces in the Chaos World Fragment. He, clearly has the strength and confidence to do so. Is this a dream? In the blink of an eye, a powerful pinnacle expert was killed? As soon as the master of the Magic Hall arrived, there was already blood. It seems that today's battle is absolutely unavoidable. Facing 4 Desolate Supremacies, 12 Desolate Supremacies and countless troops from the Great Five Alliance, he is still so domineering and tough. The Demon Lord is indeed worthy of his reputation. This is going against the heavens. At this moment, the void was in an uproar. Countless experts were shocked. However, a billion miles away in front of the Black Magic Hall above the 4 legions of the Magic Hall, the violent star ape, who was only 10 feet tall, completely ignored them. Its eyes flashed as it glanced at the remnant army on its right. Chapter 47:35. Following Bao Yuan's thunderous attack, he instantly killed Yak Zun of the Human Federation. After a brief silence, the entire void was in an uproar. There were countless furious roars and howls resounding throughout the void. Crimson Unicorn, 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, 9-Headed Blood Dragon, Cyan Rock, and all the higher-ups in front of the 5 alliances were furious. Seeing this scene, Bao Yuan, who had returned to the front of the Black Magic Hall, looked back. His eyes flashed as he glanced at the remnant's army in front of him on the right. He said faintly, "It seems that you are still a little unconvinced. In that case I will kill another one. Until all of you surrender." Whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, his figure had disappeared. This was exactly the same situation as when he killed Yak Zun of the Human Federation. He must have used some kind of extremely powerful aura concealment secret technique and launched a teleportation. This time his target was obviously the rank 7 expert of the Desolation era, the gray-robed expert in front of the Survivors Alliance. No one doubted this. Because since he wanted to kill the enemy to establish his prestige, he naturally had to kill the enemy in one blow to be effective. And it was impossible for the 4 powerful experts, Crimson Unicorn, 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and Cyan Rock, to be killed in one blow. Among the 10 experts in the Human Federation, Yak Zun had just been killed. Obviously he was most vigilant and could make a mistake. Naturally, his target could only be one of the 2 ancient powerhouses in front of the army of the Survivors Alliance and the Beast Alliance. Considering that his eyes were fixed on the powerful figure in the gray-robed remnant just now, everyone believed that this powerful figure in the gray-robed remnant at stage 7 was the target of Bao Yuan's attack. Screech. "Bao Yuan, you're too arrogant. I'm not a soft persimmon that anyone can bully." Just as Bao Yuan's figure disappeared, in the void on the right side of the Remnant's alliance, the expert in gray robes at the front of the Remnant's alliance's army had a drastic change of expression. He raised his head and let out a roar. As he roared with indignation, he raised his left hand and directly inserted it into his right chest. Hiss! With a horrifying tearing sound, the right chest of the powerful figure of the remnant was pulled open by his own hand, and in the blink of an eye, he pulled out a beating heart. Most humans had their hearts on the left side of their chest. Although there were some special cases where the heart was on the right side, he was not like that. In fact, there was a heart on each side of him. In the right side of his chest, which was the heart that was being pulled out at this moment, was implanted with a secret technique. It was nurtured every day, accumulating a great amount of power. Once it was needed, this extra heart would be a life-saving measure. However, this kind of secret technique could only be used once, because the heart that was pulled out was a one-time consumable. Although it could be implanted in the future using the secret technique, it would take a long time of nurturing before it could achieve amazing results again. Kacha kacha. As the heart was pulled out, the powerful being in the gray robe directly put it to his mouth and chewed it. At this moment he was like a demon god. Such a bloody and terrifying scene was infuriating. People would go crazy just by looking at it, let alone him. The moment he used this secret technique, he had already fallen into a berserk state. At this time, with every bite he took, the cultivation aura of the powerful being in the gray robe skyrocketed. In just 3 breaths, after the entire heart was swallowed into his stomach, his original strength of the 7th Order of the Ancients had skyrocketed to the 1st Order of the Ancients Supreme. The aura of his cultivation was powerful and brutal, which was horrifying. Shio. Shio shio shio, for extremely sharp sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and the 4 powerful ancients, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, the 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Cyan Sky Rock, arrived at the same time, surrounding the powerful being in the gray robe. At this moment, within a radius of 100 million miles, there were 5 powerful Desolate Supremes gathered. They were waiting for the moment when the violent ape appeared, and at that time they would attack at the same time. Even if they could not kill it, they could at least severely injure it. This was a great opportunity and they could not miss it. Are you guys stupid or not? Don't you know how to create a diversion? What's wrong with your brains? Bang. Almost in the next moment, the violent ape appeared, but it was not by the side of the powerful being in the gray robe, but hundreds of millions of miles away, at the forefront of the army of the Beast Alliance. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of the violent ape, he blasted a punch at the commander of the Beast Alliance, the 7th Order powerful being shrouded in a mass of light. All of this was too unexpected. With the earth-shattering explosion, The ferocious beast in the ball of light did not even have the chance to react. Its entire huge body had turned into a cloud of blood mist in the midst of the earth-shattering explosion, spreading out at an extremely fast speed. Shoo! The violent ape also waved his hand at this moment, and a majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, covering a radius of thousands of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Just like that, he began the blood essence condensation. After completing all of this, Bao Yuan's figure disappeared. When he reappeared in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the huge black palace in the sky above the 4 factions in the magic hall. With the almighty blood essence in his hands, Yi Xian now had a total of 13 almighty blood essences to refine the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Among them, the one he had obtained earlier was of the highest quality. One was equivalent to 2. Previously he only had 12 blood essences in his hands. If there were no accidents, once Yi Xian started refining, he could basically guarantee that 9 Desolate Supreme Pellets would be produced. As for the probability of 10, it was only 30%, but it was not completely impossible. However, he now had another one. Now he had a total of 13 blood essences of great existences, and one of them was even a top-grade item. Even when he killed the unknown existence in the ferocious beast army, he had obtained a late-stage 7th-order great existence blood essence. As a result, with Yi Xian's current attainments in alchemy, according to his deduction, once he opened the furnace, refining 10 level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills was already a done deal. There was no more suspense. Even the probability of producing 11 pills was not completely impossible. Although it was not high, it was at least about 40%. Even if it was only 10 batches, it was barely enough for Yi Xian. His original minimum goal was 10 pills. Now that this battle had not yet begun, he had already completed the minimum goal ahead of time. This immediately made him feel refreshed. Roar! Who else is not convinced? Just tell me your names, I will kill them all. After raising his head and roaring, the violent ape turned around and swept his gaze over the shocked experts. Just as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he entered the black magic hall under his feet. Chapter 4736. In the blink of an eye, the master of the magic hall launched a thunderous attack, killing another powerful desolate magic hall before retreating back to the black magic hall 1 billion miles away. From the time he suddenly appeared and attacked twice in a row until now, he had successfully retreated. From start to finish, less than 10 breaths had passed. In just 10 breaths, the Great Five Alliance had lost 2 powerful Desolate Era experts, and one of them was a half-step Desolate Venerable at the 9th Order Perfection stage. It was an extremely heavy loss. Now, in the Great Five Alliance, although there were still 4 Supreme Desolate Era experts, the number of Desolate Era experts had decreased sharply from the previous 12 to the current 10. The Human Race Federation had 9 Supreme Desolate Era experts, and the Survivors Alliance had 1 Supreme Desolate Era expert. In fact, in just 10 breaths, the Great Five Alliance had lost more than just the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts on the surface. The more serious loss was the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts. Although the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts of the Fierce Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance were only at the 7th order of the Supreme Desolate Era on the surface, in fact, both of them had special secret techniques that allowed them to instantly possess the strength of a Supreme Desolate Era expert if they paid a certain price. Even if it was only at the 1st order of the Supreme Desolate Era, it was at least a Supreme Desolate Era expert. Previously, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock had joined forces to fight the Master of the Magic Hall, but they were no match for him. However, if the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts were added, the situation was completely different. It was very possible for them to suppress the Master of the Magic Hall. It could be said that the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts were absolutely significant. But now, the Supreme Desolate Era expert of the Fierce Beast Alliance was gone, and the Supreme Desolate Era expert of the Survivors Alliance had used a secret technique under the Master of the Magic Hall. Right now, Huang Xiaolong's strength had reached the 1st order supremacy of the Desolate Era, but he didn't know how long he could maintain this state. Originally, according to the plan of the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Ghastly Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, the 4 of them would first entangle the Master of the Magic Hall. Then, at the most critical moment, they would signal the 2 powerful figures of the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance to activate the secret method to increase their cultivation. At that time, with 6 desolate supremacies gathered together, and at the most crucial moment, even if they could not kill the Magic Hall Master on the spot, they could at least severely injure him. Once the owner of the magic hall was severely injured, the magic hall in the forbidden land of the rising sun would be finished. Once the master of the magic hall escaped, none of them could survive or all of them would be captured. This plan was indeed perfect, but unfortunately the four of them, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 ghastly demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, and the azure sky rock, didn't even have time to privately discuss it with each other, let alone the 2 powerful figures of the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance. Everything had gone up in smoke. 2 desolate supremacies, one was dead, and the other had activated the secret method in advance. Now they couldn't hold on for long in their current state. It was almost meaningless. Such a change was really unacceptable to the 4 of them, but it was a fact and it was useless to be depressed. It was better to take advantage of the fact that the powerful figure in the gray robe of the Survivors Alliance activated the secret method, and the 5 Great 5 Alliance still had 5 desolate supremacies present, and start the war. Thinking of this, the 4 of them immediately exchanged a look. With tacit understanding, they turned their heads and looked at the black magic hall at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun a billion miles away. The voice of the divine sense instantly spread out, resounding in all directions, provoking them on the spot. What's a diversion? It's obviously a sneak attack. You're the master of the magic hall, but you actually used such a despicable means to deal with a powerful figure from the antiquity era. You're simply shameless. Don't talk nonsense with him, big monkey. Do you dare to fight? Come out immediately and accept your death. Today not only you but all the subordinates of the magic hall in the forbidden land of the rising sun will be buried together with you. Roar. Screech. Screech. In the end, the 4 old guys raised their heads and roared wildly. A part of the void was shaken, and it could be said that their arrogance was monstrous. According to what you said, are the powerful figures from the antiquity era no different from ants? Before the roar and screech ended, a cold snort came from the black magic hall at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun a billion miles away. There was endless contempt and disdain in the words, "You're just a few losers. Even when you joined forces, you were defeated by me and fled. Now, you actually have the nerve to come in front of me and clamor. You're really thick-skinned? I've just killed 2 almighty figures and taken away their abundant vital energy and blood. I was originally intending to refine them, but since all of you are in such a hurry to court death, then I'll do as you wish. I only need to dispatch 2 clones and it would be sufficient to kill all of you until you flee. If you have the ability, don't run away this time. Roar." Listening to his words, it was clear that his original body would stay behind and guard the magic hall. He would only send out 2 Blood Sea clones and 2 dragons to fight the enemies. Swish. The last roar had just sounded when a figure shot out from the black magic hall at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun a billion miles away. Its speed was extremely fast, and an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air resounded in the air. It was the master of the magic hall, the starry sky berserk ape that was only a few meters tall. Walala. With the appearance of the berserk ape, the sound of splashing water could be heard. The berserk ape's entire body instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping the void at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun and a corner of the universe's void. Roar. Roar. Screech. Then from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. In the shocking boundless sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the starry sky berserk ape. One was a skeleton without any flesh and blood, just a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. One was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a berserk ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog. Even its pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. In an instant, the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all 5th-order desolate ancient venerables. But in fact, the true battle strength of these 3 Blood Sea avatars, due to the support of the majestic blood chi in their 60 million miles long bodies, had reached the level of a 6th-order desolate ancient venerables. Of course, the black fog avatar of the 3 avatars was completely fake. It was transformed by Yi Xian using the Blood Sea secret technique. Although the aura emitted from its body was not wrong, in fact, it did not have much battle strength. Once it left the Blood Sea, even if it was a desolate ancient venerables, it could explode with a punch. Chapter 4737. 5th-order desolate venerable? His combat strength is comparable to a 6th-order desolate venerable? Hiss, how long has it been? It's only been 3 months, but this damn monkey's cultivation strength has increased again. Although it's only one level, it's only been 3 months. Fellow cultivators, in today's battle, we must seriously injure him so that we can have a chance to kill him. Otherwise, in the future, I'm afraid no one will be able to shake him. That's right. His cultivation speed is truly too terrifying. As the Blood Sea soared into the sky, the 3 Blood Sea clones rose from the boundless Blood Sea. In the sky above the opposing camp that was billions of kilometers away, a series of gasps of astonishment instantly rang out. Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, and Azure Sky Rock all changed their expressions. The former 2 had only recovered their cultivation to 5th Order Desolate Venerable, while the latter 2 were only 1st Order Desolate Venerable. Previously, the 3 Blood Sea avatars of Bao Yuan were only 4th Order Desolate Venerable, but their combat strength was comparable to 5th Order Desolate Venerable. The 4 of them were no match for him. Now, it seemed that this battle was obviously going to be more difficult. Fortunately, there was now one more powerful remnant. After swallowing the reserve heart in his right chest, his strength had skyrocketed to 1st Order Desolate Venerable, and he was still in this state. With this Desolate Venerable of the Remnant Alliance, the 4 of them only needed to entangle the Master of the Magic Hall. At least, the 4 legions of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun would definitely not be able to escape. After dealing with this group of ants, they would turn around and join the battle. As long as the Remnant Alliance could hold on for a certain period of time, they might be able to severely injure Bao Yuan in this battle. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the Blood Kirin and the other 3 exchanged glances again. At the same time, they secretly transmitted a voice message to the powerful figure in the gray robe in front of the army of the Survivors Alliance, telling him to follow them and join the battle to suppress the Demon Hall Master together. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly rang out from the skies above the Myriad Races Alliance army. Endless blood flames gushed out from the body of the Scarlet Unicorn, turning a large part of the universe void red. At this moment he pushed his 5th-ranked Desolate Sovereign cultivation to the extreme. The pressure was invisible, but it caused the void to tremble slightly, and there seemed to be a low buzzing sound. Damned monkey, come out and face your death. With a low buzzing sound, the bloody unicorn rushed out toward the Black Magic Hall at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun 1 billion miles away. Scarlet Unicorn wanted to force the Master of the Magic Hall to make a move. They were pressed for time and could not afford to waste any more time. You're just a loser, yet you have the face to say such words? Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Come, let's find a spacious place and torture you to my heart's content. Whoosh! Above the Black Demon Palace, in the vast and boundless sea of blood, the violent ape avatar of the 3 Blood Sea avatars took large strides and rushed over. Before the words in its mouth fell, it had already leaped up and shot toward the void in the distance to the left. Roar! The blood Qilin played right into his hands. His original goal was to lure the Bao Yuan's 3 Blood Sea clones away so that the Great Five Alliance's army could slaughter the Demonic Hall's 4 armies at the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Now that he saw the violent ape take the initiative to rush to the left, he immediately raised his head and roared, following closely in the void. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the upper echelons of the various forces who were watching from afar changed drastically. Without saying a word, they turned around and scattered in all directions. There were too many people, and for a moment, this corner of the void became a pot of porridge. Although many people escaped in time and hid further away, there were also some who did not escape in time and met with misfortune. Bang! Bang bang bang, sounds of explosions could be heard. They were so dense that it sounded like beans being fried. Those fellows who did not manage to dodge in time could not withstand the terrifying pressure from the 2 middle-stage Desolate Venerables. Their bodies exploded and they died. In the vast void of the universe, a thin layer of blood mist filled the air, and a pungent smell of blood floated. Boom! Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the violent ape and the bloody unicorn had already left, and were billions of miles away. As the battle began, earth-shattering roars could be heard. This was an intense battle between 2 mid-stage Desolate supremacies. The stars in the battlefield exploded one after another, and the aura was violent and chaotic to the extreme. It was impossible to see the real situation of the battle. However, there was no doubt that the bloody unicorn was no match for the violent ape. From the beginning of this battle, he would probably fall into an awkward situation of being beaten up. However, it was impossible for the violent ape to kill the bloody unicorn. Even if he was heavily injured, it would not be possible in a short period of time. Roar! On the other side, the battle between the violent ape and the bloody unicorn had already begun. In the sky above the army of the 10,000 Races Alliance, another earth-shattering roar could be heard. The 9U demon crocodile, who was also a 5th stage desolate supremacy, rushed out, his body turned into a black light, and his speed was extremely fast, heading straight for the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall, the vast sea of blood in the sky above the Black Magic Hall. Another one looking for a beating? As you wish. Screech! In the vast sea of blood, the ferocious skeleton avatar, which was entirely purple in color, raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Before the voice of the divine sense had finished, its terrifying figure, which was 60 million miles long, had already taken large strides. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the sea of blood and shot towards the right side of the void. Demon crocodile, if you are itching for a beating, come over quickly. It just so happens that my fist is also itching. Whoosh! This scene was exactly what the 9U demon crocodile wanted to see. The bloody unicorn lured away one of the blood sea avatars, and he lured another one away. The last one would be left to the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the one who activated the secret technique and temporarily had the battle strength of a 1st stage desolate supremacy. Even if the 3 of them could not do anything to the other black fog avatar for the time being, at least the 4 armies of the Magic Hall that were a billion miles away would definitely not be able to escape. In any case, all of this could not be changed. The current situation was like this. The Magic Hall was in danger. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the 9U demon crocodile no longer hesitated. With a shake of his shoulders, his huge body instantly turned into a black light, and followed the skeleton avatar. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the right side of the void that was billions of miles away. Bang! Bang bang bang, boom, rumble. In this void there were originally a large number of idle upper echelons of the powerhouses looking from afar. Now that they saw the 2 powerful middle-stage desolate venerables shooting towards them, although some of them managed to escape further away, a portion of them exploded and died under the pressure of the terrifying desolate venerables. Along with the dense sound of frying beans, in the distant void that was billions of miles away on the right side of the void, an earth-shattering battle had begun. Chapter 4738. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Chelan and the 9-Hell Demon Alligator lured away the Blood Sea Doppelganger of the Demon Hall Master's 3 Blood Sea Doppelgangers, namely the Violent Ape and the Skeleton Doppelganger. 1 billion miles ahead, in the sky of the Black Magic Hall, which was above the 4 armies of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, there was only one figure left in the vast Blood Sea. Only the Black Fog Avatar of the 3 Blood Sea Avatars. Although it was a lone figure, the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was that of a rank 5 desolate ancient mighty figure. In addition to its huge body, it had an additional level of cultivation strength. Its combat strength was comparable to a rank 6 desolate venerable. Of course, all of this was only on the surface. It was an illusion. The real Black Fog doppelganger was no longer here. This was a virtual image that the body and the skeleton temporarily created using the Blood Sea secret technique before it left. In the camp of the Great 5 Alliance, there were 3 supreme beings of the primordial era. They were the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the great being in the gray robe. 3-1 in addition, there were 9 powerful beings of the primordial era. All of them were in front of the camp of the Human Federation. Among them, there was even a 9th-level great being of the primordial era who was a half-step desolate master. It could be said that the difference in strength between the 2 camps was extremely obvious. The Demon Hall side was in an absolute disadvantage, and was in an extremely bad situation. Although the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the great being in the gray robe were only 1st-level desolate masters, when the 3 of them joined forces, it was not a problem for them to fight against the last of the 3 Blood Sea bodies of the Master of Magic Hall, which was the Black Mist body. Although it was inevitable that they would be defeated, they could at least restrain the Black Mist body for a short period of time. Once that happened, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the void space 1 billion miles away would face the threat of annihilation. After leaving the Master of Magic Hall, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall were nothing in front of the army of the Great 5 Alliance. The most powerful being among them was the 9-headed blood dragon, who was only a 1st-level Universe Supreme. On the other hand, the Great 5 Alliance had too many Universe Supreme beings to count. Even if the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the great being in the gray robe lured the Black Mist body away, there were still 9 powerful beings of the primordial era on the Human Federation's side. Any one of them could annihilate the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in a short time. The situation was clear at a glance. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to see it. Oh. Screech. After a short moment of silence, the Cyan Sky Rock raised their heads and the Cyan Sky Rock and let out a rock roar and rock. The Great Five Alliance of the Battle of the Alliances of and Ape of Blood was Blood, Ish Tribe Battle Robe. At this moment, the fighting spirit in the three of them had reached its peak. Although they were not as brazen as the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Hell Demon Crocodile, they were about to rush out. Their desire to fight was burning to the extreme, and they did not try to hide it at all. Seeing this, the void space around them was filled with gasps. All kinds of exclamations rang out like a tide, covering the sky and earth. The situation in the magic hall is not good. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Master's 3 Blood Sea bodies are down to only 1 black mist body. Once this black mist body is lured away, the 4 armies of the magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun will be annihilated in an instant. Even the army of the Sky River sector behind the 4 armies will not be able to escape this calamity. The last time the Human Federation attacked the Sky River sector, they suffered great losses. This time they will not let go of this opportunity to take revenge. Moreover, that heavenly River Star Master Yi Xian, who is said to be heaven-defying, didn't appear last time. If nothing unexpected happens, he's either dead or still in seclusion. What's more, his current cultivation level is at most that of a Universe Master. Even if he doesn't go into seclusion, I'm afraid he won't be able to solve this kind of crisis. They're not on the same level at all. The bloodline ancestor of the Dark Turtle clan is indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, the legendary Void Turtle is most likely not in this fragment of the universe. Otherwise, when the Human Federation attacked the Sky River sector last time, he would not have needed to send a message to the Master of the Magic Hall to help. Even if he's aware of the crisis that the Dark Turtle clan is currently facing, he most likely won't be able to do anything about it. The spatial giant tortoise is renowned, but it's clearly not to the extent that its reputation alone can frighten the Human Federation. It is not like the human race does not have remote antiquity master. He is just sleeping. From the looks of it, regardless of whether the Demon Hall Master will be tricked or not, at the very least, the 4 great armies of the Demon Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun will definitely not be able to survive. Without these subordinates, the Demon Hall will only exist in name. No matter how powerful the Demon Hall Master is, it will be difficult for him to accomplish anything if he is all alone. An ambitious and ruthless person originally wanted to fight for a big scene and rule the world in this fragment of the primordial world. However, from the looks of it now, it is just a bubble in the end. At the end of the speech, sighs could be heard from all around the space. Compared to the top leaders of the Great Five Alliance who hated the Master of the Magic Hall, such as the Bloody Unicorn, the Nine Hell Demon Crocodile, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Cyan Sky Rock, the low-level great beings of the Great Five Alliance did not have a deep grudge against the Master of the Magic Hall. After all, they were not at the same level. To put it bluntly, they were not qualified to do so. On the contrary, many of them were mesmerized by the Master of the Magic Hall. No matter what era or space-time it was, there was no lack of people who were fascinated by the Master of the Magic Hall. Therefore, when they saw that the Master of the Magic Hall was at his end and could not escape from his dream, these great beings of the Great Five Alliance suddenly sighed and sighed. In fact, they were not the only ones. Even the troops of the Sky River sector behind the 4 armies of the Magic Hall had their hearts in their mouths at this moment. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, the Demon King Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle tribe, Mingjiu the Mad Mosquito King, and the other top leaders of the various forces of the Sky River sector, including Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small forces and families were not fools. Naturally, they could see that the current situation was not good. At this moment, everyone frowned tightly, and their hearts were in their throats. They were afraid that the last Black Fog avatar left by the Master of the Magic Hall would also be lured away to the distant space to fight. If that was the case, they would not be able to escape today. Walala! Right at this moment, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the vast sea of blood high above the Black Magic Hall suddenly made an earth-shattering sound. In less than a breath, the originally vast sea of blood had instantly shrunk and disappeared into the body of the Black Fog avatar. You 3 ants aren't even worthy of me taking action personally. At the same time, the Black Fog avatar turned his head and glanced at the dumbfounded 9-headed blood dragon, Cyan Sky Rock, and the powerful beings in gray robes. Before he finished speaking, he had already entered the black demonic palace beneath him. Don't worry, I'll just sit here and watch you guys and the 9 supreme beings get thrashed together. It's a wonderful show. Chapter 4739. You 3 ants are not worthy enough for me to deal with. Don't worry, I'll just sit here and watch you guys and the 9 Supremes get thrashed together. It's a wonderful show. 1 billion kilometers away, the Black Fog clone turned around and glanced at the dumbfounded 9-headed blood dragon, Cyan Sky Rock, and the gray-robed man. Before he could even finish his sentence, he had already entered the black devilish palace beneath him. These words stunned all the experts in the surrounding void. Not only the high-level masters of the Big Five Alliance and the sects in the distance, but also the 4 legions of the Magic Hall and all the masters of the Sky River sector behind them. It was understandable that he would stay in the Black Magic Hall. After all, the flesh clone and the skeleton clone of the 3 Blood Sea clones had been lured away. 1 billion kilometers away, there were still 3 Supreme Masters of the Ancients and 9 Supreme Masters of the Antiquity era in the camp of the Big Five Alliance. As long as he was not a fool or did not care about the army under his command, he would not leave at this time. He would stay here and at least serve as a deterrent. But what did the Master of the Magic Hall mean by his last sentence? He would stay here and watch the 3 Supreme Masters of the Ancients, including the 9-headed blood dragon, and the 9 Supreme Masters of the Antiquity era being tortured by the Human Federation? Was that possible? In the camp of the Magic Hall, he was the only one who was as powerful as the Supreme Masters of the Antiquity era. Although he could create 3 Blood Sea clones with the Blood Sea secret technique, 2 of them had been lured away by the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile. If the last Black Fog avatar that was left behind also sat in the Black Demonic Palace and watched from the sidelines, in such a big magic hall, who had the ability to beat up the 3 Supreme Masters of the Ancients and the 9 Supreme Masters of the Antiquity era at the same time. Any of the 3 Blood Sea clones of the Master of the Magic Hall would be able to achieve this. However, if it were anyone else, even the second most powerful being in the Magic Hall, the 6-headed blood dragon, would only be at the peak of the universe. He's just an exalted realm cultivator, he doesn't have that kind of strength. Unless, the Master of the Magic Hall had external help. Thinking of this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts were in their throats. The 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, the powerful beings in the gray robe, and the 9 powerful beings of the Desolation era from the Human Federation slightly changed their expressions and shrank their necks reflexively. This was clearly a sign of guilt. How could he not feel guilty? If the Master of the Magic Hall really did have reinforcements, then it had to be the ancestor of the Dark Tortoise tribe, the legendary giant tortoise that had lived from the prehistoric times to the present. That was an existence that was even more terrifying than the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile. Back then, its cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Master of the Ancients, which was half a step into the Heavenly Tao realm. Even if it hadn't fully recovered, it should at least be on par with the Master of the Magic Hall, right? If such a terrifying existence came, the 3 first-stage desolate supremacies, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the powerful beings in the gray robe, as well as the 9 Supreme Masters of the Human Federation, definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a few slaps from that terrifying existence even if they worked together. Play. In the void, all sorts of discussions quickly sounded like a tide. What's going on? The Black Fog clone of the Master of the Magic Hall actually retreated into the Black Magic Hall, and from his words, it's clear that he doesn't plan to make a move. This is what it should be. If the last Black Fog clone is lured away, then the 4 armies below the Black Magic Hall will instantly be in trouble. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Master of the Magic Hall will be all alone, and he will bear the consequences. Therefore, this Black Fog clone won't leave so easily and will stay in the sky above the 4 armies. But what did he mean by watching a good show just now? Could it be that there's an existence in the Magic Hall that's on par with him? If there really is, why hasn't he appeared yet? Could it be that giant tortoise ancestor of the Dark Tortoise tribe? That's highly possible. If that giant tortoise comes, then the Great Five Alliance will probably suffer a tragedy today. Look over there. Hiss, what a grand display, this is too shocking. In the end, the whispered discussions turned into shocked exclamations. Almost everyone turned their heads at the same time and looked into the distance behind them. The sound of cold air being sucked in was like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. In that direction, they could see a treasured carriage that was 1,000 feet long, and it was speeding over in the void. The entire carriage was purple gold in color, and it emitted a metallic luster. Every inch of the carriage had a purple gold halo rising, and it was like a dense fog. The surroundings were engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was covered with mysterious runes, exuding an incomparably simple aura. As for the space, the area outside the carriage was divided into 2 parts. The latter part had a dome like a secret room. From the outside it was only a few hundred feet wide, but this type of treasure definitely used spatial techniques, and it had a lot of space inside. The front part didn't have a dome or four walls, but it was shrouded by a layer of purple gold fog. If one stepped into the carriage, they could choose to sit in the front part to enjoy the scenery, and they could also choose to enter the carriage. The fog in the front part of the courtyard was translucent, as if it was separated by a layer of purple gauze, and they could vaguely see everything inside. It seemed like there were many figures, but it wasn't real. It could be said that this carriage was simply luxurious to the extreme, and the aura it emitted was actually a primordial treasure, a legendary existence. What was even more shocking was that there were actually 9 black dragons that were 1,000 feet long in front and behind the carriage. One circled behind the carriage, and there was another one on the left and right sides, and there were 6 black dragons pulling the carriage in front. The 9 black dragons were all solid entities, and they weren't energy shadows. The aura emitted from their bodies was actually that of a primordial almighty figure, and it was simply so terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. After a short period of dead silence, all kinds of shocked exclamations sounded again like a tide. What? A primordial treasure? This is simply unheard of. It's too extravagant. Looking at the structure of this Luan carriage, it doesn't seem to have any offensive field. Everything seems to be just for the sake of pursuing a kind of comfort and luxury. For this, they actually made a Luan carriage that was used as a means of transportation into the primordial era. Treasure, how extravagant is this? I don't know where the person in the carriage came from, but this kind of extravagance is too amazing, and it's definitely not something that the 3 main planes of the starry sky can have. Even the bloodline ancestors of the big clans can't make such extravagance. That's not all. In my opinion, even among the various forces in the void of the untainted land, it is impossible for there to be a similar existence. I have never heard of it before. Where did this Luan carriage and the existence inside it come from? These are not important. The only thing I care about now is he an enemy or a friend? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 4740. It was Yi Xian who had arrived at the critical moment. To be precise, it should be Yi Xian's black fog clone that had transformed into Yi Xian's appearance. Not only was his appearance unrecognizable, but even his bloodline and aura were exactly the same. This could be easily achieved by the Blood Sea secret technique. Even the powerful beings of the remote antiquity era would definitely not be able to see through it. However, Yi Xian did not show his face now. Through the fog curtain in the front yard of the Demon Dragon's imperial carriage, only some vague figures could be seen. It was very hazy and it was impossible to count how many figures there were. At this time, he was half leaning on the ground in the front yard of the Demon Dragon's imperial carriage that was covered with the fur of the top-grade fierce beasts. He was being served by Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity era. One was massaging his shoulders, the other was massaging his legs, or passing him a glass of spirit wine or 2 spirit fruits. He was as happy as a celestial being. The 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity era were Corpse Ancestor Drought Demon, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolate Electrolady, 9th Heaven Fairy, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Zixia Fairy. In the distant Desolate Antiquity era, they were once known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Desolate Antiquity era, and were famous for a time. Later, an unprecedented war broke out in the Desolate Antiquity era, and all 7 of them fell. Although they had been reborn for some time in this life, they basically did not show their faces in the outside world. Even if they did, it was in the primordial void. Most of the time, the 7 beautiful cultivators had been in seclusion to recover. It could be said that today was the first time they publicly appeared in the outside world after they were reborn in this life and almost recovered to the peak of their cultivation in their previous life, of course, because the 7 beautiful cultivators were also in the front yard of the Demon Dragon's imperial carriage. Their figures could not be seen. From the outside world they were also faintly discernible. Whoosh, a sharp sound broke through the air. Amidst the waves of exclamations from the outside world, the Demon Dragon's imperial carriage came from the distant void and entered within 10 billion miles of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. They were clearly here for the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. After realizing this, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were guessing whether the mysterious existence in the luxurious carriage was an enemy or a friend of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. Of course, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had already guessed who the newcomer was. They did not know that Yi Xian had already escaped and created a clone. But now he had basically guessed this point. Before Yi Xian brought them to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, the demonic dragon imperial chariot had already been refined. It was just that the 9 black dragon corpses had not yet been integrated. In reality, even the green ox had guessed it. At this moment it was rolling its eyes. It roughly understood that this person was going to act pretentious again. Other than that, the other higher-ups of the 4 legions of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun were basically in the dark. At this moment, when they saw this luxurious carriage heading straight for the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, it could be said that their hearts were in their throats subconsciously. If even they were in such a state, it was obvious that the countless masters in the 5 Great Alliance's army 1 billion miles away were even more so. Especially the 9-headed blood dragon, the blue sky rock, the supreme beings in the gray robe, and the 9 supreme beings from the primordial era, who were from the Human Federation. Their eyes widened and they held their breaths. At this moment, they were extremely worried about the existence in the Imperial Chariot. It was the reinforcements invited by the Master of the Magic Hall. If that was the case, it would be really bad. After all, how could the existence with such extravagance be weak in terms of cultivation strength? Just the people pulling the carriage were already 9 supreme beings from the primordial era black demonic dragons. At the same time, as the demonic dragon Imperial Chariot sped over here, getting closer and closer, in the top-floor control cabin of the central flagship of the Sky River Sector Army behind the 4 legions of the Magic Hall. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other higher-ups of various forces in the Sky River Sector, including Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small idol forces and families, were all here. They were all gathered here. Including the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru, the 3 little girls were all here now. Everyone's eyes were focused on the holographic 3-dimensional screen in front of them. There, the demonic dragon Imperial Chariot, which was heading towards the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, could be seen. The 3 girls of the Purplish Warbler had been staring at the demonic dragon Imperial Chariot on the holographic screen for a while. At this moment, the suspicion on their faces grew stronger and stronger. In the end, they subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. Whispers that sounded like sleep-talking came out of their mouths in an instant. Strange, this Imperial Chariot looks. Why does it feel so familiar? It's simply an upgraded version of that guy's 9 Dragon Scion Luan Chariot. Sister Ziying, Sister Chanru, do you think that guy is here? How is that possible? Hearing this, the Purplish Warbler was stunned for a moment. There was a burning light of hope in her eyes, but it soon dimmed. Shaking her head, a wry smile appeared on her face, and then she continued, although the 9 Dragon Scion Luan Chariot that he swindled from the Een Demon clan is also of this style and extremely luxurious, it can't be compared to this Imperial Chariot in terms of grade. Yes, it is clearly a desolate era treasure, the top existence. Besides, although the 9 Dragons Phoenix Chariot also had 9 black dragons, they were just illusions and did not have any attacking ability. However, this Phoenix Chariot, which is an ultimate treasure of the primordial era, is clearly pulled by 9 black dragons. These are 9 powerful desolate era almighty beings. If it was really that guy who was sitting in the Imperial Chariot with his cultivation strength, he would have been devoured by the backlash. How could he be so relaxed? What's more, speaking of this, the Purplish Warbler curled her lips and glanced at the holographic image in front of her with a look of disdain on her face. He said disdainfully, although the front yard of this Luan carriage is blocked by a layer of fog and I can't see clearly, I can vaguely see that there are many figures inside. There are at least 6 or 7 people. Moreover, most of them are female cultivators. Their figures are very good. Only the guy lying in the middle seems to be a man. A man half lying and being served by a group of female cultivators. What the hell is this? At first glance, I can tell that he is not a good person. Although that guy is annoying, he would not do such a thing. If it is really him, I will twist his ear off. Come on. Yes or no? After hearing what Sister Ziying said, Xiaocha also thinks that it can't be him. If he really dares to abandon us and fool around with other female cultivators outside, not to mention his ear, Xiaocha will pluck off that thing and crush it. Although she did not say it explicitly, as long as it was a man, he would instantly understand what Duanmu Xiaocha was talking about. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the others on the side subconsciously clamped their legs and gasped. Their faces all changed color and they all turned to look at Old Man Duanmu. Cough, cough, cough. The old guy's face turned red, and he almost choked on his own breath. His face was full of despair. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4741. If he really dares to abandon us and fool around with other female cultivators outside, not to mention his ears, I will pluck off his ears and crush them. As she spoke, Duanmu Xiaocha stretched out her right hand. Her palm was open and her 5 fingers were bent, making a fierce pinching gesture. Seeing this scene, Purplish Warbler and Zhao Qianru gasped at the same time. Their beautiful eyes widened, and then their cheeks instantly turned red to their necks. They chased after Duanmu Xiaocha and were about to teach her a lesson. "Aya, you wicked girl, it's been decades, why are you still so impatient? You dare to say anything, don't you see if there's anyone else here? It's so embarrassing, my image is ruined by you. Stop right there, don't run, I promise I won't beat you up." While fooling around, the 3 girls gradually ran away. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other high-level members of various forces in the Sky River sector. Including Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-level members of small idol forces and families, after shaking their heads and smiling bitterly, they gradually withdrew their attention and once again looked at the holographic image screen in front of them. Outside, at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday, whoosh, an incomparably sharp sound broke through the air. Under the gazes of hundreds of millions of people, this luxurious carriage pulled by 9 black demonic dragons came from the void in the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, almost faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it abruptly stopped in the void, and at this time, it had already arrived at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun and the 4 major legions of the Magic Hall, only less than 100 million miles away, Walala. At this moment, 7 figures suddenly rushed out from the fog-like curtain in the front yard of the demonic dragon carriage. They were all women, and whether it was in appearance or figure, they were all peerless beauties. Compared to the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, these 3 beauties, even the most beautiful women in the world were slightly inferior. In fact, among the experts from various forces from the 3 main planes of the starry skies, there were actually many experts who had seen the corpse ancestor hitorigami of the 7 of them. Back in the Shadow Devil Star domain of the second universe, Yi Xian finally escaped the disaster by relying on the corpse ancestor hitorigami. However, at that time, the corpse ancestor hitorigami, and the corpse ancestor hitorigami, was shrouded in a blood-like corpse flame, and his true face was not revealed. Not to mention she hadn't even recovered her sempiternal realm cultivation back then. Not only was her disposition completely different from how it was now, even her appearance had become more exquisite as her cultivation rose over the years. She had changed quite a bit as well. Therefore, at this moment, the 7 beautiful cultivators suddenly appeared. They walked out of the demon dragon's imperial chariot and lined up in the void in front of the imperial chariot. Regardless of whether it was the experts from the 3 main planes of the starry skies or the void that originally lived in this primordial world fragment, none of the ferocious beasts and survivors in the sky looked familiar. Only Zhao Dong, Chen Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Green Ox, and the other confidants of Yi Xian, who had seen a few of them before, smiled bitterly in their hearts. However, they did not show it on their faces so as not to arouse suspicion and give themselves away. Wow, these 7 sisters are so beautiful. I didn't expect there to be such beautiful female cultivators in the world. It's really... In the top-floor control cabin of the flagship of the Sky River Star Region Army, the 3 girls had returned to the holographic screen. The moment Zhao Qianru and the Purplish Warbler saw the 7 gorgeous cultivators, their eyes narrowed and they subconsciously gasped. They were stingy with their compliments. Duanmu Xiaocha also had a look of admiration on her face. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes. This kind of beauty and temperament are indeed rare. They are almost comparable to the 3 of us sisters." Not far away, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan Leader Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other upper echelons of the various forces in the Sky River Star region rolled their eyes when they heard this. They turned to look at Old Man Duanmu again. At this moment, the old man's face was already filled with grief and indignation. His neck was red, but he turned a deaf ear to it as if he did not hear anything. At this moment, in the void outside, in the 2 armies facing each other billions of kilometers away in the void of the universe, countless experts' hearts were in their throats when they saw the 7 gorgeous cultivators rush out of the demon dragon's imperial carriage and line up in front of them. Ziyin, greetings, Lord Demon Master. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the 7 gorgeous cultivators suddenly bowed in unison toward the Black Devil Palace that was close to 100 million miles away. Their voices were like that of orioles, incomparably pleasing to the ear. My master has come a long way in response to Lord Devil Master's invitation. The 7 of us greet Lord Demon Master. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the void was instantly in an uproar. On the side of the 4 armies of the Magic Hall and the army of the Sky River Star region, everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The hearts that had been in their throats all this time were completely settled. A relaxed expression appeared on all of their faces. At least, the purpose of this mysterious existence in the carriage was confirmed. He was not an enemy but a friend. It turned out that he was the reinforcements invited by the master of the Magic Hall. No wonder he had said those words of watching a good show of affection. In addition, since this person arrived, he had put on airs and did not show himself. Instead, he stayed in the luxurious carriage and asked the 7 maids to greet the master of the Magic Hall on behalf of him. It was obvious that he thought that his status was not inferior to that of the demon master. In fact, the hall master might even surpass him. Otherwise, how would he dare to put on airs like this? Based on this point alone, his cultivation strength was definitely not weaker than that of the master of the Magic Hall. As long as he took action, he would be able to deal with the 3 supreme masters of the ancients, including the 9-headed blood dragon, the cyan sky rock, and the gray-robed remnants, as well as the 9 supreme masters of the ancients from the Human Federation. There was no suspense at all. At the same time, while the 4 armies of the Magic Hall and all the masters in the army of the Sky River Star region heaved a sigh of relief, in the distant void 1 billion miles away, countless masters in the huge army of the 5 alliances were hanging in suspense. His heart, which had been stuck in his throat, had also calmed down, but with a plop, they sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. This is bad. The person who came was actually an enemy, not a friend. This is really troublesome. Although the existence in the carriage had not shown himself yet, judging from his ostentatious appearance and arrogance, he was clearly not a person to be trifled with. How could he say that he was tired? No matter how far away he was, he sat in the luxurious carriage and enjoyed the service of the 7 maids all the way here. What was there to be tired about? Based on this point alone, it showed that this person's means were absolutely extraordinary. What's more, in addition to the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage, the 7 beautiful maids were all supreme masters of the ancients, and they were even stronger. They were already in the late stage of the 7th stage. Even if the master in the carriage had not shown himself yet, just the 7 beautiful maids and the 9 black dragons were already 16 powerful supreme masters of the ancients. It was simply despairing. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 47-42. We are all on the same side, so there is no harm. Just as the 7 gorgeous cultivators finished speaking, the voice of the master of the Magic Hall was transmitted from the Magic Hall hundreds of millions of miles away. My 2 avatars have already been dispatched. This Black Fog avatar must stay in the Magic Hall and cannot participate in the battle. So, I will leave those guys on the other side to your master. Thank you for your trouble. Of course, this voice was prepared beforehand. After he finished speaking, there was no more movement. However, because of this voice, as long as the master of the Magic Hall did not appear, no one from the Great 5 Alliance would dare to approach. Invade the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. In fact, even if they had such thoughts, they did not have the time to do so. This was because after the master of the Magic Hall finished speaking, the 7 gorgeous cultivators turned around and looked at the Great 5 Alliance army from afar. They naturally understood that there was nothing in the Black Magic Hall. Furthermore, even if there was, it did not matter. The master of the Magic Hall was Yi Xian, who was originally their master. It was only right for them to pay their respects. Alright, the 7 of you take the 9 demonic dragons and capture the 9 supreme beings over there. Right at this moment, a lazy divine sense voice sounded from the demon dragon imperial chariot floating in the void. It was clearly a man, and an extremely young one at that. Unfortunately, the divine sense voice had been deliberately disguised, so it wasn't very clear what it was. However, his meaning was very clear. Halfway through, he paused for a moment before adding, "It's just 9 supreme beings." Originally, there was no need for such a big show. However, there was an old monster at the peak of the 9th step among them. In order to prevent him from escaping, we had to make sure he didn't escape. Let's fight together. As for the 3 first-step desolate supremacies over here, since I have nothing to do, I will personally deal with them. Just treat it as an exercise. The last sentence was clearly referring to the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the supreme being in the gray robe who temporarily possessed the battle strength of a first-step desolate supremacy. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the 3 old fellows completely darkened. They gritted their teeth, and their faces were filled with resentment and unwillingness. It was one thing for the supreme ancient of the ancients to be looked down upon by the master of the Magic Hall, but now, a random existence that they didn't even know the name of was being treated in such a manner as well. This made them feel extremely sullen. Not to mention this fellow had just said that his body was tired from rushing all the way. Now he turned around and said that he wanted to make an example out of him. Just take it as stretching his muscles. The arrogance and despotism of his arrogance simply made one's hair stand on end. I've never heard of such an arrogant person. Even the master of the magic hall is more arrogant than him. Screech! Screech! Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Right at this moment, in the distant void in front of them, in the area where the luxurious lawn carriage was located, 9 shocking howls suddenly sounded out. Everyone's gazes were drawn over, and they gasped one after another. Their faces were filled with shock, and they couldn't even let out a cry of surprise. At this moment, Yi Xian used all his strength to activate the inner field of the demonic dragon imperial carriage. The 9 black dragons that had been incomparably quiet all this time suddenly moved. Although these 9 black dragons had fallen countless years ago, after being refined into the demonic dragon imperial carriage by Yi Xian and the 9 dragons azure lawn carriage, they were equivalent to puppets. As long as the inner field of the demonic dragon imperial carriage was activated, they would be turned into puppets. Like puppets, they would be activated and rush out to kill the enemy. In the past, Yi Xian was limited by his own cultivation base and strength, so he was unable to display the true combat strength of these 9 demonic dragons. But now this problem no longer existed. At this moment, along with the earth-shattering roar, the Huanji chariot shaft that was bound to their bodies instantly retracted. The 9 black dragons that were no longer bound instantly soared into the sky. Their figures, which were originally only 1,000 feet tall, quickly flew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their figures rapidly expanded. Boom! Rumble! The void resonated because of this, and an incomparably deep rumbling sound was heard. In less than half a breath, the 9 black dragons had already reached 100 million feet in size. Each of them raised their heads and roared, instantly scattering in all directions, charging towards the human army that was 1 billion miles away. At the same time, Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 primordial great experts, all of whom were at the 7th stage of the primordial era, also soared into the air. They seemed to have formed an incomparably profound joint attack formation. Even though they were nearly 1 billion miles away, their auras had already locked onto them in an instant. The 9 primordial great experts in front of the Human Federation army. At the same time, an incomparably cold and delicate voice came out from their mouths as they soared into the air. Listen up, all unrelated people, retreat immediately. Our opponents are the 9 Supremes, the others don't have the qualifications to do so. Those who still stay at the front line within 3 breaths will be killed without mercy. You'd better not escape. Your auras have been locked onto. If anyone makes any strange movements, the 7 of us sisters will instantly lock onto him and kill him. Ruthless. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Before the 7 of them could finish their delicate voices, among the group of higher-ups in front of the Human Federation army, everyone whose cultivation base was below that of a great expert had already turned pale. They quickly retreated. At the same time, the 9 black demonic dragons once again raised their heads and roared ruthlessly. Their bodies were like streaks of black lightning, and with extreme speed, they surrounded the 9 great experts of the Human Federation army in the blink of an eye. However, they did not attack because Yi Xian's order was for the 9 black dragons to form a second encirclement around them to prevent anyone from escaping. Of course, he did not intend to kill the 6 supreme experts of the 2 human camps. The order he gave to the 7 gorgeous cultivators was the same. However, the 2 ferocious beasts at the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation army had to die. To Yi Xian, those were 2 ferocious beasts' blood essences. As for the other one who was also from the Senate of the Human Federation army, Yi Xian did not care at all whether she was dead or alive. It all depended on how the 7 gorgeous cultivators dealt with her. At this moment, as the ruthless roars shook the heavens, the 9 black demonic dragons, each of which was 100 million feet in size, had already formed a layer of encirclement around them. The void within the encirclement was as large as 500 million miles. Obviously, this vast area of 500 million miles was the place where the bloody battle between the 7 gorgeous cultivators and the 9 powerful figures of the Human Federation took place. Such a large area was enough even if it was a chaotic battle. After all, it was only a battle between great experts. There was still a certain gap between them and the supreme experts of the Ancients' army. You've gone too far, Screech. At this moment, the 9 great experts of the Human Federation army finally realized that something was wrong. The strongest among them, the Python supremacy of the Federation army, who had reached the half-step desolate supremacy realm, raised his head and roared. His body instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye he was 100 million feet in size, revealing his bloodline true body. His body was actually a red and green venomous starry sky python. Following closely behind was another ferocious beast supremacy from the Federation army. He also revealed his bloodline true body with a roar. His body was also 100 million feet tall, but he was a black-spotted tiger. Although he was powerful, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was only at the first level of the Great Expert realm. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 47-43. Roar. Screech. At this moment, with the appearance of their bloodline true forms, the venomous starry serpent and the black-spotted tiger raised their heads and roared at the same time. They ignored the 9 black dragons that were trapped in the void hundreds of millions of miles away and rushed toward the 7 gorgeous cultivators. The 9 black dragons surrounded them and stood in the void with a certain aura of the great Tao. Obviously, it was a kind of array. Besides, the black dragons had extremely strong physical bodies. Therefore, if there were no accidents, even the Human Federation and the 9 primordial era powerful figures would need some time to break through the trap array formed by the 9 black dragons. During this process, the 7 gorgeous cultivators in the trap array could attack them at any time. It was too dangerous. The best way to deal with it was to kill the 7 gorgeous cultivators who were also trapped in the trap array first. Even if they couldn't kill them, they had to injure them severely. At least, they had to make them lose the ability to fight temporarily. Among the 9 primordial era powerful figures of the Human Federation, the venomous python from the Federation Senate was a half-step desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th rank. It was possible for him to deal with the 7 gorgeous cultivators as long as he found an opportunity to kill them one by one. Yes, because of this, the venomous python and the black-spotted tiger who had revealed their bloodline true forms immediately rushed forward. After exchanging glances, the other 7 primordial era powerful figures also activated the power in their bodies and shot toward the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Sisters, get into formation. Ignore the other 7 old guys for now. Let's gather our strength and kill the black-spotted tiger first. Then we'll kill the venomous starry serpent. Whoosh. Whoosh. Rumble. Along with the chilly voice, the 7 gorgeous cultivators immediately moved. They were originally creatures in the early primordial era. Even if their cultivation hadn't reached the primordial era supreme realm in their previous lives, they still had a wide range of vision. After their rebirth in this life, the 7 sisters were reunited. Especially after seeing the appearance of their previous life's enemy, Xing Bo, they secretly suppressed a surge of energy and chose a killing array that was most suitable for them to refine from the various primordial killing arrays they knew in their previous lives. Because he had always been secretly studying and refining. With the support of this killing array, even if they had only recovered to Desolate Antiquity rank 7, with the activation of the killing array, it would not be difficult for them to kill a half-step Desolate Venerable who was at the great perfection of rank 9. As for an early-stage mighty figure like the black-spotted tiger, the 7 gorgeous cultivators would be able to deal with it in the blink of an eye. Buzz. A low buzzing sound rang out and instantly became louder. At this moment, the figures of the 7 gorgeous cultivators turned into 7 streaks of light, moving quickly in the void. Their figures were as fast as lightning, and in an instant the power of this powerful killing formation was displayed. A large amount of blood-colored murderous mist rose from the battlefield, shrouding the figures of the people within. They became indistinct and could not be seen clearly. Rumble, bang. Sure enough, as the power of the killing array was activated to the extreme and locked onto the black-spotted tiger, this fellow could not resist at all. Corpse Ancestor Hamba took the opportunity to flash behind him and struck out with his palm. Amidst the earth-shattering rumbling sound, a loud sound was heard. The black-spotted tiger's huge body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Swish! Without hesitation, Corpse Ancestor Hamba immediately made his move. With a wave of his hand, an invisible strength chi surged out, instantly wrapping around the blood mist that had just spread out, compressing it into a blood bead that was about 10 feet in diameter, and keeping it into his body. This was specially instructed by Yi Xian. When he turned it over, it would be equivalent to having an extra blood essence of a mighty figure, or even a level 29 Desolate Venerable pellet. Its significance was definitely not small. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a flash. In less than 3 breaths of time, an early-stage Desolate Antiquity Great Expert had already fallen. Such a terrifying power of the killing array scared the other 7 Human Clan Supreme Experts who were rushing over. Their expressions changed drastically, and as if it was a conditioned reflex, their bodies came to an abrupt halt in the air. Although they immediately realized it and rushed over again after blushing, their speed was a lot slower than before. Furthermore, they didn't directly rush into the center of the killing formation formed by the 7 great alluring cultivators. This was clearly a bit of slacking. The smell was gone. After all, the most powerful existence among the 7 of them was only at the peak of the middle stage of the desolate antiquity stage, not even at the late stage. On the other hand, the 7 gorgeous cultivators were all at the late stage of the 7th stage of the desolate antiquity stage. Their opponents. Right now, the 7 of them had formed a killing array together, and it seemed that the killing power was extremely terrifying. If they entered, they would definitely be like the black-spotted tiger and would directly die. Under such circumstances, they could only let Venerable Python stand in front of them. It was as if they were roaming around, observing the situation from all directions. Although it was a bit embarrassing, there was nothing they could do about it. Who asked them to not have the strength of Venerable Python? At the moment of life and death, they could not be the least bit impulsive. The 7 of them were all old monsters, and they still had this bit of shrewdness and calmness. Therefore, unknowingly, the 7 of them stayed at the edge of the killing array formed by the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Only the half-step desolate Venerable Python was trapped in the middle of the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Although it was not in danger for a short period of time, it was obvious that it could not withstand the attack. It had been too long. At this moment, as the black-spotted tiger was killed due to its carelessness, the 7 gorgeous cultivators were immediately energized. Their eyes flashed and a series of feminine voices were heard again. "Sisters, that spotted dog is done for." The other 7 fellows seem to be scared and do not dare to rashly rush into the killing array. Now there is only one big loach left in the killing array. Completely lock on and wait for the opportunity to attack. Use the fastest speed and the shortest time to destroy it. Screech. Ruthless. At the end of their words, the 7 gorgeous cultivators' figures did not change. They still turned into streaks of light, and like lightning they moved in the air at an extremely fast speed. However, an incomparably sharp and ruthless howl came out from their mouths. This was precisely one of the changes in the might of this primordial slaughter formation. Along with this extremely sharp and vicious howl resounding out, the venomous starry python that was trapped at the center of the slaughter formation was disturbed, and it ceaselessly flicked its tongue while its figure wriggled, and it was extremely uneasy. Mental state. Gradually it became chaotic. From this moment on, the power of the killing array's domain, due to the support of the evil roar, once again rose. The blood-colored killing mist that had originally enveloped a large portion of the void of the universe suddenly expanded, like a mist that never dissipated in the deep mountains and great lakes all year round. All of this fell into the eyes of the experts from the various camps in the distant void. In an instant it caused a large number of gasps. After a short moment of silence, a wave of shocked exclamations rose like a tidal wave. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 47-44. In the void where the battle was taking place. The 9 desolate antiquity black demonic dragons were still hovering in the void, forming an outer trapping formation, trapping the 8 desolate antiquity mighty figures and the 7 gorgeous cultivators of the Human Federation in the middle. In the inner area, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Ancestor Shur and Hamba, formed a second killing circle, besieging Lord Python of the Human Federation. The other 7 desolate antiquity mighty figures of the Human Federation were wandering in the area between the 2 large trapping circles, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Only a few minutes had passed since the start of the battle, but now, after the 7 gorgeous cultivators killed the black-spotted tiger with thunderous means, they were now fighting against 1 desolate venerable python, who was a half-step desolate venerable, Screech. At this very moment, the figures of the 7 gorgeous cultivators did not change. Just like before, they turned into streaks of light and moved through the void at a speed so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. At the same time, extremely sharp and vicious howls came out from their mouths, and it shook one's soul and soul. These screeches were one of the power changes of the desolate antiquity killing formation. With the sharp screeches, the venomous python of the starry sky, who was trapped in the center of the killing formation, was disturbed and kept flicking his tongue. His body twisted, extremely uneasy, and his state of mind gradually became chaotic. In less than 30 seconds he had been hit several times by the 7 gorgeous cultivators, and was already covered in wounds. Although Lord Python's cultivation had reached the peak of the desolate antiquity 9th stage, which was a half-step desolate venerable. But at this moment he was trapped in this mysterious desolate antiquity killing formation, and his mind was disturbed by the screeches from the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Under this confusion he could only exert about 80% of his battle strength. On the other hand, although the 7 gorgeous cultivators were only at the late stage of the desolate antiquity 7th stage, they had the advantage in numbers. There were 7 of them and they were almost telepathic with each other, so their cooperation was perfect. In addition to the support of the desolate antiquity killing formation, the 7 of them could almost exert 120% of their battle strength. Under this situation, Lord Python, who was stronger but not much stronger, fell into a disadvantageous position in such a short time, and was almost crushed. It was only natural. Rumble, bang. At this moment, the best opportunity had arrived. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Hanba, the corpse ancestor, and she immediately communicated with the other sisters. The power of the killing formation was pushed to the limit and locked onto Venerated Python. Venerated Python wouldn't be able to resist in an instant. The 7 sisters did not hesitate at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they appeared around him and struck out with their palms at the same time. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, Venerable Python's huge body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Swoosh! Corpse ancestor Hanba heaved a sigh of relief when his attack succeeded, and he acted at the first possible moment. In the blink of an eye, a strand of invisible force surged out, and it swept up the bloody mist that had just spread out and compressed it into a blood pearl that was around 3 m in diameter before he absorbed it into his body. At this point, the number of blood essences that Yi Xian used to refine the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill had reached a total of 15. The one he had obtained earlier was of the highest quality, and one was equivalent to 2. It was the same for the one he had just obtained. In other words, among the 15 blood essences of Almighties, there were 2 of the highest grade. Previously he only had 13 blood essences in his hands. If there were no accidents, once Yi Xian started refining, he could basically guarantee that there would be 10 Desolate Supreme Pellets. As for the probability of getting 11, it was only 30% to 40%, but it was not completely impossible. However, now that the Black-Spotted Tiger and the Python Lord had been killed in such a short period of time, he would have 2 more blood essences in his possession. There were a total of 15 blood essences in his hands, and 2 of them were of the highest grade. Even the unknown existence in the ferocious beast army that he had killed earlier had only obtained the blood essence of a late-stage 7th order mighty figure. With this calculation, with Yi Xian's current attainments in the Tao of Alchemy, according to his calculations, once he opened the furnace, refining 13 level 29 Desolate Sovereign Pellets was already a foregone conclusion. There was no longer any suspense. There was even a chance of 14 pills being produced. Although it was not high, it was at least around 40%. In fact, even if it was only 13 batches, it was already a huge surprise for Yi Xian. After all, before this, his original minimum goal was only 10 pills. It could be said that with the death of the Python Lord for Yi Xian this time he had basically completed the task of obtaining the blood essence of the Almighty ahead of time. Even if he wanted more, it was no longer possible. Originally, there were only 12 Desolate Era experts in the Great Five Alliance army. Among them, Yi Xian had killed 2 of them before, and now 2 of them had been killed by the 7 beautiful cultivators. Of the remaining 8 Desolate Era experts, 7 of them were human race experts of the Human Race Federation, and 1 of them was a gray-robed expert of the Survivors Alliance. Even if he were to kill them all, the amount of blood essence in Yi Xian's hands wouldn't be able to increase. The blood mist formed by the explosion of the bodies of the human clan and the remnant experts was simply unable to condense the blood essence of the fierce beasts. However, although the bodies were useless, and Yi Xian did not intend to kill the 8 powerful beings of the Human Race Federation and the Survivors Alliance, he could avoid the death penalty, but he could not escape punishment. Teaching them a lesson was absolutely necessary. With the death of Venerable Python, the 7 primordial beings of the Human Federation were no longer a match for the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Even if they removed the primordial killing array, the 7 gorgeous cultivators could easily beat them up in a head-to-head battle. What was more, there were 9 extremely powerful black demonic dragons hovering in the distance, waiting for them. It could be said that there was no need for Yi Xian to worry about the situation on this side. In fact, the instant Venerable Python was killed, Yi Xian withdrew his spiritual sense that was paying attention to this side. He immediately swept his gaze towards the 9-headed blood flood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the gray-robed remnants that were still in shock and uncertainty in the other side of the void. In the void on both sides of the void, the bloody unicorn and the 9 hell demon crocodile were fighting Yi Xian's flesh doppelganger and skeleton doppelganger, and now they were at a disadvantage. Among the core members of the Great Five Alliance present, Only the nine-headed blood dragon, the cyan sky rock, and the gray-robed expert were above the cultivation level of the powerful beings of the primordial era. These three old guys were not good people. Although Yi Xian was not sure that he could kill them, after all, the real powerful beings of the primordial era were not so easy to kill. However, it was entirely possible for him to take advantage of this opportunity to give them a good beating, beat them into submission, and successfully establish his authority in front of the Great Five Alliance. Rumble. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, an invisible aura swept out from the demonic dragon floating in the void. In the blink of an eye, it had locked onto the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock. Chapter 47-45. What? Even the Human Federation's venerable python has fallen? This is a powerful half-step desolate supremacy. It is said that this venerable python and venerable yak, who was killed by the master of the magic hall, were both supreme beings from the Thousand Luo Federation's Senate. Who would have thought that they would fall one after another before the battle even started? It's understandable that venerable yak died. After all, it was the master of the magic hall who attacked. He was a powerful mid-stage desolate supremacy. It's understandable that venerable yak, who was only a half-step desolate supremacy, was killed in one blow. However, the python supremacy who had just fallen is really too sullen. He was a half-step desolate supremacy who was at the peak of rank 9, but he was actually killed by 7 rank 7 late-stage experts. This is simply too shocking. Who exactly is the existence inside that mysterious Luan chariot? Not only does the master of the magic hall treat him with respect, but even his 7 personal maidservants have such terrifying battle strength. When they join forces, even a half-step desolate supremacy is no match for them. It seems that there is no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The Great Five Alliance will definitely lose. It's just the beginning and they have already lost 4 powerful beings. It's a crushing defeat. Now, the only thing that can't be determined is whether the 5 Great Alliance will have more almighties or even desolate supremacies fall in this battle. They are already powerless to change the overall situation. The only thing they can do is to minimize the losses. Look over there, the mysterious man in the luxurious carriage is about to attack. A terrifying divine sense spread out and locked on to the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the gray-robed remnant beings nearly 1 billion miles away. Sure enough, the cultivation strength of this mysterious existence is the same as the master of the magic hall. He has already reached the rank 5 desolate supremacy. He is only one step away from reaching the peak of the mid-stage desolate supremacy. Rumble! Following these exclamations, the gazes of countless experts in the void gathered on the demonic dragon carriage that was suspended in the void. At this time, there was clearly an invisible aura that swept out from the carriage. In the blink of an eye, it was 1 billion miles away and locked onto the trio. It was the terrifying pressure of a rank 5 desolate supremacy. As this pressure instantly shrouded and locked onto them, the 9-headed blood flood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the mighty figures in gray robes who were in a state of shock trembled. They directly trembled a few times as if they were conditioned reflexes. Immediately afterward, the 3 of them subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the luxurious carriage in the void nearly 1 billion miles away. Their expressions changed drastically and their scalps went numb. Previously, the 3 of them were attracted by the fierce battle between the 7 gorgeous cultivators and the 9 primordial great beings of the Human Federation. Without waiting for it to come back to its senses, the 7 gorgeous cultivators had already used lightning-quick methods to kill the black-spotted tiger in one fell swoop. This was absolutely shocking. A grand almighty was actually killed in just a few breaths of time. Even the 3 of them felt their hearts beating wildly, as if they were scared out of their wits. Then they turned their attention to the bloody battlefield. In less than 40 breaths of time, Python Supremacy, who had reached the great perfection of the Desolate Antiquity Stage 9 and was a half-step Desolate Supremacy, had been killed in an instant. Wave after wave of shocking changes were all incomparably shocking. Even for the 3 of them, for a moment, their minds were rumbling, and they were completely unable to react. At this time, the mysterious existence in the luxurious carriage had already spread out his divine sense and locked on to the 3 of them. This was clearly the rhythm of his attack. Only now did the 3 of them recover from the extreme shock from before with their minds trembling violently. Especially when they sensed that the divine sense that locked onto them was as powerful as a 5th-order desolate supremacy, the 3 of them were even more shocked. An extremely bad feeling instantly shrouded their hearts. Needless to say, the gray-robed remnant elder had the powerful combat strength of a 1st-order desolate supremacy, but after all, he had to pay a huge price and use the secret method of his clan to barely obtain it. Furthermore, it had a certain amount of time. At most it would last for another 4 hours. If a fierce battle broke out, this time limit would shrink again, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 2 hours. What's more, once the time limit was up, he would fall into a period of weakness for at least 10 days because of the backlash of the secret method. During this period, the gray-robed remnant elder couldn't even hope to reach the late 7th Order Desolate Supremacy. Although he wouldn't directly fall out of the Desolate Supremacy realm, at most, he would only be left with the early First Order or Second Order Desolate Supremacy. Under such circumstances, facing the crushing pressure of a powerful Fifth Order Venerable Huang, his fate could be imagined. He would definitely be killed on the spot by a single finger of the other party. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, the gray-robed remnant elder's face turned pale. After subconsciously shrinking his neck, he immediately turned his head to look at the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock in the distant void. He secretly sent a message with divine sense. "Two friends, my desolate supremacy cultivation is improved by a secret method. If there is a fierce battle and I face the existence in the carriage head-on, I'm afraid I can only hold on for half an hour at most, and then I will fall to the great master realm. At that time we only have 2 desolate supremacies left, which is very disadvantageous. So, if the existence in the carriage attacks, it's best for the 2 of you to fight in front, and I will wander around and wait for the opportunity." In this way, the desolate supremacy cultivation that is improved by a secret method can at least hold on for 2 hours. As long as the 2 of you can completely restrain him, this old man will definitely be able to find an opportunity to attack in 4 hours. It is impossible to kill him, but if I attack with all my strength at the critical moment, it is not completely impossible to injure him. Speaking of this, the gray-robed remnant elder's eyes flashed. This is the best way to deal with it, and it is also our only chance. Do you agree or not, 2 friends? Please decide quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock in the high void on the side had already turned their heads and exchanged a look. In less than half a breath, the 2 had already made a decision. They each raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. Roar. Screech. With the last roar, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock rushed out at the same time. In an instant they turned into 2 rays of light. Their speed was faster than lightning, and they blasted toward the luxurious carriage in the void nearly 1 billion miles away. Seeing this scene, the gray-robed remnant elder immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the nervous expression on his face was obviously eased a lot. Without hesitation, he immediately channeled the power in his body to the extreme. His entire figure also turned into a ray of light, following behind the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 47-46. Boom. Rumble. In the void, a thunderous roar sounded. The 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock rushed out almost at the same time, shooting toward the luxurious carriage nearly 1 billion miles away. Both of them had shown their bloodline real bodies, which were nearly 1 billion feet long. At this time they were moving extremely fast, and the pressure of the supreme master of the remote antiquity in their bodies was pushed to the extreme, which even shook the void. This scene made the powerful figure in the gray robe feel relieved, and the tension on his face was obviously relieved. Without any hesitation he pushed the power in his body to the extreme at the first time. His whole body also turned into a ray of light, and followed behind the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the last 3 supreme masters of the remote antiquity on the side of the Big Five Alliance moved at the same time, 2 in front and 1 behind, and rushed toward the opposite side. Obviously they took the initiative to fight with the mysterious man in the luxurious carriage. In this battle, 4 powerful figures of the remote antiquity were involved. Except for the battle between the Master of the Magic Hall and the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan rock more than 3 months ago, there had never been such a scene in the void of the fragment of the remote antiquity world. Countless experts in the void all widened their eyes, opened their mouths slightly and subconsciously held their breaths. With horror and shock they looked at each other. "I really didn't expect that the 3 of you are quite brave. In this case, as you wish, I will help you loosen your bones and exercise your muscles and bones." Whoosh! Almost at the same time, in the void of the universe that was nearly 1 billion kilometers away, Yi Xian's lazy and disdainful voice once again sounded out from within the extremely luxurious carriage. Of course, it was still deliberately disguised, so it didn't sound very clear. Therefore, even the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, couldn't recognize his voice for a while. As the voice of the divine sense sounded out, Yi Xian's figure moved as well. He transformed into a ray of light and rushed out from the demon dragon imperial carriage. His speed was even faster than lightning, and in the blink of an eye he had already traversed 200 million kilometers. He was already not far away from the nine-headed blood flood dragon, the azure sky rock and the grey-robed survivors. At this moment, when he rushed out of the carriage, everyone in the void felt their hearts in their throats. Their eyes slightly narrowed and they didn't even blink. Everyone had always been curious about what kind of mysterious existence was inside this luxurious carriage that made people's hair stand on end. But now they were disappointed because Yi Xian, who had rushed out of the carriage, his whole body was shrouded in a nine-colored light. Only his figure could be vaguely seen and nothing else could be seen. Whoosh, boom, rumble. Yi Xian attacked at lightning speed, and 2 consecutive punches landed on the chests of the Cyan Rock and the nine-headed blood dragon on both sides. Puff. Puff. After the shocking bang, 2 muffled puffs sounded. The Cyan Rock and the nine-headed blood dragon couldn't resist at all. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew backward at an extremely fast speed. They looked extremely miserable. After blowing these 2 guys away with one blow, Yi Xian didn't stop there. He felt that he hadn't had enough. After grinning, the 9-colored light that enveloped his body suddenly burned, and his speed instantly doubled. He chased after the azure sky rock and the nine-headed blood dragon that were flying backward. This was clearly the rhythm of continuing to be abused, and it didn't end there. In the blink of an eye, the battle situation had already been revealed. In the distance, whether it was the scarlet unicorn or the 9-hell demon crocodile, they were all being beaten up by the 2 blood sea clones of the master of the magic hall. The Cyan Rock and the nine-headed blood dragon were no exception. As soon as they met, they fell into the situation of being beaten up by the mysterious man in the phoenix carriage. These were 4 powerful primordial sovereigns. A few months ago they were beaten up by the master of the magic hall alone. Now the master of the magic hall had left a clone to guard the black magic hall, but he had invited a mysterious man to help him. In the end the result was still the same. This scene was simply a replica of the battle a few months ago. The scarlet unicorn and the 9-hell demon crocodile on both sides were still fine. The aura of the battle was shocking, and it shrouded the miserable state of their bodies, making it difficult to see clearly. However, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Rock were really a little miserable, making people shudder. In an instant, the experts, countless ferocious beasts, and the survivors of the primordial era who were watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. Whoosh, bang, bang. The speed of the 9-colored light ball was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. The existence in the light ball attacked and punched out 2 more times. With 2 simple punches, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Rock had not yet stabilized their bodies and could not dodge at all. Both of them were hit solid. Puff, puff. After a loud bang, the 2 old guys opened their mouths almost at the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies even took advantage of the momentum to fly backward for nearly 100 million miles. After being hit by 2 punches in a row, they finally had a deep understanding of the terrifying power of this suspected human race master in the 9-colored light ball. This was not a human race master. This was simply a human-shaped ferocious beast. In terms of strength, it was definitely not weaker than the violent ape. It was simply outrageous. If they really continued to be beaten up like this, although the 2 of them would not die, there would definitely not be many bones in their bodies left intact. They did not even see what the other party looked like and their bones were broken. This was really too sullen. More importantly, judging from the current situation, there was no hope for this battle. If they continued to stay here, what if the violent ape in the black magic hall in front could not hold back and also attacked? At that time, it would be impossible for them to escape in a one-on-one battle. They would definitely end up seriously injured even if they did not die. It was better to take advantage of the fact that the situation had not deteriorated to the point of no return and escape as early as possible. Thinking of this, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Rock suddenly trembled in their hearts. After turning their heads and exchanging a look, they raised their heads and roared, "Screech! Screech!" With the roar, both of them activated the bloodline power in their bodies to the extreme and used their strongest escape techniques at all costs. Rumble, crack, crack. 2 crisp sounds of ripping silk rang out and a void crack appeared above their heads. In the blink of an eye, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Rock turned into 2 streaks of light, one red and one green. They tore through the void, shot away and disappeared. Seeing this scene, all the masters in the void were dumbfounded on the spot. Especially in the Star Alliance army of the 5 alliances, countless masters were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The powerful man in a gray robe who was wandering outside the battle circle spat out a mouthful of blood. With a face full of grief and indignation, he roared like thunder, "Damn it! This old man is so blind." Chapter 47:47. Rumble, Kacha. Kacha. Two crisp ripping sounds rang out, and a spatial rift appeared above each of their heads. The huge bodies of the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock shrank and turned into two streaks of light, one red and one green. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into the void and disappeared. The powerful figure in gray robes who was wandering outside the battle circle was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Holy sh*t. They ran away just like that? This old man must be blind. This scene happened too suddenly. No one had expected that the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock, the two powerful supreme masters of the remote antiquity, could only hold on for 2 rounds before they turned around and fled. They were so quick to run away. It was obvious that they were used to it. Such an unexpected scene made all the experts in the surrounding void dumbfounded on the spot. Especially in the Star Alliance army of the 5 alliances, countless experts were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. After a short moment of dead silence, an earth-shattering cry of astonishment suddenly rang out like a tide, causing the entire space to be in an uproar. What? The nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock ran away? This old man is not hallucinating, right? What bullsh*t Huang Zun. He is simply too shameless. He only took 2 punches and he couldn't take it anymore. He didn't even say anything and turned around to run. Look at his quick movements, it seems that he often practiced. No wonder he could escape from the hands of the master of the magic hall. I guess he has practiced this kind of thing many times. The powerful figure in gray robes of the Survivors Alliance is so aggrieved. He dug out the reserve heart in his right chest and swallowed it. He paid such a heavy price in exchange for the combat power of Desolate Master, but in the blink of an eye, it lost its meaning. He was cheated. Those 2 old guys are too unkind. They should have at least said hello. Now he has to stay here alone. It is really embarrassing. What else can he do? Nine-headed bloodrakes and cyan pengs are different. There are no bloodrakes or cyan pengs in the Star Alliance's army. They can leave at any time. But the gray-robed Almighty is different. The entire Alliance's army is made up of his people. We're screwed this time, Awu? Before the uproar in the surrounding void had subsided, the powerful figure in a gray robe raised his head and let out a long howl of incomparable grief and indignation. The dignified late-stage Great Master of the Survivors Alliance was so angry that he howled like a wolf. One could imagine the anger in his heart. However, Yi Xian didn't care so much. For him, this was the best time to try and see if he could beat the Survivors Alliance into submission in one fell swoop. What are you howling for? I haven't even made a move yet. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a thought, the 9-color light cluster that enveloped his body instantly blazed, and its speed suddenly doubled. With a swoosh, it had arrived in front of the gray-robed survivor in the blink of an eye. Boom. Rumble, bang. Without hesitation, Yi Xian attacked as soon as he got close. He still didn't use any treasures and just simply punched. This punch was so fast that it hit the gray-robed Great Master's chest. An earth-shattering boom came out, and the gray-robed Great Master opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure flew backward. Whoosh! Just as he flew a million miles away, the 9-color light cluster caught up with him again and directly overtook him, blocking his path of retreat. Boom! This time Yi Xian didn't use his fist but raised his right leg and kicked out. Along with the earth-shattering roar, the mighty figure in the gray robe, who had not lost his momentum, curled up due to the excruciating pain. He was like a rubber ball and was directly kicked back. This scene shocked everyone. A dignified late-stage Great Master had paid a heavy price to temporarily obtain the powerful combat power of a First-Order Remote Antiquity Supreme. But now, in the face of this mysterious young man in the luxurious carriage, he didn't even have the slightest resistance. First he was blown away by a punch and then he was kicked back halfway. This was simply too tragic. After a short period of deathly silence, cries of alarm once again resounded like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. It's too tragic. Is this still a late-stage Great Master? The dignified leader of the Survivors Alliance, the one who carries the cauldron, was kicked around like a rubber ball in public. This is simply... Is the existence in the light cluster really playing with him? Obviously, he didn't take him seriously. The contrast of strength is too big. The mysterious existence in the light cluster is indeed just playing with him. Otherwise, if he wanted to, he could have blown up the gray-robed Great Master of the Survivors Alliance with that initial punch. That's right. He did hold back. After all, the gray-robed mighty figure relied on a mystic technique to raise his desolate supremacy cultivation level. His foundation is lacking. If the existence in the blob of light had the intention, it would have been difficult for him to withstand a punch. The reason why the nine-headed blood WRM and Azure Sky Rock fled after 2 rounds was clearly not without reason. Those are 2 old foxes. After taking 2 punches, they were able to see that the situation was hopeless. They are truly decisive. The poor gray-robed Great Master of the Survivors Alliance was actually left to carry the bag. Looking at the situation in front of him, it is clear that he is going to be killed on the spot. It's really a pity. If he dies, everything will be in vain. No matter how angry he is, he can't do anything. He won't have a chance to avenge himself. Awoo! The last sentence seemed to have touched a sore spot in the gray-robed Great Master's heart. At this moment his body was kicked away by Yi Xian. Although he was still in the middle of flying, he clearly did not suffer another blow, but he raised his head in grief and indignation and let out a miserable howl. Looking at the expression on his face, he was extremely sad and indignant, as if he was crazy. Although he was miserably abused, to be honest, he did not resent Yi Xian in his heart. The Starry Sky blood battle was like this. If one's skill was inferior, one had to accept defeat. What's more, although the other party was playing with him in public, he did not say any humiliating words, which more or less gave him some face. After all, he was just a great master of the remote antiquity. It was not too shameful to be abused by a powerful rank 5 desolate venerable. At least the other party showed mercy and did not take his life after 2 consecutive attacks. At this time, the reason why he raised his head and howled miserably was that the grief and indignation in his heart was too fierce. And the target of this resentment, except for the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, could not be anyone else. When he thought that he would fall here today, die here, and have no chance to avenge the monstrous hatred, the gray-robed Great Master's eyes suddenly turned blood red. At this moment, his heart suddenly surged with an extreme unwillingness. He turned his head and looked at Yi Xian, who was chasing behind him and had already arrived in front of him. He said with his divine sense, "I am unwilling to die like this. I am willing to make a Tao oath to follow you. At least I will have the chance to personally kill those 2 shameless old men." Chapter 47-48. I don't want to die like this. In endless grief and indignation, the powerful figure in the gray robe suddenly felt extremely unwilling. He turned his head and looked at Yi Xian, who was chasing behind him. With a hopeful look on his face, he said, "I am willing to make a Tao oath to follow you. At least I will have the opportunity to kill those 2 shameless old men personally. Yes or no, just give me a word. If it doesn't work, I will explode myself and turn into a ferocious ghost. I will never let those 2 old men go. At least you have a little backbone. Just for this, I will do as you wish." This was precisely the result that Yi Xian wanted. His eyes flashed as he immediately used his divine sense to send a sound transmission. However, this matter is temporarily inconvenient to be made public. That way it will be beneficial to you as well. The Survivors Alliance's stall is too big, and if they really go back on their word, the other 4 alliances will probably not let you off. Listen to me slowly. In the process, I am afraid you will have to take a few more punches. But I promise here today, everything is worth it. Rumble, bang. Before the voice of the divine sense fell, the 9-colored light ball had arrived in front of him. Without any delay, Yi Xian immediately punched out and hit the back of the powerful figure in the gray robe. An earth-shattering explosion came out, and the figure of the mighty figure in the gray robe flew forward again. However, at this moment, there was a clear flash of ecstasy in the depths of his eyes, revealing a strong sense of disbelief that could not be dispersed. Just now, taking advantage of the moment when the punch hit his back, the existence in the 9-colored light ball clearly took the opportunity to send a storage magic treasure into his body. At this time, just as his figure was flying forward, the voice of the other party came again in his ears. In the storage magic treasure, there are 10,000 cubic meters of 9-colored divine medicine. Yes, it is the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, which was refined by me not long ago. It is enough for you to improve your cultivation strength to the peak stage 9 of the ancients in a short time. When the time comes, you can come to the magic hall to look for the demon lord. He has a level 29 desolation supreme elixir for you. This elixir will allow you to break through to the supreme desolation realm in a short period of time without any suspense. As for the Tao oath, I don't need it. If you dare to go against me, not only you, but all the survivors of the primordial era in this primordial fragment, excluding those in the magic hall, will be slaughtered. That's all I have to say. You're on your own now. This is the last strike. Grit your teeth and bear with it. Rumble, bang. When the last divine sense voice came to an end, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light. The speed of the nine-colored ball of light suddenly doubled. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yi Xian. It was still a simple punch, a woo. After the earth-shattering noise, an incomparably shrill howl sounded, and the figure of the gray-robed mighty figure shot far away in the blink of an eye. However, no one noticed that this last miserable howl faintly revealed a wisp of obscure joy. It was indeed joy. He originally thought that he was going to die, but he did not expect that it would be a blessing in disguise. Not only did he easily obtain 10,000 cubic meters of nine-colored divine medicine, he could even come to the forbidden land of Rising Sun to ask the master of the magic hall for a so-called level 29 Desolation Supreme Elixir when his cultivation level was raised to the 9th stage of the primordial era. Although he did not know what the hell this level 29 Desolation Supreme Elixir was, he firmly believed the words of the mysterious man in the nine-colored ball of light. There was no need for the other party to lie to him. As a 5th stage Desolation Supreme, it was beneath him to do so. What's more, he said that he could make a Tao oath, but the other party did not need it at all. He even gave him 10,000 cubic meters of nine-colored divine medicine on the spot. That was a nine-colored divine medicine. Even in the distant primordial era, it was a legendary supreme resource. Even the primordial era supremes would go crazy for it. However, the other party casually threw 10,000 cubic meters to him. This clearly showed that he could refine it himself. If he could not refine it himself, who would be so generous with such a supreme resource? Not to mention that he still had to take revenge for the two shameless old fellows, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. Even without this, just the 10,000 cubic meters of nine-colored divine medicine was enough to move him and make him submit to the other party. Boring. After this attack, Yi Xian didn't continue his pursuit. 31. The nine-colored ball of light stopped abruptly in the void. Immediately after, Yi Xian's languid voice came out from it. He was clearly disgusted. Weak? You're really too weak, and I don't dare to use too much strength for fear of exploding with a punch. If you continue to fight like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to move your muscles and bones even after half a day. It's really boring. If it was before, such words would most likely make the powerful man in a gray robe vomit blood on the spot. But now, when such words entered his ears, it gave him a pleasing feeling. No matter how he listened to it, it was pleasing to the ear. However, no matter how happy he was, he could not show it. The mysterious master he had just acknowledged had just said that this matter was not suitable for the time being. Moreover, the other party was also thinking for him and the Survivors Alliance. Otherwise, with the powerful strength of a rank 5 desolate venerable, what was there to be afraid of? Was there a need to be so secretive? Thinking of this, the powerful man in a gray robe suddenly felt a strong surge of emotion. This time he was really lucky to have met such a benevolent master. This point, whether it was from the other party's consideration for him and the Survivors Alliance from the beginning, or the generous gift of 10,000 cubic meters of nine-colored divine medicine, it was enough to prove it. Thinking of this, the powerful man in a gray robe immediately looked solemn. Since the other party was so kind to him, he must not let him down. In any case, he must cooperate well and must not let anyone see any clues. Puff. As this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately urged the power in his body and directly forced out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the figure in front of him happened to be in front of the army of the Survivors Alliance. At this moment, it was the best opportunity to withdraw with the army under his command and return to the Alliance star field. In this battle, this old man admits defeat. Starfield Alliance, you just wait, today's matter is not over. The army of the Survivors Alliance, listen to my order, leave no one behind, all retreat. As the last sentence was spoken, the powerful man in a gray robe's figure flickered, and in an instant, he rushed into a giant battleship in the army of the Survivors Alliance and disappeared. Boom. Rumble. Almost in the next moment, countless battleships of various sizes in the army of the Survivors Alliance hummed in unison and directly turned around in the void. Without any hesitation, they sped toward the rear. This was clearly the rhythm of withdrawing from this battle and retreating from the star field where the forbidden land of Rising Sun was located. This scene instantly made the high-ranking commanders of the other 4 allied armies change their expressions wildly. But now, whether it was the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 secret demon crocodile, or the remaining 7 powerful figures of the Human Federation, they were all being abused. No one in the 4 allied armies was a match for the powerful man in a gray robe, so who dared to stand up and stop or persuade him? They could only watch the battleship army of the Survivors Alliance gradually move away. Chapter 47-49. Then, the powerful figure in the gray robes scuttled into a giant battleship in the middle of the army and issued an order for the entire army of the survivors to evacuate from this place as soon as possible. The expressions of all the experts in the surrounding void changed as they fell into silence. After a few breaths of time, various sounds of discussion covered the heavens and the earth once again resounded out like a tide. Alas, there is no suspense in this battle. One of the 5 allied armies has already withdrawn, and the remaining 4 allied armies are unlikely to make a difference. The morale of the conventional forces has long been slackened, and in terms of high-end forces, the late-stage powerful figure of the Beast Alliance has died, and the army of the survivors has retreated. The remaining 8 powerful figures of the Human Alliance are being abused. Even the 2 desolate venerable commanders of the Alliance of 10,000 races, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, are in the same situation. The Star Alliance is in the most awkward position. The 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock, the highest commanders of the Alliance, have abandoned them and fled directly. The second-level commanders of the Alliance army are probably urgently discussing countermeasures. It's so embarrassing. The Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun has won this battle. Everything has changed because of one person. The existence in the mysterious light ball is really enviable. He is so powerful and domineering that he even thinks that the powerful figure in the gray robe is too weak. It's boring to blow him up with one punch, and he can't move his muscles and bones when he retracts his strength. No one but him can do this. Screech. Boring, boring. As the gray-robed supreme expert left with the entire army of the survivors, Yi Xian's heart relaxed. He raised his head and let out a violent howl. Although he was overjoyed in his heart, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with depression. Halfway through his words, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to look at the void in the distance. Then he looked back at the Black Magic Hall high above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The voice of his divine sense rang out and could be heard clearly throughout the void. You were the one who called me here today, so how could you let me not have enough fun? I won't say anything else, I'll just use these 2 big guys to loosen up my muscles. Swish. After he finished speaking, without waiting for a response from the master of the Black Magic Hall, the 9-colored light ball was instantly activated by him and shot towards the void to the left at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered the chaotic aura, making it impossible to see the exact situation of the battle. Thunderous booms continuously resounded in the air as the great battle continued. In the space to the left, a fierce battle was taking place between Bloody Unicorn and one of Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea avatars. It was the Space Berserk Ape. At this moment, he activated the 9-colored ball of light that enveloped his body and charged into the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he even said those words before he left. Even a fool could guess his objective. The void fell into a dead silence once again. All the powerhouses were dumbfounded. Only after a few breaths did a tidal wave of exclamations resound in the air once again. That's too cruel. This mysterious existence seems to have a violent temper as well. He's not much worse than the master of the Magic Hall. We can't provoke him. He's too casual. He doesn't play by the rules at all. While the other side is having a good one-on-one battle, he wants to interfere whenever he feels like it. He doesn't even care about the gossip of the one-on-one battle. What's so good about it? The master of the Magic Hall didn't say anything and kept silent. It's obvious that he's giving tacit consent. That's true. The master of the Magic Hall doesn't have to care about this kind of thing. It's not like he didn't have a precedent of fighting 1 against 4. He has already proven his strength. Even if it's a one-on-one battle, no one will say anything. This person's background is definitely not small. Otherwise, why would anyone else try the same thing? With that violent ape's temper, it would be strange if he didn't turn hostile on the spot. That's right. Even the master of the Magic Hall is so tolerant. Just this point alone is enough to prove that the mysterious existence in the ball of light has a shocking background. However, it seems that he doesn't need to use his background to support himself. He can destroy the void with just his own strength. With such a peerless strength, there's probably no one else in the void apart from the master of the Magic Hall. These 2 are domineering existences. Both of them have the unparalleled grace of ruling over this world. Furthermore, they are close friends. If this is the case, how can the higher-ups of the other powerhouses live? They can only try to survive with their tails between their legs. Otherwise, they will definitely be suppressed. Let's not talk about the others for now. I'm afraid the Blood Qilin is going to suffer a tragedy this time. Back then, when the Demon Hall Master's cultivation was only at the 4th Order Ancient Desolate Realm, A Blood Sea avatar was already enough to beat him to the point of running away. Now, the Demon Hall Master's cultivation has increased by another level, reaching the same level as the Blood Qilin, the 5th Order Desolate Venerable. In addition to the boundless vitality in his huge body, he clearly has the battle strength of a 6th Order Desolate Venerable. In a one-on-one battle, the Blood Unicorn was already being tortured to the point of howling miserably. Now, another terrifying existence that isn't any weaker than the Master of the Magic Hall has rushed into the battlefield. This is clearly the rhythm of being tortured to the point of exploding. Even if the Blood Unicorn doesn't die, I'm afraid it won't be able to escape from being heavily injured. Rumble, boom, ka-cha-cha. In the surrounding void, before the earth-shattering cries of alarm could be heard, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the bloody battlefield billions of miles to the left. There was clearly the sound of bones cracking, and in the end there was even a muffled puffing sound. In an instant, the extremely chaotic void was faintly covered with a faint layer of blood mist. This was clearly the rhythm of a certain existence being beaten to the point where his bones were shattered and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Currently, there were only 3 existences in that area. The Blood Unicorn, the Starry Sky Berserk Ape, and the mysterious man in the 9-colored ball of light. Furthermore, the 2 of them were in cahoots. With 2 against 1, other than the Blood Unicorn, the one who spat out blood was naturally no one else. And that was indeed the case. This time, the reason why Yi Xian had rushed into the battle at the last moment and also used his flesh and blood clone, which was the Starry Sky Berserk Ape, to beat up the Blood Unicorn was to make this old fellow suffer a little and remember this lesson. As for killing him, that was obviously not possible, unless Yi Xian used the heaven-falling bow. However, that was completely unnecessary. It wasn't because he was worried about exposing his identity. In this regard, he had already made arrangements. The most important thing was that he didn't want to expose this horribly powerful divine ability in the void of the primitive world's fragments so that it wouldn't attract unnecessary attention. At this moment, he took out the big-headed black stick that was transformed from the godly medicinal pestle and smashed it on the head of the blood-colored Qilin. The Qilin was smashed into the void, and its head cracked open, emitting strands of precious light. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4750. Boom. Ka-cha-cha. In the distance to the left, where the bloody battle was taking place billions of miles away, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. Amidst this, there was clearly the sound of bones cracking. In the end, there was even a muffled puff sound. In an instant, the extremely chaotic void was faintly covered with a faint layer of blood mist. Yi Xian, who had just rushed into the battlefield, made his move. He directly took out the big-headed black cudgel, which was transformed from the divine medicine pestle, and smashed it on the head of the scarlet unicorn, knocking him flat in the void. His head cracked open and rays of light shot out. This blow was too vicious. His head was blasted open and it quickly swelled up. Rays of light shot out and the scarlet unicorn was caught off guard. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had fought with Yi Xian before, Yi Xian's Blood Sea doppelganger did not take out the big-headed black cudgel. Therefore, he did not have any doubts when this ferocious big-headed black cudgel smashed his head open. However, his expression changed in an instant. He turned to look at Yi Xian, who was shrouded in a 9-colored light. Enduring the pain, he exclaimed in shock and doubt, "Who are you? This is clearly a primordial treasure. Where did you come from?" If it was the Shenong pestle, he would naturally be able to recognize it. However, Yi Xian had turned it into a big-headed black cudgel. Even the aura of the field it emitted had been deliberately changed. Therefore, the scarlet unicorn could not recognize the origin of this big-headed black cudgel. However, through its terrifying field power, it was enough to determine its grade. It was definitely a primordial treasure. Although there were many primordial supremes in the primordial age, almost every one of them was a famous existence. The scarlet unicorn was an old monster who had lived from the primordial age to the present. He basically knew which primordial treasures he had. Li Men Qing'era, however, he didn't have any impression of this black cudgel in his opponent's hand. In fact, he had never even heard of such a black cudgel among the primordial era's supreme treasures. This puzzled him, so at this moment, in the midst of his bewilderment, he subconsciously blurted out such a question. Unfortunately, it was a waste of time to ask. It was impossible for Yi Xian to tell the truth about this matter. "Why do you care who I am? Why are you so long-winded in a fight? Don't tell me you want to run away too?" Boom. Rumble. Within the 9-colored light, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Before he could finish his words, the big-headed black cudgel in his right hand, he had already smashed Black Cudgel. He still used his full strength in this attack without holding back at all. With a swing of the cudgel, the originally chaotic chi in the air became even more chaotic, and the sound of thunder resounded incessantly. The speed was too fast, and the big-headed Black Cudgel once again smashed down on his head. The blood-colored unicorn instantly changed color. He didn't expect this person to be even more direct than Bao Yuan, swinging his cudgel on the spot. Just now, his head had already been smashed open. Although it couldn't be considered a serious injury, it was still painful enough to make him grit his teeth and grit his teeth. If this hit the same place again, his brain would probably burst open on the spot. He wouldn't die, but he would most likely be seriously injured. Such an outcome was definitely not something he could accept. At the level of Supreme Desolate Ancient, even if it was only a serious injury, it would take a lot of top-grade cultivation resources to recover. If he didn't have any, he could only use time to recover. That kind of prolonged recovery had already left a psychological shadow in his heart, and he didn't want to experience it again. As for the existence in the nine-colored light in front of him, he was clearly incomparably black-bellied. This second strike was aimed straight at the center of his head that had just been blasted open. This was the rhythm of wanting to mash his brain into mush and severely injure him on the spot. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the blood-colored unicorn immediately felt hatred in his heart. An incomparably burning resentment flashed through the depths of his eyes, but he didn't dare to stop in the slightest. He gritted his teeth and moved to the side, barely dodging the black cudgel that was aimed at the old wound on his head. Son. Unfortunately, although he had avoided the old injury on his head, the big-headed black cudgel's momentum was too fierce. In a split second, it directly landed on his right shoulder. Bam! Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, an earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by an incomparably clear sound of bones cracking, which made one's hair stand on end. Although this blow missed, it still smashed a porcelain solid. The blood-colored unicorn's right shoulder was hit, and his entire right shoulder blade drooped down. For him, this was still not a serious injury, but it was still a light injury. The key point was that the pain was excruciating, causing him to instantly, as if it was a conditioned reflex, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful howl. Bam! Almost in the next moment, the flesh and blood doppelganger, who had been silent since Yi Xian joined the battle, finally found an opportunity to attack. Taking advantage of the moment when the blood-colored unicorn's mind was in chaos, he flashed his shoulder and appeared behind him. The Bao ape was known for its physical strength, and its strength was extraordinary. It did not use any battle weapons or battle treasures. It was just a simple punch. Although it was not fancy, it was solid. It directly hit the back of the blood-colored unicorn, breaking several of his vertebrae in an instant. After a loud bang, the blood-colored unicorn felt pain and subconsciously raised his head to howl again. Before he could finish howling, he felt a tightness in his chest. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Walala! At this time, his body was hundreds of millions of feet tall. Even if it was only a mouthful of old blood from his mouth, it was like a heavy rain outside. The void was instantly filled with an incomparably strong smell of blood, and a faint layer of blood mist rose. Seek. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the blood-colored unicorn finally felt a little better, but the anger and unwillingness in his chest became more and more intense. He raised his head and let out an angry roar. Earlier, he wasn't a match for Bao Yuan in a one-on-one battle. Now, another existence that wasn't the slightest bit weaker than him had arrived. This battle couldn't continue, otherwise he would surely fall to the end of being heavily injured and awaiting death. Although his heart was filled with grief and indignation, he was not an impulsive person. Besides, although it was embarrassing to turn around and flee in this kind of battle, it was not the first time anyway, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Thinking of this, the blood-colored unicorn, who raised his head and howled, immediately lost the will to fight. His four limbs paused in the void, and with a slight shake of his shoulders, his whole body instantly turned into a blood-colored light and fled to the left. I knew you were going to King run away. Stop, I promise I won't beat you. Yi Xian was furious. He dragged the big-headed black cudgel behind him and chased after the blood-colored light. At this moment, although his body was still enveloped by the nine-colored light, more than half of the big-headed black cudgel in his right hand was exposed and could be seen clearly. Almost in the next moment, in the Sky River Sector army behind the 4 Magic Hall legions, a scream suddenly rang out. Big-headed black cudgel? Heavens, he is Yi Xian. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4751. to provide you with a wonderful novel to read. In fact, Yi Xian had deliberately revealed a large portion of the big-headed black rod from the nine-colored light. Only in this way would his previous actions not arouse suspicion. Otherwise, if he had concealed his figure and deliberately revealed his true appearance later, it would inevitably cause people to think too much. At this moment, as the screams rang out from behind the four armies in the magic hall, all the powerhouses in the surrounding void were stunned. Then all kinds of exclamations rang out like a tide. What? Yi Xian? Is that the legendary Sky River Star Master? It is said that this person is known as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the three outer universes. It is a pity that he has never shown his face. Today, as soon as he appears, it is so shocking. Hiss. The mysterious existence in the luxurious carriage is actually him? How is this possible? It can't be wrong. The big-headed black rod is Yi Xian's famous murderous weapon. How could it fall into the hands of others so easily? Moreover, don't you think that this luxurious carriage is a little familiar? That's right. Back in the Shadow Devil galaxy of the second universe, this guy pretended to be the bloodline ancestor of the Yin Demon clan and swindled a nine-dragon Wan Phoenix carriage from the Yin Demon clan. It is clearly the prototype of this luxurious carriage that he has refined, and the way he acts today is clearly the same as the Huan Ting ancestor who caused an uproar in the three outer universes. It is definitely him. Rumble, bang. Awoo! Before the waves of exclamations in the surrounding void had subsided, an earth-shattering roar came again from the battlefield billions of miles ahead. Following that, there was an incomparably shrill howl, and those who heard it wept, hiss. Before the howl had died down, there was suddenly a clear sound of cloth tearing in the distance. A crack was torn in the void, and the blood-red unicorn, whose head had been blown open and whose terrifying body was over 100 million feet long, was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. During this process, he suddenly changed his direction and headed straight for the crack in the void high up in the void. He was clearly trying to escape. However, no one was surprised. Previously, just the physical clone of the Magic Hall Master had been able to suppress him. Now that Yi Xian, the Star Lord of the Heavenly River who was no weaker than the Master of the Magic Hall Master, had joined in as well, there was no way for him to defend against the two of them. In a short period of time, his head was blasted open. If he really gritted his teeth and endured, even if he didn't die, it was only a matter of time before he was seriously injured. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest bit of hope in this battle, so there was no point in staying any longer. Leaving was the wisest choice. You're Yi Xian, aren't you? And the master of the Magic Hall. Just you wait, today's matters are far from over. Just as the blood-red unicorn's figure rushed into the crack in the void, an extremely sinister voice filled with endless resentment was heard. The entire vast void could be heard clearly. Old and new grudges, I will take revenge in the future. When I return to the peak of my previous life's cultivation, it will be the time of your downfall. Roar. Finally, the blood-red unicorn who had rushed into the crack in the void, let out a shocking roar and disappeared in the next instant. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian and his flesh and blood clone exchanged glances. Both of them had a trace of disappointment in their eyes. This time Yi Xian had even taken out the big-head black rod. Moreover, he had attacked together with his flesh and blood clone. At the last moment he had smashed towards the blood Qilin. He had originally hoped to heavily injure it before plotting to kill it. If they had succeeded, Yi Xian would have once again obtained a precious desolate sovereign blood essence, which was extremely significant. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to kill an existence that had truly stepped into the desolate ancient supreme realm. In the previous joint attack, the blood-red unicorn had not even been seriously injured. At most, it could be considered a light injury that would recover in a short time. However, Yi Xian didn't take the ruthless words he said before he left to heart at all. He didn't care at all. This old man's current cultivation strength was at the 5th order desolate ancient supreme realm, but in fact, his peak battle strength was at the late stage of the desolate ancient supreme realm, which was the 7th order desolate ancient supreme realm. From the 5th order desolate ancient supreme realm to the 7th order, it seemed that there were only 2 more orders to break through, but he did not have any chaos medicine, nor did he have any 9-colored divine medicine or purple gold treasure medicine. If he wanted to recover these 2 orders and return to his peak state, it was obviously not something that could be done in a year and a half. With this amount of time, Yi Xian would have broken through many times. At that time, it would be fine if he did not appear, but if he really had the guts to come, he might really be able to kill him in one fell swoop. It was indeed difficult to kill a desolate ancient supreme realm, but for a peak desolate ancient supreme realm, which was a half-step heavenly Dao realm existence, this was obviously not the case. For example, the old void giant tortoise had been hibernating on the two sides of the chaos void, secretly searching for a desolate ancient supreme realm expert in launching a hunt. If he really had a few years, Yi Xian might be able to reach that level. Even if his real cultivation realm could not reach that level, under the state of the 9 devil ape transformation bloodline divine ability, there was absolutely no problem. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and in an instant, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and shot towards the rising sun forbidden land with his flesh avatar. At this time, the void was once again filled with an uproar of exclamations. The scarlet unicorn had run away again, and before he left, he suffered a few heavy blows. Even if it was not a serious injury, it was really embarrassing and cowardly. And with his departure, there was finally no suspense in this battle. With the help of the Sky River Star Master Yi Xian, the Magic Hall was bound to win a complete victory. Amidst the waves of exclamations, Yi Xian and his flesh avatar had already shot billions of miles away, arriving at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, where the two armies were facing off in the void. The flesh avatar did not say anything, and immediately looked towards the void in the distance to the right. Yi Xian, on the other hand, twitched his face and turned his head to look at the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races and the Human Race Federation of the 5 Great Alliances. These 3 alliances came from the 3 main starry sky planes, and at this time, there were many familiar faces among the high-ranking officers in front of the army. For example, Long Kue was one of them. At this time, these people saw Yi Xian up close, and after confirming that it was really him, they looked as if they had seen a ghost, and their bodies began to tremble. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Long time no see, fellow cultivators. How have you been?" These words sounded like a greeting, but Yi Xian's voice was filled with endless coldness. Thinking of his supreme ferocity when he had just beaten up the Scarlet Unicorn, the high-ranking officers in front of the 3 armies suddenly felt uncomfortable, and their bodies began to tremble subconsciously. Want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people? Follow Excellent Reading Literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find a confidant. Chapter 4752. Providing you with a wonderful novel to read. In front of the armies of the 3 alliances, the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance and the Human Federation, there were many unfamiliar faces among the higher-ups, but to Yi Xian, there were also many familiar faces. More or less they had come into contact with Yi Xian a few decades ago. The Human Federation had the most people, such as Long Huai, the former Federation's Overwatch Council, Zhan Wuxia, Crown Prince Zhan Ling Feng, the Monarch of Tianqin, Crown Prince Su Biqing and so on. There was also Long Ziwen, the elder of the Imperial Dynasty who had a conflict with Yi Xian in the Death Starfield, as well as Huaidong Zi and Tian Chen-zi from the 10 Absolute Sky Palace. There were also Gong Wu Xian, Wu Chen-zi, Chou Do-fu, Yu Xian-long, and the other young talents from the 2 human camps, who were all undying emperors. It was obvious that since entering the void fragment of the ancient universe, the races and powers of the 3 main planes of the universe had gained a lot. They attacked the forbidden lands of the universe, hunted ferocious beasts, and attacked the remnant starfield to rob all kinds of resources. They might have even learned the secret methods of making medicines. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for these fellows to improve their cultivation so quickly in just a few decades. Oh, by the way, there was another factor. As the doomsday of the untainted world was approaching, the bloodline ancestors of the major clans and forces who had been sleeping were waking up one after another. With their guidance and support, the cultivation strength of the younger generation was obviously much more advanced than before. On the Human Federation side, Yi Xian even saw Fallen Demon Zi, Zhao Lingyang, Unfettered Zi and Fairy Yin Xia. Now they had all become Universe Knights. No wonder they had the same devouring system as Yi Xian. However, the 4 of them had lost to Yi Xian in the system competition task, and the devouring system in their bodies had become a vassal of the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. Although Yi Xian had never used this ability to force them to do anything, it was because he simply didn't want to. He had already disdained it back then, and now it was even more of a joke. However, at this moment, when these 4 fellows saw Yi Xian's gaze sweep past them, perhaps because of their guilty conscience, they shrank back in fear as if they had agreed to it beforehand. They looked pitiful. Where was the look of a Universe Knight? Yi Xian smiled. Decades had passed in the blink of an eye. Although these 4 fellows had been suppressed by Yi Xian, at least they still had the strength to fight him. But now, Yi Xian didn't even bother to attack them. If he really wanted to, all he had to do was blow them up. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately sighed with emotion. His state of mind had invisibly improved a little. The next moment, he smiled and shifted his gaze away from these four fellows. From now on, they would never be able to enter his eyes because they were no longer qualified. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes didn't reveal the slightest bit of disdain or contempt. However, the moment he shifted his gaze away, Fallen Demon Prince, Zhao Lingyang, Unfettered Master, and Fairy Yinxia understood, and their faces turned pale in an instant. It was only now that they finally realized the gap between them and Yi Xian. To say that it was a gap between heaven and earth was an exaggeration because there was simply no comparison. Yi Xian shifted his gaze, and his gaze swept past the Star Alliance and the Alliance of Myriad Races. In front of the armies of these two alliances, among the higher-ups of the alliance standing in the void space, there were many familiar faces. In the Star Alliance, the Blood Dragon Clan, Cyan Rock Clan, Battle Lion Clan, Inji Clan, Barbarian Bull Clan, Golden Eagle Clan, Colorful Python Clan, Greedy Wolf Clan, and Tree Spirit Clan were the leaders of the 9 original top 10 clans of the Second Universe. Of course, there were no higher-ups of the Blood Dragon Clan, Cyan Rock Clan, and Battle Lion Clan in the Star Alliance, because they had all been captured and were now an important part of one of the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall. However, among the higher-ups of the other 6 clans, Yi Xian had seen many of them before. On the other side, the Alliance of Myriad Races was formed by the original slave clans of the First Universe. There were many familiar faces on this side, including Big Tooth Jean from the Space Rat Clan, Old Monster Yi Shueqiong from the Halant Clan, and an old guy from the Giant Ferocious Clan, who had even allied with Yi Xian before, was the Golden Elder of the Nameless Alliance. At this moment, as Yi Xian's gaze swept over them, the expressions on the faces of these old guys were extremely interesting. Sometimes they were red, sometimes they were green, and sometimes they were embarrassed. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to them. Back then that was back then, but now. Even if these old fellows brought the entire clan behind them to request for an alliance with Yi Xian and become allies, it would be absolutely impossible. They weren't qualified at all. With a faint smile, Yi Xian's gaze continued to sweep slowly. Soon, among the higher-ups of the Star Alliance in front of the army of the Star Alliance, he saw Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Zhao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Badao. The 6 of them had extraordinary talent, not to mention the cultivation resources that Yi Xian had gifted them back then. In addition to the gains they'd made in the void fragments of the great desolate world over the years, all of them had become universe knights without exception. Yi Xian didn't have any ill feelings toward these 6 guys, because they had returned to their clans under Yi Xian's instructions to go back and be spies. However, this arrangement was meaningless now. At Yi Xian's level it was no longer necessary. However, at this moment as his gaze swept over them, these 6 guys were so excited that their faces flushed red, and their breathing quickened. It was obvious that they were extremely excited. From this point alone, it was enough to show that they weren't at odds with Yi Xian. Of course, whether they were at odds with him or not, Yi Xian didn't care. However, since they had always been loyal and devoted, it was obviously no different from a stroke of good fortune for them. Ayaya, so it's Star Master Yi? This is really like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. Misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Yi Xian's gaze swept over slowly. He had just finished looking at all the familiar faces when Long Huai cupped his fists and greeted Yi Xian with a face full of smiles. He was extremely enthusiastic. This was completely different from his personality. However, it was normal. After all, the height that Yi Xian currently stood at had long since reached a level that he couldn't even look up to. No matter how much resentment Long Huai had towards him, no matter how proud and arrogant he was, he could only do this when faced with Yi Xian. After all, there was quite a bit of enmity between him and Yi Xian back then. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had always been at odds with Yi Xian. In this current situation, even if he put down his pride and bowed, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He didn't have the slightest confidence that he could save his life. At this moment, the reason he was so thick-skinned and shameless to take the initiative to greet Yi Xian and say such words that even made him blush in disgust was entirely for the sake of seeking that slim chance of survival that perhaps didn't even exist. If you want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people, you can follow Excellent Reading Literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidant. Chapter 4753. Do you have the right to speak in front of me, the Star Master? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian turned around and glanced at Long Huai, who had a fawning expression on his face. He curled his lips and continued with disdain, "If you want to establish a friendship or have a conversation with me, you have to call the air over. As for you, who do you think you are?" Swish. Ping. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian retracted his gaze with a look of disgust. He raised his hand and pointed at Long Huai from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void. After an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air, it was closely followed by a loud explosion. Long Huai did not even have the chance to make another sound. His entire body directly exploded, and his body and soul were annihilated. A powerful universe supreme being was annihilated just like that. However, Yi Xian merely extended a finger and pointed it at him from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void of the universe from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void of the universe. This scene frightened everyone. Countless gasps resounded in the void, but no one dared to cry out in alarm. No matter how shocked they were, they kept their mouths tightly shut, for fear of angering this demon god and causing him to point his finger in their direction and point it at them. With Yi Xian's current level, it was obvious that he had long since lost interest in killing Long Huai. However, this old fellow had always been at odds with him back then, and the grudge between them was too deep. What happened back then ultimately needed to be settled. It was not a bad idea to point a finger and point it at him, and it could be considered as ending everything that happened back then. Moreover, he was also the commander-in-chief of the fleet that led the Human Federation's army of 10 million fortresses to attack the Sky River sector previously. In that battle, even Xuechan, who was a supreme being of the primordial era, had fallen. The entire army of 10 million fortresses of the Human Federation had been captured, and only Long Huai alone had managed to escape. Now that he had killed him with a single finger, it could be considered as Yi Xian's declaration and explanation to his subordinates and old friends in the Sky River sector. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it had only happened in a short span of a few breaths. Roar! Just as Yi Xian's gaze swept past the higher-ups in front of the Three Great Alliances camp, and at the same time he effortlessly killed Long Huai with a finger from several 100 million kilometers away, his flesh and blood clone that had returned to the center of the battlefield from several billion kilometers to the left, which was also the violent star ape, had already raised its head and let out a furious roar before pouncing several billion kilometers to the right. On the other side, one of the 3 Blood Sea clones of the Master of Magic Hall was still fighting fiercely with the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile. Of course, the battle here was almost exactly the same as the battle on the other side of the void billions of kilometers to the left. Although the skeleton avatar's cultivation was also at the 5th Order Desolate Venerable Realm, its massive body contained boundless vitality that boosted its strength by 1 order. Its true battle strength was comparable to a 6th Order Desolate Venerable Realm expert. The 9 Serenity Demon Alligator had only recovered to rank 5 Desolate Venerable. Naturally, it was no match for the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator. Until now, it had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. However, on one hand it was because the distance was too far. On the other hand it was because the aura in the battlefield was too chaotic. Those inside couldn't see what was happening outside, and those outside couldn't see what was happening inside. In addition, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator was at an absolute disadvantage and didn't have the time to care about anything else. Therefore, he didn't know that on the other side of the void battlefield, the Blood Unicorn had already torn through the void and escaped. At this time, the Starry Sky Violent Ape pounced in that direction in order to join forces with the Skeleton Avatar to see if they could seriously injure the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator and then kill it. Of course, Yi Xian, who was formed by the Black Mist Avatar, couldn't stay out of this. Just as the demon ape pretended to raise its head and roar to remind him, he had already turned his head to look at the void to the left. With a shake of his shoulders, his figure turned into a weak light and instantly shot out. Boom! Ka-cha-cha! Puff! In the distance to the right, in the bloody battlefield billions of miles away, the moment the huge Starry Sky Violent Ape and the inconspicuous Yi Xian rushed into the chaotic battlefield, there was an earth-shattering explosion. At the same time, there was also the clear sound of bones cracking, and finally, there was a muffled puff sound. This was clearly the rhythm of the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator being hit and opening its mouth to spit out a blood arrow, which directly caused the chaotic void to be covered with a faint layer of blood mist in an instant. In fact, this was indeed the case. Yi Xian, who had just rushed into the battlefield, had already made his move. With a flip of his hand, he took out the big-headed black stick transformed from the Divine Medicine Pestle and smashed it on the back of the Blood Unicorn. Not only was the Blood Demon Alligator smashed into the void on the spot, but there was also a huge crack in the middle of its back with blood bursting out. This attack was too ruthless. The 9 Serenity Demon Alligator's back was covered in scales, which could be said to be incomparably thick. However, it was still blasted open and the surroundings quickly swelled up. Strands of blood light shot out, and it was a ghastly sight. This old fellow did not know that the violent ape and Yi Xian had already finished their battle and rushed over. He did not even know that the master of the magic hall had invited Yi Xian as a helper. At this moment he was suddenly injured. Enduring the pain, he immediately roared in bewilderment, "Human race? You're actually a rank 5 desolate supremacy? Who exactly are you? Why do you all like to ask this kind of question? If you want to fight, so be it. Why do you care so much? Could it be that you don't need to be beaten up if you know who I am? I've never seen someone so close to you." Boom. Rumble. As he spoke, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Before he finished speaking, the big-headed black stick in his right hand had already struck out once again. He still used all of his strength in this attack and did not hold back at all. With a swing of the staff, the originally chaotic chi in the air became even more chaotic, and the sound of thunder resounded incessantly. Before the staff could reach him, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. This time it was because of anger. Yi Xian's words were simply too hurtful. Even the dead could be angered to life. What did he mean by saying that he had never seen someone so close to him? This was simply outrageous. This was too hateful. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator's heart was filled with hatred. An incomparably burning resentment flashed through the depths of his eyes, but he did not dare to stop for even a moment. He gritted his teeth and moved sideways, barely dodging the black stick that was flying towards him once again. This big-headed black stick was too ferocious. It was heavy and powerful. It was unknown how this fellow, who looked like an ordinary human, was able to hold it in his hands. Such a huge black stick was like an ant swinging a huge tree in his hands. However, it was incomparably light, as if it was weightless. It was simply infuriating. Unfortunately, although he had avoided the attack on his head, the momentum of the big-headed black stick was too ferocious. In a split second, it directly landed on his thick crocodile tail. Bam! Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, an earth-shattering sound rang out, followed closely by the clear sound of bones cracking, causing one's hair to stand on end. Although this blow missed, it still hit the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile. The thick tail of the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile was almost broken in half. The pain was so excruciating that it immediately reacted as if it was a conditioned reflex. It raised its head and let out an incomparably miserable howl. Chapter 4754. Bang! Bang! Oh whoa! Boo! Before he could finish howling, he was hit twice more. Since Yi Xian joined the battle, the flesh doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger, who had been silent, finally found an opportunity to attack. While the 9 Demon Crocodile was dodging Yi Xian's big-headed black stick, they rushed to the left and right at the same time and attacked. On the left, the flesh doppelganger threw a punch which was extremely solid. It directly hit the back of the 9 Demon Crocodile, breaking several of his vertebrae in an instant. After a loud bang, he subconsciously raised his head and howled again in pain. On the right, the skeleton clone punched the back of the 9 Netherworld Demon Alligator's head. The latter's head swelled up like a small hill, which was painful to look at. These 2 heavy punches were too ruthless. Before the 9 Demon Crocodile could finish his first howl, he felt a tightness in his chest and opened his mouth to spit out another arrow of blood. Walala! Dense splashes sounded. At this time, his body was hundreds of millions of feet tall. Just a mouthful of old blood from his mouth was like a heavy rain outside. The void was instantly filled with an extremely strong smell of blood, and a faint layer of blood mist rose. 3 against 1, you are going too far. After spitting out the second arrow of blood, the 9 Demon Crocodile's injury was close to serious injury. Although the anger and unwillingness in his chest were surging, he did not dare to continue fighting. If it dragged on for too long, he would definitely die here. Shio. With a face full of grief and indignation, he raised his head and let out a roar. After roaring, he no longer hesitated and immediately activated the Bloodline Secret technique with all his strength. His body instantly shrank, turning into a black light, and escaped hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian had already expected this, but there was nothing he could do. This old guy was the same as the bloody unicorn. After all, he had lived from the early days of the ancient times to the present. Back then he was even a late-stage 7th-stage desolate master. How could an existence at this level not have a life-saving trump card? Now that he was going all out, even Yi Xian wasn't able to stop him for a moment. Unless he used a supreme secret technique like the heaven-falling bow, there was no way he could stop the other party. The reason why he decided to make a move earlier was merely because he was unwilling to give up and wanted to give it a try. Hiss! The 9 Demon Crocodile instantly disappeared with a miserable howl. Before his voice faded away, there was a clear sound of tearing silk hundreds of millions of miles away in this direction. Just like the blood-colored Qilin, this guy wanted to run away. He tore a crack in the void and changed his direction abruptly. He headed straight for the crack in the void high up in the void. 3 against 1, Master of the Magic Hall, you are truly shameless. Just you wait, my cultivation will return to normal one day. I will definitely avenge today's grievances. Just as the 9 netherworld demon alligator rushed into the void crack, a divine sense voice filled with endless resentment was heard clearly in the vast void. Roar. But even then he still seemed to be unwilling to give up. At the same instant that his figure charged into the spatial rift, he let out a shocking roar of rage and his figure vanished. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, the flesh doppelganger, and the skeleton doppelganger shook their heads and sighed. They turned their heads and exchanged a look. Their eyes were filled with strong disappointment. This time, Yi Xian not only took out the big-headed black stick, but also the flesh doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger. At the last moment, the 3 of them joined forces to attack the 9 demon crocodile. Even so, this old guy still escaped in the end. This battle was still a failure. It was a pity. These existences who had truly stepped into the primordial supreme realm, especially the old monsters who had lived from the untainted age to the present, were really too difficult to kill. However, under the joint attack of the 3 of them, although the 9 demon crocodile was not seriously injured, it was definitely not as simple as a light injury. If the scarlet unicorn who had escaped before could recover soon, then the 9 demon crocodile would take at least a year and a half to recover the battle strength of a 5th-order desolate master before this battle. As for the peak state of the 7th order in the untainted age, it would not be possible to become a reality in a short period of time. It was the same for the scarlet unicorn. In other words, at least for a short period of time, Yi Xian did not have to worry about these 2 old guys. After suffering such a big loss twice in a row, they would definitely not dare to appear easily again. They would definitely find a place to heal their injuries first. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Yi Xian. At this time, at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land billions of miles behind them, there was suddenly a sharp and weak sound of something breaking through the air. It seemed that there was someone shouting, and it was Yi Xian's name. Yi Xian transformed from the black fog doppelganger, the skeleton doppelganger, and the flesh doppelganger trembled at the same time, because they were all the same person, Yi Xian. In their line of sight, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other high-level members of various forces in the Sky River sector. Including Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-level members of small idol forces and families, they all left the flagship star fortress of the Sky River Army and rushed out of the rising sun forbidden land by crossing the void with their physical bodies. Dozens of figures, without exception, were all Yi Xian's old acquaintances, and they were the kind of people who had a good relationship with each other. There was no doubt that at the front of the dozens of people were the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. However, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the others were flushed with excitement. These 3 girls, however, were full of anger, and it felt like they were roaring like lions from Hudong. They were clearly going to settle accounts with Yi Xian. All this time they had been worried about Yi Xian, and they didn't even know whether he was dead or alive. Today they saw him suddenly appear, and he was so powerful that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the master of the Magic Hall. He was so strong that it made their hair stand on end. The 3 girls were very relieved about this, and it could even be said that they were so happy that they almost burst into tears. They had been worried for so long and they had been uneasy all this time. Now that the stone in their hearts had finally fallen to the ground, it was only natural that they would cry tears of joy. However, at this time the 3 girls obviously couldn't cry. At least, they definitely didn't have the intention to cry tears of joy. Because they were all very angry. They had been on tenterhooks for so long, but this guy had been living a carefree life outside. His cultivation was so strong, but he had never returned to the Sky River sector to take a look. Even when the Human Federation launched a crusade against the Sky River sector, he didn't appear. At most, he used the name of the Void Giant Tortoise to ask the Master of the Magic Hall to help. This was obviously a guilty conscience. He had 7 peerless beauties accompanying him, so of course he would be so happy that he didn't want to go home. Thinking of this, the 3 girls became even angrier, and they even wanted to strangle him on the spot. Chapter 4755. Yi Xian, stop right there. If you don't explain yourself clearly, I'm not done with you. It doesn't matter whether you play or not. Not to mention Ziying and Sister Chanru, even Xiao Cha, who is usually the most considerate, can't help you this time. You've gone too far. In the distance, at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun, the three girls, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, rushed out from the forbidden land of the rising sun. Their expressions were very unfriendly, and they were roaring like lions from the east. Behind the three girls were the mosquito butcher, Naples, the demon king Mo Wen Tian, the imperial uncle of the demon, the clan leader of the dark turtle tribe, Mingjiu, the mad mosquito king, and the other high-level members of various forces in the Sky River sector. The senior members of the small forces and families in the Sky River sector, including Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Master Bodhi, and the others, all had bitter smiles on their faces, but none of them dared to step forward to stop them. This time, everyone could see that the three girls had been stepped on. No matter who they were, if they dared to stop them, they would definitely be dragged down with them. This scene made countless experts in the void around them dumbfounded. No one had expected that Yi Xian, the lord of the Sky River sector, who had been so powerful just now, could only run away with his tail between his legs. Even the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile had been so powerful that they could only run away with their tails between their legs. Now they had encountered such a scene. Moreover, in the face of Shenyuan Ziying and the other two's flirtatious attacks, he seemed to be feeling rather guilty and had subconsciously shrunk his neck. This was simply shocking, and they could not believe it. Brr. Screech! At the same time, the starry sky violent ape and the skeleton avatar raised their heads and roared. Then, with a shake of their shoulders, their entire bodies turned into a ray of light and directly shot into the black magic hall in the sky above the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. She had no intention of staying behind to be a peacemaker. Seeing that the situation was bad, even the 2 Blood Sea clones of the Magic Hall Master had fled. At this moment, everyone was completely convinced by the terrifying power of the 3 purplish warbler girls, who said that this void belonged to the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. At the end of the day, he was afraid that it would still belong to these 3 girls. At the very least, whether it was the Star of Heavenly River, Yi Xian, or the Master of Magic Hall, none of them dared to provoke them. On the other side, the 2 Blood Sea clones of the Master of Magic Hall Master had already seen that the situation was bad and fled. On the other side, the Star of Heavenly River, Yi Xian's face was even more miserable. He turned around and greeted the 7 gorgeous cultivators who were still madly torturing the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era. Alright, you're all a bunch of old bones, and there are 1 or 2 old acquaintances among you. That's all for today. Don't accidentally kill them and they won't die. Waving his hand, Yi Xian immediately pointed to the demonic dragon chariot not far from his right. The situation is not good, quickly go back. This Star of Heavenly River still has some matters to attend to, so I'll be back soon. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, roar! As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the 7 gorgeous cultivators stopped attacking at the same time. They turned around and coldly glanced at the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era who were beaten black and blue by them. They snorted coldly and turned around to return to the demonic dragon chariot not far away. Even the 9 black demonic dragons roaming around in the surrounding space raised their heads and let loose a long roar before instantly shrinking back to their original sizes. They then returned to their original sizes, each of which was around 1,000 feet tall, and stood by the demonic dragon's side, awaiting orders. There was 1 demonic dragon on each side, 1 at the back and 6 demonic dragons in front. It was obvious that they were ready to escape at any time. Suddenly regaining their freedom, the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era felt as if they had been given a new lease on life. Their faces were all bruised and swollen, and they looked embarrassed. After exchanging glances, they turned around and fled back to the primordial era battleship army of the Human Federation. They didn't dare to show their faces outside and directly returned to their respective flagship star fortresses. However, they didn't dare to order the army to retreat. If they really did so, not to mention Yi Xian of the Heavenly River Federation, at least the Master of the Magic Hall would definitely do something about it. Everyone, it's been a long time. At this time, Yi Xian had turned around and looked at the dozens of figures who had rushed out of the Heavenly River sector. His expression was awkward and helpless. Shaking his head, his eyes finally fell on the front of the dozens of people who were rushing toward him angrily, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. With a bitter smile, he continued, "It's really hard to explain what happened all these years. Anyway, I didn't mean to hide from you. It's a long story, besides even now, I don't have much time left. I'm going to leave soon, but we should be able to meet again soon, Xiao?" At this point, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, and a ray of light instantly shot out. At the same time, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. "These are some cultivation resources I've prepared for you. If there are no accidents, I dare not say for the others, But just the hundreds of you should all be able to become universe supremes within a few years? This was the key. Originally, Yi Xian didn't plan on showing himself so early. The reason he made such a decision this time was actually to hand over the batch of cultivation resources that he had already prepared to Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the others. Although he could have passed them to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher through the Master of the Magic Hall, that would obviously arouse unnecessary suspicion. It wasn't that Yi Xian didn't want to reunite with his old subordinates and old friends from Sky River Sector immediately, but they were still too weak at the moment. It wasn't a good thing to bring them over too early to be with him. What the major forces and legions of the Sky River Star Field needed the most was bloody battles and tempering. In order to help them grow as quickly as possible, the only thing Yi Xian could do was to provide them with all kinds of top-notch resources that they needed to improve their cultivation. In fact, he could do more. At least, the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was a big backing for Sky River Sector. Now that the Magic Hall's relationship with Yi Xian was made public, there were probably not many powers who dared to go against Sky River Sector. At this moment, in the batch of resources that Yi Xian had sent out, there were purple gold elixirs, 9-colored divine elixirs and chaos elixirs. As for elixirs of various levels, there were quite a few of them, ranging from level 24 Emperor elixirs to level 27 Supreme elixirs. There were even 10 level 28 Supreme elixirs. All of these were stored in a storage magic treasure. At this moment, he waved his hand and sent them out, shooting them toward Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. Then Old Devil Mosquito Butcher distributed them. Regarding this matter, Yi Xian had long since instructed him to leave a jade slip in his storage magic treasure. There were some instructions within it. It could be said that Yi Xian had given a lot of thought to these old friends and subordinates of Sky River Sector. At this moment, as his words spread out, the various experts in the surrounding void who clearly heard him were first stunned, then they all gasped in unison. Their faces were all filled with dense envy that couldn't be dispelled. Chapter 4756. Whoosh. I still have some important matters to attend to. Time is almost up, so I won't stay any longer. Everyone, let's catch up later. Following an incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air, the voice of the Heavenly River Star Master Yi Xian rang out. The entire vast and boundless universe was clearly visible. 3-1 Of course, everyone knew that his words were directed at the nearly 100 high-level members of the various forces of the Sky River Star region who were rushing out of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Even the reason Yi Xian had left was because of the hundreds of high-level members of the Sky River Star region. To be precise, it was because of the 3 girls who were rushing at the forefront of the hundreds of high-level members. With this voice, Yi Xian's figure also turned into a ray of light. With a speed faster than lightning, he rushed into the front yard of the luxurious carriage hanging in the distance in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Almost at the same time his figure rushed in, the fog-like curtain in the front yard of the luxurious carriage fell down, completely covering it. Moreover, it was no longer like before where one could still faintly see the hazy figure inside. This time nothing could be seen. Even if one extended their divine senses, the result would most likely be the same. Roar! The moment the fog-like curtain was put down, although the 3 black demonic dragons on the left, right and rear of the luxurious carriage did not move, the 6 demonic dragons at the front raised their heads and let out a long roar at the first moment. At this moment, the power in the 6 demonic dragons was pushed to the extreme. 6 powerful auras of ancient mighty figures spread out. The void trembled slightly with a low buzzing sound, which made people not dare to look at it directly. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the 6 black demonic dragons exerted force at the same time and rushed forward. In an instant, they took the entire carriage and turned into a ray of extremely fast black light, disappearing into the end of the void in front of them. This scene made Old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon Emperor Mo Tian, the Demon Emperor Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other high-level members of the various forces of the Sky River Star region. Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the rest of the higher-ups of the smaller forces and clans all had a helpless expression on their faces. Their figures that were originally shooting over also came to an abrupt halt in midair. Since Yi Xian had already left, there was no point in them rushing over. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were furious and flew into a rage. It was fine that they had not met Yi Xian since they had arrived at the Eldritch World Fragment. Now that they had met, he was still acting like this. He was clearly looking for an excuse to sneak away. This was driving them crazy. Damned guy, he's too bad, too fickle. How long has it been, and his heart has been stolen by those 7 vixens. The next time I see him, I can't let him escape. I'll catch him, bring him home and keep him in a cage. Let's see if he can escape again. Yes or no, we have to castrate him. Extremely furious, the three girls stood in midair, gritting their teeth and waving their fists. The words they said made one's hair stand on end. Not only Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Imperial Uncle Mo Ren, Clan Leader Ming Jiao of the Netherworld Turtle Tribe, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River domain, but they were also terrified. Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the rest of the higher-ups of the smaller forces and clans all turned pale with fright. Countless experts of the various alliances and idol forces in the surrounding void subconsciously clamped their legs together, and a look of extreme dread appeared on their faces. They naturally could tell that the Sky River Star Master had only found an excuse before he left. In fact, he was simply afraid of the three girls, so he had hurriedly fled. This was really not an ordinary kind of ferocity. Even the Supreme Master of the Ancients was so scared that he fled. This showed how terrifying the three girls were. At this moment, all the higher-ups of the various large alliances and idol powers in the surroundings had inwardly added Shenyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru into the list of danger. They were existences that they couldn't rashly offend no matter what. After shouting for a while, the three girls also felt bored. Although they were still angry, the Yishen people had already fled, so it was useless to shout and shout. Soon they met up with Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Imperial Uncle Mo Ren, Clan Leader Ming Jiao of the Netherworld Turtle Tribe, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River domain. Under the persuasion of Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the rest of the higher-ups of the small forces and clans, they returned to the forbidden land of Rising Sun and entered the main flagship of the Sky River Domain Army. With their departure, the 1 billion square kilometers of cosmic void outside the forbidden land of Rising Sun between the two armies instantly became empty again. On the opposite side, the hearts of all the experts of the four alliances once again rose to their throats at this moment, and the eyes of countless experts of the four major armies of the Magic Hall also pressed forward at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in the void once again became heavy and oppressive. An incomparably tense atmosphere invisibly shrouded the entire cosmic void. By now, this battle could basically be considered to have ended early. The four powerful supreme masters of the ancients, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 secret demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock, had all fled. The late-stage 7th Order powerhouse of the Beast Alliance had also fallen. As for the Survivors Alliance, although the late-stage 7th Order expert had managed to escape, and even took the opportunity to slip away with the entire army of the Survivors Alliance. However, he had been seriously injured, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. The Human Race Alliance suffered the most. Of the 10 great beings of the ancients, 3 of them had fallen and were completely blown up. The remaining 7 were all badly battered and were too ashamed to see anyone, so they directly fled back to their respective flagship star fortresses. Of the 5 major armies, only 4 were still here, and none of the commanders above the level of a great being of the ancients were left. Except for the 7 fellows of the Human Federation who had been beaten to a pulp, the strongest among the other 3 alliances was only at the level of Universe Supreme. This level of strength was simply not enough for the Master of the Magic Hall to casually torment them. Only one of the 3 bloody sea bodies would be needed to annihilate them in a short period of time, and they would all be wiped out. It could be said that this time, the army of the 5 alliances had absolutely suffered a crushing defeat. However, although the high-end combat power of the army had either died or fled, and now they could not be counted on at all, there were still 4 enormous armies of the alliance. No one knew how the Master of the Magic Hall would deal with the mess that followed. Therefore, at this moment, no matter who it was, they all felt uneasy and did not even dare to make the slightest move, fearing that they would infuriate the Master of the Magic Hall and bring the disaster of death upon them. All of you. Will you fight or surrender? Just at this moment, while countless great beings in the void space were terrified and completely uncertain, an extremely low voice suddenly came from the Black Magic Hall that was suspended above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun billions of miles away. It was the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall. Chapter 4757. Are you going to fight or surrender? Just as the great beings in the void space were terrified and uncertain, the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall suddenly came from the Black Magic Hall, which was suspended above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. All the experts in the army of the 4 great alliances shuddered, and the higher-ups of the various idol forces who were watching from afar in the void were also trembling. At this moment their intestines were green with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have entered the forbidden land of Rising Sun earlier, just like the army of the Sky River Star sector had done. Now the result was still the same. They still had to submit to the master of the Magic Hall, but now they submitted because they were intimidated by his supreme power. The meaning was different, and the treatment in the future would definitely be different. We are willing to surrender. From now on, the Ferocious Beast Alliance will never invade the Magic Hall again. Howl. Howl, howl, howl. As soon as the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall faded away, a Universe Supreme at the later stage in the army of ferocious beasts on the left side expressed his stance. As his voice spread out, a large number of ferocious beasts in the army of ferocious beasts also roared in low voices, revealing a strong sense of unwillingness and fear. Immediately after, the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts in the army slowly retreated under the voice of this Universe Supreme. This was clearly the rhythm of leaving the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. In his opinion, when the powerful remnant people left with the entire army of the Alliance, the Master of the Magic Hall also didn't stop them. Moreover, now that he had expressed his submission on behalf of the Ferocious Beast Alliance, he would never invade the Magic Hall again in the future. Since he had expressed his stance, there should be no problem for him to leave now. Did I allow you to leave? Almost at the same time, the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall was heard again from the Black Magic Hall. It was extremely low, but there was not much anger in it. For him, the most powerful being in this army of ferocious beasts was only a Universe Supreme at the later stage. It was simply an ant, and it was not qualified to make him attack. At this moment, the six-headed blood dragon rushed out. It didn't say anything, but it turned around and glanced at the 4 legions in the Magic Hall. This was clearly the rhythm of punishing the ferocious beast army. Realizing this, the hearts of everyone in the void rose to their throats. Among the army of ferocious beasts that had begun to retreat, roars and howls rang out. The speed of the ferocious beast's retreat suddenly increased. This kind of thing should be left to the war army of the Demon Kin. Right at this moment, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian dashed out of the flagship star fortress of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. As Mo Wen Tian waved his hand, 100,000 blood-red battle towers with a diameter of 300,000 meters rushed out of the army of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. Over the years, the Devil race had been inspired by Yi Xian. They gave up their original Starry Sky battleships and developed their own space battle towers, forming an assembly line. The Spirit War talismans they produced were all guarded by the Devil Cultivator and were able to launch the Devil Cultivator's mental attacks. Although their power was far inferior to the Spirit War talisman in Yi Xian's hands, they were much stronger than ordinary strongholds. Yi Xian, who was guarding the Magic Hall, had already seen this before. He was quite looking forward to it. At this moment, seeing that the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian had taken the initiative to show up, it was obvious that he wanted to take this opportunity to establish the prestige of the Heavenly River Star Cluster army. After all, they had been developing in the Heavenly River Star Cluster all this time and basically did not go out for expeditions. The outside world really did not know the battle strength of the Heavenly River Star Cluster army. This appearance could be regarded as a small deterrent. With this in mind, Yi Xian immediately transmitted a message to the six-headed blood dragon. The latter glanced at Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian and did not say anything more. He turned around and returned to the fortress battleship that he was guarding. Boom. Boom. In the void, soon this army of 100,000 spiritual battle towers, which were 300,000 meters in diameter, rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The huge mouths of all the battle towers slowly turned and aimed at the retreating army of the Fierce Beast Alliance across the void of the universe billions of miles away. At this moment, countless experts in the void had their hearts in their throats. Many people even had suspicious looks in their eyes. Obviously, they did not understand the actions of the Devil Race army of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. It should be known that in the rapidly retreating army of the Fierce Beast Alliance, there were hundreds of millions of fierce beasts. However, the Devil Race army only sent out 100,000 scarlet battle towers. Although they all looked quite amazing, and the mouths of the battle towers were 300,000 meters in diameter, the number was too small. 100,000 against hundreds of millions. What kind of deterrent force could this form? Of course, those who had this idea were those who had not seen the power of the Demon Race spiritual battle towers with their own eyes. Almost none of the experts in the 3 main starry sky planes would think so. Soon, as the current generation Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian roared in anger and gave the order, the 100,000 huge spiritual battle towers suddenly stopped. Thousands of honeycomb nodes slowly lit up, and energy was transmitted through the densely packed connecting pipes. In the thousands of honeycomb node battleships of the spiritual battle towers, there were a large number of demon race experts. In each honeycomb node, there would be a high priest of the demon race or a high-level member of the royal family who was proficient in spiritual power secret techniques. If they were divided up, there would be tens of thousands of demonic dweller powerhouses in each 3,000-meter diameter beehive-shaped node battleship. Under the command of the high priest or royal demonic dweller powerhouses in the node battleship, they would fully activate the demonic cores in their heads and unleash their mental powers. In the end, all the spiritual power would gather together and turn into a powerful spiritual power pulse. It would go through the huge tube-shaped objects made of special materials and converge towards the smallest inner circle of the trumpet. After everything was completed, all of the spiritual power pulses gathered from the thousands of nodes would be blasted out by the 9 royal demon experts sitting in the smallest inner circle of the horn, the 9 nodes of the beehive. The moment this invisible spiritual power wave rushed out, it would be enlarged by the 9 layers of the trumpet and turn into a terrifying and invisible starry sky-level spiritual hurricane, which would destroy the enemy battleships in the opposite camp. This was definitely a great killing weapon. Although the Demonkin army had only mobilized 100,000 spiritual battle trolls this time, each of them could kill a large number of Demonkin soldiers. Moreover, the spiritual battle trolls that were launched were invisible and intangible. There was no way to defend against them. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses were useless against them. At this moment, the 100,000 spiritual battle towers finally let out a shocking roar. In the thousands of honeycomb nodes, thousands of spiritual power streams flowed through the pipes and rushed to the core node of the core circle. Like a tsunami, they all rushed out in an instant. Chapter 47:58. Roar. The terrifying sound waves were deafening, and an invisible tidal wave like the sea of stars suddenly leaked out from the core node. The 9 outer rings of the spiritual war claws continued to expand, and finally turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and suddenly blasted out in an instant. Whoosh, boom, rumble. In an instant, a large number of dense and clear tearing sounds like rain rang out in front of them, covering the sky and the earth. The void hundreds of millions of miles away was torn inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence was shot out. This kind of power, if it was the spiritual war claws of the past, would definitely not be able to do it. At least the effective attack range would definitely not reach the level of hundreds of millions of miles. This was also the reason why Yi Xian was curious and decided to let the demon army have a try. The spiritual war claws in his hand had been modified time and time again, so its power was naturally terrifying. But the demon race had been developing the spiritual war claws for decades, and just from the appearance, these 100,000 spiritual war claws were very different from before, but he was not sure about the specific effect. But at this moment, after seeing this kind of power, Yi Xian was quite pleased. Although it was still not comparable to the spiritual war claws that he personally modified, compared to a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, it was at a completely different level, and its power was absolutely terrifying. It was only a single volley, but the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away crumbled inch by inch. In some of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence even formed a void vortex that looked like a black hole. With the sudden appearance of these void vortexes, an invisible and terrifying suction force spread out in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of space beasts that were retreating at high speed were swallowed up, fell into the void turbulence, and were completely exiled and completely disappeared. Not long after, the demon army's spiritual war claws showed its power again, and with just one attack, tens of millions of space beasts of the enemy camp were destroyed. Although the overall battle strength was not affected much, the key was that the army's morale was shaken. If it was in the past, once the spirit battle cry was activated, the demon dwellers would have to pay a heavy price. Under a full-force attack, the tens of millions of demon dweller experts, who were the driving force of the battle cry, had almost all of the mental energy in their bodies depleted. Under such circumstances, the spirit warriors had to retreat immediately after unleashing a powerful spirit storm. However, this didn't happen this time. In less than 3 minutes, the Devil King Mo Wen Tian, who was standing at the back of the army, waved his hand again. Buzz, 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 buzz. A series of low buzzing sounds rang out as the 100,000 spiritual battle towers suspended in mid-air began to recharge once again. It was clear that they could continue to launch attacks in unison. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up in surprise. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either that the demon dwellers in the beehive nodes of the battle cry were divided into 2 or more groups, so they could take turns to attack. Or that the demon dwellers had made some important changes to the battle cry in the past few decades, which solved the drawback of needing a large amount of mental energy, so the demon dwellers in the beehive nodes of the battle cry didn't pour all of their mental energy into the battle cry every time they launched attacks. That was why they could launch the battle cry twice in a row or even multiple times. No matter what the result was, it was gratifying. At least the facts in front of them couldn't be changed, and the battle cry army of the demon dwellers could indeed launch attacks many times. This was only the 100,000 spiritual battle cry army. If there were more, 1 million spiritual battle cry army would launch attacks at the same time. That kind of scene would be so shocking that even Yi Xian would be shocked. Roar! Demon dwellers, please have mercy. At this moment, in the army of the ferocious beast alliance that was retreating quickly 1 billion miles ahead, a 7th-level universe supreme star beast suddenly transmitted his voice with his divine consciousness. Demon Master, I was reckless just now. I didn't mean to do anything else. As his divine consciousness transmitted, the entire army of the ferocious beast alliance stopped and didn't dare to make any moves. Just now, the battle cry army of the demon dwellers had only launched 1 attack, but it had already caused such a heavy loss to the ferocious beast alliance. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful attack could be launched from 100,000 strange star boats that looked like trumpets. It could be said that although it was only 1 attack, the name of the Sky River sector and the demon dwellers' army would definitely resound throughout the entire fragment of the untainted land. The other alliances wouldn't dare to attack them again. After all, in addition to their own strength, they had the support of Yi Xian, the master of the Sky River sector, who was as strong as the master of the Magic Hall and seemed to be even more ferocious. Although Yi Xian wasn't stationed in the Sky River sector for a long time, at least he was wandering in the fragment of the untainted land. If any power dared to cause trouble in the Sky River sector, he would probably jump out to protect them. Then, what about you? As the army of the ferocious beast alliance stopped and didn't dare to make any moves, the master of the Magic Hall slowly transmitted his divine consciousness from the Black Palace. Vaguely, there seemed to be an invisible but terrifying force locking on the 3 armies of the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Federation of the Human Race. These words were clearly directed at them. Hong Long Long, as the master of the Magic Hall transmitted his divine consciousness, the 100,000 spirit battle cry army of the demon dwellers slowly turned around and aimed their trumpets at the armies of the 3 alliances. Clearly they were going to launch an attack at the slightest disagreement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, the higher-ups of the armies of the 3 alliances all rushed out. In the Star Alliance, except for the Blood Dragon tribe, the Cyan Rock tribe, and the Warrior Lion tribe, the higher-ups of the other 6 tribes, including the Inji tribe, the Barbarian Bull tribe, the Golden Eagle tribe, the Colorful Python tribe, the Greedy Wolf tribe, and the Tree Spirit tribe all showed up. On the other side of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the higher-ups of the former slave tribes of the First Universe also showed up. There were many familiar faces such as Big Tooth Jean of the Space Rat tribe, Old Monster Yi Shueqiong of the Hell Ant tribe, and an old guy of the Giant Ferocious tribe. They were all Yi Xian's acquaintances. On the side of the Human Federation there were the Fallen Demon Prince, Zhao Lingyang, Xiao Yaozi, and Yin Xiao Fairy, Emperor Yuan of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhan Wuxia, Crown Prince Zhan Lingfeng, and the Monarch of the Heavenly Qin Empire, Crown Prince Su Biqing. Long Ziwen of the Imperial Dynasty, who had a conflict with Yi Xian in the Death Starfield, Huai Dongzi, Tian Chenzi of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong all showed up. Only the 7 higher-ups of the Human Federation who had been humiliated to the point of being too ashamed to show up still didn't show up. However, they had already secretly expressed their stance. At this moment, the 4 alliances all showed their allegiance. The Master of the Magic Hall had the momentum to rule the world in this eldritch world fragment, and no one could stop him. Chapter 4759. Boom. Rumble. Swish, swish, swish. In the distant void, smaller battleships, and ferocious beasts were converging without exception. These guys were all the idle tribes and forces in the untainted land, except for the Big 5 Alliance in the Milky Way star area. Initially, he wanted to be an opportunist and stay in the distant void and watch from afar. But now, seeing that the 4 alliances including the Human Federation had surrendered, he dared not delay any longer and hurried over as soon as possible. Although they were all small forces and clans and the scale of each troop was not large, there were too many of these small forces. At this moment, they had all gathered together, and instantly surrounded the rear of the army of the 4 alliances. They were so densely packed that not even a drop of water could pass through. As the battleships came to a halt in midair, one figure after another charged out of the battleships, including the beasts. Every one of them was at least at the level of an emperor or above. Among them there were many universe knights, universe masters, and universe supremes. These idle powers were weak to begin with. If they didn't have one or two universe knights in charge, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Hence, this was understandable. As these fellows charged out and arrived in front of the forbidden land of the rising sun, figures began to appear from within the armies of the four great alliances. Similarly, they were all above the emperor level. Those below the emperor level didn't even have the right to greet the magic hall leader. 31 In the blink of an eye, a large number of figures darted out of the vast void with a radius of 1 billion miles. The aura in their bodies was very strong, but all of them were like eggplants that had been hit by frost. Their heads were drooping and they looked listless and pitiful. In the end, even the 7 powerful figures from the remote antiquity era who had been hiding in their flagship fortresses also showed up in a bashful manner and worshipped the head of the demon palace together with all the others. At this moment, countless heavenly emperors and above congratulated in unison. The master of the magic hall had officially descended upon the chaos fragment, to rule the world. From now on, the 5 alliances will be under the jurisdiction of the magic hall. Normally, the magic hall will not interfere with the internal affairs of your alliances. However, during critical moments, you will have to accept the command. When the large group of emperors and above were done with their worship, the magic hall master's voice resounded once more from the Black Palace ahead. From now on, every year the Big 5 Alliance and all the other small forces and races will have to pay their annual tribute to the magic hall. The 6-headed blood dragon will send the specific list to the various races and forces later. In addition, as members of the 5 foreign alliances under the Magic Hall, you can also enjoy the benefits of being a direct subordinate of the Magic Hall. However, the merit points you need to exchange for resources and elixirs must be doubled. The specific exchange standards will be announced together with the annual payment list. As for today's matter, since you dared to disobey my summons, you will naturally be punished. All races and forces will leave behind 10% of their battleships as compensation. As for the Beast Army, leave behind 10% of them and keep them within the Magic Hall. Hong. The moment the voice was heard, the Black Palace that towered above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall suddenly flew up and disappeared into the depths of the forbidden ground in the blink of an eye. Seeing the master of the Magic Hall leave with the Black Palace, the countless great beings in the vast battlefield in front of them all let out a sigh of relief. Although giving up 10% of their battleships as compensation was painful, it wasn't completely unacceptable. At least, they wouldn't be like the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion armies who were all captured and forced to stay in the forbidden ground of the rising sun for eternity. In addition, although the 5 alliances would become one of the 5 foreign alliances under the Magic Hall from now on, they had to accept the orders of the Magic Hall at critical times and accept the unified dispatch. However, at least on normal days, the Magic Hall wouldn't interfere with the internal affairs of their alliances. As for the annual payment, it might be a heavy burden, but now that they were under someone else's roof, they had no choice but to lower their heads. At least they had won some time and opportunity for peaceful development. As for the so-called exchange of merit points for all kinds of top-grade cultivation resources and elixirs of various levels from the Magic Hall, although they had heard about it, they didn't take it to heart at all. These guys were just temporarily accommodating. Don't forget that in their ancestral lands, there were still a large number of core ancestors who hadn't awakened. Apart from the Primordial Age, there were also Primordial Age Supreme Masters. Moreover, the Bloody Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock had only retreated temporarily and hadn't died yet. Today, the 4 Primordial Age Supreme Masters and the 12 Primordial Age Supreme Masters couldn't defeat the combined forces of the Master of the Magic Hall and the Sky River Star Master, Yi Xian. However, this didn't mean that in the future, when the Primordial Age Supreme Masters of their respective tribes woke up one after another, they wouldn't be a match for them either. If the 4 Primordial Age Supreme Masters and the 12 Primordial Age Supreme Masters weren't a match for them, then they would double, triple. One day they would be able to overthrow the Magic Hall. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the various high-ranking officials in the Void Battleground exchanged glances and gave orders one after another. According to the Master of the Magic Hall's request, they would circumcise themselves as a form of apology. Then the leaders of the 3 alliances and all the other small and idle forces and races returned to their respective flagship fortresses, and the armies left one after another. In just one day this Void Battleground was empty. Even the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall had retreated to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. After that, the 6-headed Blood Dragon and the other high-ranking officials and generals of the Magic Hall still had to follow the Demon Master's instructions and prepare the annual payment list of the 5 foreign forces and the other small and idle factions and tribes, as well as the various data lists of the top-level resources that were exchanged for merits. After the 5 foreign forces and the other small and idle factions were sent out, they were finally done with their work. They could calm down and begin to cultivate in seclusion to improve their cultivation and strength. At this moment, as the various forces left, the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall also returned. Under the leadership of Old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the other high-ranking officials, the army of the Sky River Star Zone slowly moved out of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and toward the Sky River Star Zone. In the center of the army, there was a 1,000,000-meter-wide flagship main control hall. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wen Tian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small forces and families. The 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were also present. Chapter 4760. The Sky River Army slowly drove out of the Forbidden Land of Rising and headed toward Sky River Star Zone. At this time, in the center of the army, in the flagship control hall of a superstar fortress with a diameter of 1,000,000 meters, all the higher-ups were gathered. This included Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wen Tian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small sects and clans. Of course, there were also Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat stifling and oppressive, because there were still some traces of anger on the faces of the 3 girls. Obviously, they had not yet vented their anger. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, and the other higher-ups looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. That's enough, girls. Yi Xian is not that kind of person. He must have his reasons for doing this. Don't you believe him? That's right. That guy's cultivation has reached the Supreme Master of the remote antiquity realm, which is shocking. He must have had a very different experience. Naturally, he can't stay in the Sky River Star area all the time. You have to understand this. Besides, didn't he just explain it himself? He has important things to do, so he can't leave now. The most important thing is that he is fine. That is the most important thing. Although he left immediately after showing his face, since he has reached such a high level, he should be able to return soon. Even if you have many questions in your hearts, you can just interrogate him when the time comes. Is there a need to be so angry now? As the others tried to persuade them, the 3 girls gradually calmed down, and the atmosphere in the hall relaxed a bit. Everyone then remembered what they had to do and turned to look at Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. They were gathered here because of the training resources that Yi Xian had given to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher before he left. There were close to 100 upper echelons present, and all of them were on good terms with Yi Xian. Before he left, he actually said that he could help these close to 100 people break through to the level of Universe Supreme within a short period of time. This was simply shocking, and it also aroused everyone's curiosity. This time Yi Xian had left behind a batch of resources for Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. There were purple gold medicines, 9 colored medicines and chaos medicines. As for the various grades of treasure pills, from the 24th grade Emperor Sealing Treasure Pill to the 27th grade Supreme Treasure Pill, there were quite a few of them. There were even 10 level 28 Supreme Elixir pellets. All of this was stored in a storage Dharma treasure. He waved his hand and handed it over to Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, meaning that Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher would distribute it. Besides, regarding this matter, Yi Xian had other instructions. He had specially left a jade scroll in the storage Dharma treasure with some instructions. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had already taken this jade scroll, but he had not checked it yet. Now that everyone was gathered here, he wanted to take out the various resources that Yi Xian had given him in public and verify them together. Shoo. With a wave of his hand, this storage Dharma treasure was taken out by Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, and it hung in the middle of the hall. He did not take out everything inside because even a fool would know that there would be a huge amount of things inside. Although this hall was spacious, it might not be able to accommodate all of them. Besides, the storage Dharma treasure had not been refined at all. Anyone could extend their spirit consciousness into it and instantly find out what was inside. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had obviously already checked it. At this moment, his expression was extremely strange. He turned around and looked at everyone, then pointed at the storage Dharma treasure hanging in the middle of the hall. There was no doubt about what he meant. Everyone looked at each other, and there was a look of anticipation on their faces. Then, one after another, they extended their spirit consciousness into the storage Dharma treasure and began to investigate. Almost in the next moment, there was a loud gasp. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and there was a wave of horrified exclamations. They had been in this fragment of the untainted land for decades and had come into contact with fierce beasts and survivors. Therefore, they had obviously heard of the purple gold elixir and the 9-colored divine elixir. Of course, they had only heard of them. After all, in this fragment of the untainted land, these things originally belonged to the legends. What? Purple crystal elixir? There are so many of them. That's nothing. Didn't you see the 9-colored divine elixir? No wonder that guy's cultivation improved so quickly. He actually has this legendary top-level resource. We're really rich this time. What's that gray thing? It doesn't disperse much energy and it gives people a feeling of returning to nature. It seems to be of a higher level than the 9-colored divine elixir. This is something that doesn't even exist in legends. Treasure elixir, so many treasure elixirs. They all emit different auras. There are untainted emperors, universe knights, universe masters, and universe supremes. There are even 10 elixirs that emit strong ancient auras. Will these treasure elixirs have the same effect as the gene cultivation fluid? One elixir can make an existence at the pinnacle of the 9th level enter the next realm in a short time? That guy is known as the 3 masters of medicine, weapon, and array. Only he can make such things. My God, even a powerful being in the ancient era can achieve success with just one treasure elixir. This is unbelievable. Seclusion. After we go back, the entire Sky River sector will enter seclusion. We must improve our cultivation in a short time. Screech. Yi Xian didn't know what was happening in the outside world. Now he had returned to the cave star and was sitting in the magic hall. Yi Xian, who was transformed by the black fog body, had also returned. The 7 gorgeous cultivators had entered seclusion again. After putting away the demonic dragon imperial carriage, the black fog body had also returned to its original body. Yi Xian was going to enter seclusion again. After so many battles, he had fully integrated what he had gained from the last breakthrough into his body and spirit. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived, Hong Long Long. After making the decision, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the Shinnon cauldron. It floated behind the giant mountain where the magic hall was located. Then he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he sat cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Shio. Shio shio shio. Then, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. There was also a pot of chaos great herbs, which were all cultivation resources he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. After all this was done, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shinnon cauldron's field and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed the nascent soul fist-sized round bead, which quickly dissolved. Chapter 4761. Hua. Hong Long Long. All of the cultivation resources melted as soon as they entered his mouth. Yi Xian's body instantly emitted the sound of chains and thunder that covered the sky and earth. In less than half a breath of time, all of the resources that he had swallowed earlier had turned into a large river of energy that was filled with boundless power. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. Yi Xian focused and fully activated the river of energy that had formed in his body. It continued to circulate in his meridians until it was completely refined. Not long after, as the river of energy disappeared, it had completely integrated into his godly soul and body. Yi Xian had only gathered his strength to launch a single attack before the shackles snapped. The anticipated system notification soon sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, Primordial Age Level 5. Ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of blood energy. Current realm, Primordial Age Level 5. Primordial Age Level 5. Previously, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation level was at the Primordial Age Level 4. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach the Primordial Age Level 5. Using the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to the Primordial Age Level 5. If the majestic blood energy in his body was added to his cultivation level, his actual battle power would be comparable to a Desolate Master level 6. And this time, with his successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a Primordial Age level 6 after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a Primordial Age level 6 Universe Supreme. If he was in the form of a 60 million miles long fleshly body, the overwhelming power of blood essence would add another level to his actual combat prowess. At that time, the strongest battle power he could display would be comparable to a Primordial Age level 7 Desolate Master. Primordial Age level 7, this was the late Desolate Master level. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would be invincible under the late Desolate Master level. Even if he had the Blood Sea Secret Technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea Secret Technique's clone power, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant. All of them possessed terrifying battle power that was comparable to a rank 6 Desolate Supremacy. In a situation where it was 3 against 1, even if it was a 9th rank Desolate Venerable, they would be able to fight him. Of course, it would at most be a draw. However, if he used the Heaven Falling Bow, even the peak Desolate Supremacy of the 9th rank Perfection, which was also a half-step way of heaven like the Void Giant Tortoise, would be killed by his arrow if it was caught off guard. Thus it would perish. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart surged like never before. 5th rank Almighty. After the breakthrough was completed, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, a bright light flashed and disappeared. He murmured softly, "There are only 4 small breakthroughs away from the Desolate Antiquity Great Perfection Stage 9 that is required to take a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill." From the looks of it, the refinement of the level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill is becoming more and more urgent. Furthermore, I have also obtained a large amount of Almighty Blood Essence this time. But no matter what, the refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill cannot be delayed any longer. It must be started immediately. At this point his eyes flashed. Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He would not delay any longer. Taking advantage of the current situation, he would first refine the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill that would be used to officially break through to the Supreme Desolate Antiquity realm in the future. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a wave of his hand, the almighty blood essence that had already been condensed appeared in the palm of his right hand. After the previous battle, the number of almighty blood essences that Yi Xian used to refine the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill had reached a huge amount of 15. Furthermore, among these 15 almighty blood essences, there were actually 2 supreme grade items. It was almost as if one was equivalent to 2 supreme grade items. Including the 2 supreme grade items, there were a total of 15 almighty blood essences in his hands. According to his calculations, with Yi Xian's current attainments in alchemy, once he opened the furnace, refining 13 level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills was already a foregone conclusion. There was no longer any suspense. Even the probability of producing 14 pills was not completely zero. Although it was not high, it was at least around 40%. If not for this, he would not have decided to start the refinement now. The level 29 treasure pill was also known as the Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Just one pill would allow the existence of the Great Perfection Stage 9 of the Desolate Antiquity realm to smoothly break through the bottleneck of the Great Perfection Stage 9 in a short period of time. Right now, Yi Xian's own cultivation base had already reached the 5th stage of the Desolate Antiquity realm. In other words, he only needed to break through 4 small stages before he could consume a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. And with this, it was time to become a true Desolate Supreme. To him, this was extremely important. Therefore, this pill could not be delayed any longer. It had to be refined as soon as possible. However, as for how many Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills could be produced in this furnace, it was still unknown. However, one thing was certain. 13 pills was the minimum guarantee, but there was a possibility of 14 or even 15 pills being produced. It was just that the probability was relatively small. As for more than 16 pills, that was basically impossible. It was an unrealistic wish. Right now, the 15 almighty blood essences in his hands would be used together with a large number of other top-grade treasures and treasured bodies of desolate antiquity creatures as the basic ingredients for Yi Xian's refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Of course, in addition to these 2 most important basic ingredients, Yi Xian would also add in some of the all-evil origin liquid, as well as the top-grade resources he found in the primordial chaos void. After finishing all the preparations for the refinement, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-grade treasures required for the formula. Then he closed his eyes. Shinong cauldron, inside the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. Densely packed lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano and directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. All the lights suddenly paused for a moment. These were the top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Whoosh! Then a sound like the howling of the wind rang out. Almost in the next instant, a majestic Shinong 9-colored flame whizzed up from the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored flame pool condensed into a 9-colored cauldron. It was small and simple, and it exuded an extraordinary aura. In the next instant, the almighty blood essences and other materials and resources that had been prepared flew up automatically and entered this small flame cauldron. At this moment, the refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill in Yi Xian's hands officially began,